Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. I hope everybody's having a great afternoon thus far. We have a lot to talk about in this live stream. We have a major update regarding our winter storm that is about to slam the United States. If you look over to my left, there is about 15 hours until winter storm impacts begin across parts of the southern plains, the mid-Atlantic, back into the Ohio Valley. We are expecting a boatload of snow. I mean, we're talking about a historic winter storm for some of you when it comes to snowfall, which a lot of you are probably excited about. I mean, we've had a huge uptrend in snow over the last 24 hours. We are talking about the possibility of a widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow stretching from Oklahoma into the Ohio Valley and even back into the Northeast. And that's going to be one of the biggest topics of discussion for today. But the other thing that is really important is that the ice is uptrending as well, which is not a good thing. And that's for areas like Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, back into Mississippi, and even into parts of Tennessee. We have now ice storm warnings in effect. That is where catastrophic impacts could come from a major ice storm that is about to go underway here as we go into late tomorrow night and eventually into Saturday. And then also on top of that, we're going to be talking about sleet. We're talking about the possibility of thunder sleet as well, and thunder ice. That is a possibility. Yes, you could actually have thunder outside while there's wintry precipitation falling. And then we even have a risk, maybe a low-end threat for an isolated tornado on Sunday. So there's a lot to talk about in this live stream. We're going to break it down all in detail for you. In this live stream, we're going to be talking about the future radar. We're going to be talking about how much snow you're going to see. And this is going to be a lot more detailed than yesterday's live stream. We are going to go way more in detail in terms of who exactly is going to see the 1 to 2 feet of snow. And I'm going to give you actual maps. I'm going to give you actual graphics that give you an idea of how much snow you're going to see, how much ice you're going to see. So again, this is going to be an extremely detailed forecast. And at this point, it should be a lot easier to actually figure out who's going to see what. We've gotten a lot closer to the event. We're only 24 hours from it beginning, and we should at least have a much better idea at this point on who is exactly going to see significant snow and ice. So let's go ahead and begin with what's happening right now. We have winter storm warnings that are in effect anywhere in the pink. That goes from Arizona and New Mexico all the way into North Texas. It goes towards Shreveport, Louisiana, Arkansas, into Kentucky. That entire pink area, you should already be prepared for this winter storm. So you need to make sure, if you're not already prepared, have flashlights on hand ready to go, have batteries, have your generator ready to go. This is an area that should have already been prepared for this winter storm yesterday, but this is your last chance to do so because winter storm impacts are going to begin within the next 24 to 48 hours. And that goes anywhere again from Kentucky back into Texas. Freezing drizzle and freezing rain will begin as early as tomorrow morning in North Texas, in the Texas Panhandle, in Oklahoma, and Kansas. So your last second preparations have to be done tonight. We have winter storm watches anywhere in the dark blue. So that includes areas across the Northeast now. Most of New England's actually included in that. It also goes back towards Houston, Texas, near New Orleans, Jackson, Mississippi, and then back over towards Springfield, Illinois, Columbus, and Cleveland, Ohio. All of you are included in winter storm watches, which are expected to be issued as winter storm warnings as we go into tomorrow. And we also have ice storm warnings. This is where catastrophic impacts are going to be on the table. This area right here, back over near Memphis. And I actually think Memphis might be getting upgraded to an ice storm warning. I don't know if you can look into that, Riley, but at least for right now, I'm not sure why the polygon's just missing. But if you're back over northern Mississippi, northwestern Alabama, and extreme southwestern Tennessee, we have ice storm warnings that are in effect. This is where catastrophic ice is going to be on the table. We're talking about the possibility of over 1 inch of ice accumulation. For reference, that is basically, if we have a large tree, right, in the ground, that's basically like putting over 200 golden retrievers on the tree and weighing it down. That is going to cause potentially catastrophic damage to trees, power lines, and a lot of other stuff. So, if you're back over in Oxford, Mississippi, if you're over near Monroe, Louisiana, Greenville, right along the Mississippi-Arkansas border, and then back over towards Jackson, Tennessee, these are areas that will have the possibility of seeing over 1 inch of ice accumulation. We also have winter weather advisories for a very small portion of Alabama and Tennessee. That is where things are still uncertain. We don't exactly know how much snow, or how much ice, will actually happen in this area, or if any will happen. It's a very questionable area. So these could get upgraded to winter storm warnings down the line if trends start to show the winter storm further south. So right now, Huntsville, near Birmingham, we are still up in the air on exactly what winter impacts are going to be felt there. All right, now let's go ahead and go into the forecast. Let's kind of break down everything now that we have almost 20,000 people here. Let's go ahead and talk about a lot of the other stuff that we are talking about with this forecast in terms of impacts and everything else. Just give you an idea of what the map actually looks like right now. You can take a screenshot if you want. This is probably going to go in the memories folder on your phone. But I mean, we're talking about, again, this is about 180 million people right now that are under winter weather alerts right now, whether that's extreme cold warnings or winter storm warnings. That is 51% of the United States that is currently under some sort of winter weather warning or watch or advisory. That is crazy. That is a very large percentage. I don't know the last time we had 50% or greater of the United States in winter weather alerts. Maybe 2021. That's the only thing I can think of. But again, it is just a massive area that we are talking about. All right, now over the next few minutes, we're going to go very in detail about the timing of this winter storm. This has been one of the biggest question marks for a lot of you, especially in Texas and Oklahoma, that are about to be hit by this winter storm tomorrow. We don't, obviously, the biggest question is, like, when am I going to start to see ice accumulation? Can I go to work tomorrow morning? Hopefully, over the next few minutes, I'm going to hopefully break that down for you so you know exactly what is going to be happening in these areas. So let's go ahead and break down the future radar. This is beginning with tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, we're not going to have very many impacts going on. There will be very light freezing rain back over in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. These areas can expect around a glazing to a 1/10 of an inch of ice tomorrow morning. That might not sound like much in the morning, but that's obviously enough to make roadways slick. One thing I do want to point out is that Texas DOT, which is the highway patrol basically, they have been treating roads, but obviously not all of them are treated. It's mostly just the big highways. So if you're traveling on a side road, it's probably not treated. It's probably not going to be safe to travel. So just a heads up, if you're on one of those side roads, those are going to be dangerous. But it sounds like, at least in Texas, most of the highways have been treated with some sort of pre-treatment, or they will be treated throughout the event. Now, as we go into late Friday morning, that freezing rain will start to expand in coverage. One thing that models do struggle to pick up on is this right here. We could have patches of freezing drizzle or freezing rain as far south as extreme northern North Texas by tomorrow morning into the very early afternoon. That is if we have a little, area, mostly going to be a little higher elevations where temperatures could be right around or just below freezing. So keep in mind, icing is still on the table, even right along the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma. And that could definitely cause some pretty big problems when it comes to traveling. A little bit of freezing drizzle and rain will start to begin back over in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Little Rock. You guys probably won't see much until the afternoon. So by around 2 to 3 o'clock, that is when freezing drizzle and freezing rain will begin to move back over towards Tulsa. We'll have some light snow beginning to fill in back over in Kansas and Nebraska. This is as our low pressure system from the Pacific Ocean moves over land. And we also have our upper level low that's going to merge over to the northwest of this. And all the moisture coming out of the Gulf, all that's going to meet Friday afternoon, and this is going to explode into a huge winter storm. So by around 4 to 5 o'clock on Friday, that ice is going to start to expand in coverage. If you're in Tulsa, if you're in Childress or Wichita Falls, Texas, if you're over in Lubbock or even over in Amarillo, this is really the time that you should definitely be off the road by. This is when we're going to start to see the ice accumulation. That's when we're also going to be seeing some heavy snow in some of these spots. So this is the time that you should be off the road at the latest 5 o'clock. But in my opinion, if you're in Tulsa, you should be off the road by tonight. If you're over in Childress or Wichita Falls, you should be off the road by no later than maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's just going to be too dangerous anytime after that when it comes to ice accumulation, unless you can drive on an ice rink, which I don't think many of you can. As we go into tomorrow night, the ice, the snow is really going to start to intensify. Look at this right here. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Fayetteville in Arkansas. That is where we're going to have a corridor of heavy snow. And I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, but our snowfall chances are rapidly increasing in terms of seeing significant snowfall. We could have some spots in northern Oklahoma pick up over 12 inches of snow from this winter storm. I'm not even ruling out some spots near 18 to even 20 inches of snow. And I'm not saying that to hype this up by any means, because it's really not. That is just the intensity of what we're going to be seeing, because we're going to have this one big heavy band of snow Friday. We're going to have another very intense band of heavy snow on Saturday in this same corridor. And that's going to happen pretty much all the way from Oklahoma back into the Ohio Valley in the Northeast. So this is expected to be a very intense winter storm when it comes to snow for those on the northern side of this storm system. So definitely something that's going to be very interesting on how it plays out. And another thing I do want to allude to is that this snow event could actually overperform. A lot of the models are using 10-to-1 ratios. And essentially what that is when it's warmer, when temperatures are closer to 28, 30 degrees, a 10-to-1 ratio is more appropriate for a snow forecast. However, back over here in Oklahoma and Arkansas, Missouri and Kansas, the temperatures are going to be plummeting throughout this event. So the first round of snow will not be as significant when it comes to accumulation, but our second round is going to be more significant. That is what could drop the threat of much more significant snow because the temperature is going to be dropping. Our snow is going to be colder and more fluffy. That tends to stack up a lot faster. So if you're back over in northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas, southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, again, the snow is not going to stack up very quickly initially, but it'll really stack up as we go later into this event. So around 10 o'clock, again, heavy snow will be blanketing most of northern Oklahoma, back over towards Fayetteville and the Mountain Home area of Arkansas. Freezing rain and sleet will be ongoing in this pink area. That includes parts of the Texas Panhandle. That includes Arkansas, that includes Little Rock, and just outside of Memphis. So if you're in any of those locations, that is where freezing rain and sleet is going to be located. I do want to point out that sleet is a pretty large concern if you're back over in southern parts of Oklahoma. That little corridor there, it's kind of like an orange color. I don't know how to describe that. It's kind of like a very light pink color. That is where sleet's going to be falling, and freezing rain is the most concerning freezing precipitation type there is. However, sleet is going to be falling, and we could actually have sleet accumulations around 2 to 3 inches in parts of southern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. So that right there will definitely be very interesting to see how that pans out. Freezing rain will begin across North Texas. So if you're back over near Dallas-Fort Worth, ice accumulation is going to begin by late tomorrow night, right around midnight. Moderate to heavy snow is going to be moving across most of Missouri, northern Arkansas, Kansas, and also the northern Oklahoma region. If you're back over in Tulsa, we'll have a heavy period of snow overnight Friday into early Saturday morning. That should stack up pretty quickly at this point as temperatures will continue to rapidly fall. Now, we're going to kind of skip a little bit ahead to Saturday morning. I want to get past the overnight hours of Friday. Saturday is when things get a lot more interesting. This is when we're going to have 2 parts of this winter storm. First off, we have this large area of moisture that is across the central and southern plains. This is going to be dumping a lot of snow. It's going to be dumping a lot of freezing rain, and that is all going to be moving towards the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. So this is what I would call our first round of snow ice across these areas. There's going to be a second round that develops. So it's not going to just be one huge storm system. There will actually be phases of this. So the first storm will move across the central and southern plains on Friday. Saturday, it'll move towards the mid-Atlantic. Another storm is going to form behind this as our low pressure system gets more organized and moves into Texas. That is also going to dump heavier snow. It'll dump heavier freezing rain and heavier sleet. So this first round that we're going to see is not going to be the most intense one. It's going to be the second one that is actually a lot more intense. So Saturday morning, freezing rain will stretch from areas like Florence and Alabama back into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So by this time on Saturday, if you are in Dallas, you should be off the roadway. Again, I'm not going to give everybody advice on if you should travel or not. You know your risk tolerance if you're traveling, but at this point, the roads are going to be icy. If you're on a treated road, it's a little bit different, but if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, by this point, the roadways are going to get icy. Central and southern Arkansas, this is another area that we are talking about the possibility of moderate to heavy freezing rain. So just south of Little Rock, get ready for some pretty extreme freezing rain at this point, and it's going to really accumulate ice fast. Heavy snow will stretch from Nashville. Guys, if you're in Nashville, you will see snow. It's not going to be as significant as areas like Tulsa, for example, but if you're in Nashville, you will see some snow Saturday morning. At least that's how it's going to start out. If you're back over in southern Illinois, western Kentucky near Mayfield, snow will also be ongoing there. Eventually, by around 10 to 11 o'clock Saturday morning, we have this large band of snow that'll be stretching from the Oklahoma Panhandle back into western and central Tennessee, including the Nashville area. Very heavy snow in the mountainous areas of northern Arkansas by this point. So that is where we'll have some very intense snowfall. While all that's happening, again, we're going to have this new large band of precipitation forming by Saturday during the late morning and early afternoon. By the way, for those that are just tuning in, I do want to point out, bottom right of your screen, that is a timestamp. So to follow along with the time, just look at the bottom right. There's a little timestamp there that's in central time zone. Eventually, by around noontime, the snow is going to continue to push to the east. This is when we have to go to a different computer model because the HRRR doesn't go out far enough. But this is the same sort of look that we're going to have by lunchtime on Saturday. So again, a large plume of freezing rain in the purple. That's going to be from Nashville back into northern Louisiana, so just outside of Shreveport, and also towards Little Rock. So if you're in the Little Rock area, freezing rain will start to ramp up. If you're in Nashville, you will begin as snow on Saturday, but it's going to transition quickly into sleet and freezing rain. You might see some snow on Sunday on the backside of the storm, but I am a little bit worried right now that if you're in Nashville, we are going to be talking about ice storm criteria as we go into late Saturday and early Sunday. While all that's happening, by Saturday afternoon and evening, that large plume of precipitation is going to move into the mid-Atlantic and the Ohio Valley. Right behind it, we got a large area of snow and freezing rain that's going to be developing, and this is our second round of precipitation that'll be more intense than the first round. So that's going to be for areas near Dallas-Fort Worth, Longview, Texas. You will likely start to see freezing rain around 6 o'clock or so on Saturday. Light to moderate snow continuing in the Texas Panhandle, Kansas, and then a little bit of freezing rain towards Lubbock and Midland, Texas, where we have winter storm warnings currently in effect. As we go into Saturday night, that is when you can see now all that moisture starts to really kick in. That's when this is going to explode again into a pretty large winter system back over here in Texas and Oklahoma. I'll touch more on that in a second. I do want to talk about the Mid-Atlantic for a second. You guys in the Mid-Atlantic, if you're tuning in from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland, any of those areas, you don't have to be prepared necessarily by tonight, but by tomorrow, you should be prepared for a winter storm. You're not going to see impacts tomorrow for most of these areas, unless you're in the higher elevations, but again, I don't really expect anything over there tomorrow. Saturday is when you have to be fully prepared. Saturday is when things are really going to start to kick into gear. We're going to have a large area of freezing rain, snow, and also sleet falling, and this could be a pretty significant ice storm for those in upstate South Carolina, northeast Georgia, and really almost all across North Carolina. If you're in Charlotte, if you're back over just outside of Atlanta, just off to the northeast and some of the higher elevations, we are going to have some freezing rain falling at this point, and this is going to be a cold air damming setup that we're going to have happening here, and that's going to lead to even more significant icing, and that is one of the reasons why, if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, for example, it's been a bit more tricky to forecast if you're going to see ice. But I do think if you're in Atlanta, you're going to probably see ice accumulation out of this storm, especially on Sunday. So again, this picture here, Saturday night, again, we'll have freezing rain and snow all across the Mid-Atlantic. By late Saturday night, we'll have a large area of light to moderate snowfall stretching from the St. Louis area back into Kansas City, Oklahoma, and Texas Panhandles, and a large area of freezing rain developing from West Texas back into southern Arkansas. I am very concerned for Saturday night into Sunday morning. That, in my opinion, is the most concerning time period for freezing rain. And in general, I'm very concerned about this winter storm producing very catastrophic icing, especially in parts of Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and maybe even a little sliver there of northeast Texas, because unfortunately all throughout the night on Saturday we are just going to have a train of light to moderate freezing rain, and this doesn't necessarily stack up as fast as like snow, for example, but it's just going to be one of those things that's just going to continue to pile up over time. And since we're going to have such a prolonged period of freezing rain, that could easily lead to over an inch of ice accumulation in some locations on Sunday, which again can cause catastrophic power outages. It can cause things like power outages for days, if not in some cases over a week, and it can easily cause trees to snap, branches to snap. It can cause tree damage, all that sort of stuff. So this is a very concerning setup that we have on our hands as we go into late Saturday and early Sunday. As we go into the overnight hours Saturday into early Sunday morning, notice how this winter storm is massive. This is what the European model's basically been showing for the last several days, is a 2,000-mile long stretch of snow, freezing rain, and sleet. That is stretching from Texas all the way back into the Mid-Atlantic. Look at all the snow that we're going to have here from New Jersey back into Texas. And this is, again, the fun part of the winter storm, is the snow. And I know a lot of you are excited for a winter storm because of the snow. Again, it's not exciting when it comes to the freezing rain. That's by far very, very dangerous, and that's why this is a very concerning winter storm. But for those on the northern side of this winter storm, you will be having the most fun, as there will actually be a pretty decent snow shot, and a widespread 1 foot plus of snow is going to be on the table from Oklahoma back into northeastern parts of the United States. Freezing rain will continue across parts of the Carolinas. We'll have freezing rain stretching from Kentucky back into Dallas-Fort Worth, back over near Nashville. There will likely be a brief transition into normal rain as we go into late Saturday into early Sunday. By the way, bottom right of your screen, we have a snow squall going through New York right now. That is a live camera right now, and that's not something we'll probably see much of with this winter storm, but just for reference, snow squalls are basically when we have very intense winds and snow happening at the same time. There's very little visibility right now in New York, so just figured I'd point that out. But let's get back to the forecast here. Again, freezing rain stretching from the Carolinas back into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Sunday morning is when we are expecting that freezing rain and sleet to transition into some snow across parts of Oklahoma and also parts of North Texas. So if you're in those areas, you want to get ready for some snow as we go into Sunday morning on top of all the ice that we are going to have. And so again, this entire corridor here, we are expecting at least a transition on Sunday morning for Dallas-Fort Worth, parts of the Red River, and then back over towards Wichita Falls, Oklahoma City, and also near Fort Smith in Arkansas. You guys are expecting at least some snowfall as we go into Sunday, and in just a few minutes, we're going to go in detail about exactly how much snow you are going to see. Riley has a quick update on the winter storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, obviously we've been talking about freezing rain, sleet, and snow, and I think there's a lot of people asking, how do we know who's going to see what, and where can we see those boundaries? So obviously we've been talking about it on the models. This is the same thing you were just looking at. We can see we have that swath of freezing rain, then that swath of sleet, and then snow. The main difference between what we're going to see and where is the temperature. So this is a picture of what the profile tends to look like for rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So the only reason we're seeing a change in this precipitation at all is because of the warm air intrusion into our cold air mass. So this is that boundary that we've been talking about where we're going to see different types of precipitation. It's all going to happen because of warm air intruding. Where there's cold air on top and all warm air beneath, that's where we're going to see almost completely rain. Where there's a little bit of cold air and we sort of have a warm air sandwich, that's where we're going to see freezing rain. Now, where there's almost all cold air, just a little bit of warm air making its way in, we're going to see sleet. And then, of course, where it's all cold air, we're going to see snow. So the reason that it's so hard to forecast is because there's just going to be that sort of 1,000 to 2,000 feet or less of that temperature inversion that's going to make the precipitation change. Now, if you want to see for yourself what it looks like in your area, you can go over to any weather model and go ahead and we're going to pull a sounding. So soundings, those are the same thing that you see us talking about during severe weather. Well, we can also use those for winter weather as well to try and figure out what type of precipitation we're going to see. So over here, we're going to go to the Oklahoma City area inside this freezing rain, and we're going to grab that sounding. Now, what we're looking at is this 0 degree temperature line that we have going diagonally right here. You can see that we have a little bit of a crossover on that temperature line, and this is that warm air coming in, leading to that melting snow, which will change precipitation from snow to freezing rain and or sleet. So that's something to look out for your specific area, and that's how we know what the precipitation will be.
Thank you, Riley, for the explanation. So again, that is one thing that I do want to stress here, and this is something that I want everybody to know about right now, because this is a very important detail with this winter storm. Obviously, this is a very large winter storm that we are talking about here across the United States, and it is obviously extremely hard to predict every single exact location of what you're going to see. And obviously, I'm going to do my best job here over this live stream to give you the best idea of what's going to happen, and that's why we're going over the timeline right now. But with that said, we can easily see a big change in our forecast when it comes to the temperatures. Even a 1 to 2 degree temperature difference in the low levels and even the mid levels with this weather event could be the difference between you seeing snow or ice accumulation. So it's very important to know here that obviously we're talking all about right now areas from Texas back into the mid-Atlantic. Even a 1 to 2 degree temperature difference can be the difference between you seeing a pretty significant ice storm or seeing a cold rain or even seeing significant snowfall. So I just want to point that out. All right, let's go back into the timing. Let's go more in detail about what we're expecting here as we go into Sunday. Sunday is expected to be honestly probably the biggest day, especially for those over here in the Ohio Valley and towards the East Coast. But as I was just talking about, we are going to see a transition into light to moderate snow back over towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Unfortunately for DFW, you guys are talking about a pretty significant ice storm in this area. This will be an ice storm that will probably not be forgotten for a long time if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're talking about a widespread 1/4 of an inch of ice in this region, which means if you're in DFW, if you're in Longview, if you're in Tyler, we're talking about the possibility of power outages for Saturday and Sunday. So if you're in North Texas, get prepared for the threat of power outages. The best thing that everybody can do in this live stream right now is have a plan if you were to lose power. Just go through the scenario. If I lose power, what do I do? You should have a plan ready to go, because areas from DFW all the way back into Kentucky and the Carolinas, you could lose power on Saturday or Sunday. And I'm going to show you in a few minutes the power outage likelihood map. We actually made a graphic to show you who has the highest chance of seeing power outages and who has a possibility at least of seeing power outages. And that will hopefully clear up, if you think you might lose power. I'm going to try to give you an idea if you have that possibility. So we'll talk more about that in a second. If you have a wet napkin power grid, then you might be chalked anyways. But areas in the region of where we're going to see significant icing and as well as significant snow, we'll talk more about the power outages in a second. Sunday, right around 9 o'clock. If you're back over in North Texas, most of the snow and freezing rain will wind down. We should still have some leftover snowfall, though, on the backside of the storm system. That could create some light snow showers. Wouldn't even rule out a quick snow squall. And then back across the Midwest, including Chicago, Detroit, if you're back over in Indianapolis or Columbus, you guys are going to see snow out of this event, and it actually could be pretty significant across this region. If you're back over in Missouri for St. Louis, Kansas City, we are talking about pretty significant snowfall in this region as well. We're going to be talking about, again, a possibility of a widespread 6 to 12 inches with easily a widespread 12 to 18 inches here from Oklahoma City back into the northeast. Freezing rain is going to continue to stay very heavy across western North Carolina near Charlotte, back into upstate South Carolina and Virginia. That does include the Richmond area. If you're in Atlanta, Georgia, this is one of those areas that is on the cusp of seeing a pretty significant icing event. Right now, the latest model guidance is starting to shift just the slightest bit to the south again, which means there is definitely a possibility if you're in Atlanta that we could end up seeing ice. I don't think we're going to see a full-blown ice storm in Atlanta, but I do think at least icing is on the table, which could lead to at least some power outage potential and definitely travel impacts. So if you're in Atlanta, I would still be preparing for the threat of ice. Freezing rain will continue from West Virginia back into northeast Texas. If you're in Little Rock, if you're back over in Memphis, those areas, you are going to be getting hammered by heavy freezing rain during the morning on Sunday. And this is a region that we will likely see ice storm warnings issued for. I would not be shocked if Memphis was included in an ice storm warning. That is a region that we could easily see over half of an inch, maybe even over an inch of ice accumulation, which can cause very significant problems. And we'll talk more about what those problems actually entail here in just a few moments. If you're in Shreveport, that is also an area that'll have freezing rain that'll be pretty heavy during Sunday morning. We'll have a large swath of snow still from Missouri back into Ohio at the same exact time. By lunchtime on Sunday, we will continue to have a very large area of moderate to heavy snow stretching from Missouri back into Long Island. I've already alluded to this, but if you are in this blue zone here, the snow is actually going to be pretty heavy. We are talking about the threat of upwards of 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour. So if you are in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, back again into New Jersey and as well as Long Island, we actually will have the threat here of a widespread 6 to 12 inches of snow out of this winter storm. And in a few moments, I'll show you the map, our latest graphic, our latest forecast for how much snow you can actually expect. It's actually pretty significant. I mean, we're talking about some of the highest numbers that we've seen in quite a bit for a lot of these spots. By Sunday afternoon, freezing rain will begin to wind down in Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. These areas, again, are going to get hammered by significant freezing rain, and a big ice event is going to be happening there. If you're across Kentucky, we'll have some freezing rain. There could be a little warm slot that comes out of the south that drives back up into parts of eastern Tennessee and eastern Kentucky, and that actually could lead to a cold rain. I don't want you to get really too tripped up with this, though, because even if you do transition to cold rain in these areas Sunday afternoon, that rain will refreeze into some black ice or at least a light glazing of ice on Sunday. So just a heads up, if you're back over in the higher elevations or anywhere really there in eastern Tennessee, even Nashville, you might, be above freezing for a little brief amount of time. But once this Arctic cold front moves through, it is going to go right back to being below freezing, and that could cause a flash freeze. By Sunday night, we'll have a large swath of snow in New England. This will probably end up being one of the most significant winter storms that we've had in New England in years. We're talking about the possibility of 12 to 24 inches of snow in southern New England out of this winter system. So snow should begin sometime during the middle of the day on Sunday, and it will continue into Sunday night. Snowfall rates as high as 3 inches per hour will be on the table. And then across areas here in West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, this is an area that we're expecting widespread freezing rain still Sunday night, likely going to be picking up right around half an inch to an inch of ice accumulation. Isolated severe weather can't be ruled out in Florida, Georgia, and southeastern Alabama as we go into Sunday night as well. Maybe an isolated tornado risk. And then once we go into Monday, that snow is going to continue there across the Northeast. And as the European model hints here, we're going to continue to see snow all across New England as we go into Monday morning, and it will probably not wind down until at least Monday afternoon. So this is going to be a very significant snow event back over in New England, where, again, we could be talking about one of the most significant winter storms that we've seen in years for parts of New England. All right, now a lot of people are asking in the chat, what are we seeing in terms of snowfall? What is the, how much snow am I going to see in my backyard? How much snow can I expect to measure? And how much, is my snow shovel going to go into retirement after this? I mean, that's possible for some of you. If you're over in Texas, if you're in Tennessee, you might not even know what a snow shovel is. This doesn't happen too often where we actually have measurable snowfall like this. But here's a probability map of seeing at least 1 inch of snowfall. So this is the probabilities. If you are in the dark red, you have basically a 100% chance of seeing snow. So congratulations, you're going to see snow from New England back into Texas. This is the probability of seeing greater than 6 inches of snowfall, which the odds are extremely high for Oklahoma City. If you're in Tulsa, if you're over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, you are almost undoubtedly going to see 6 inches of snow. If you are in Springfield, Joplin, if you're over just south of St. Louis, you are almost undoubtedly seeing 6 inches of snowfall out of this event. And then back towards Columbus and then going into southern New England, even towards New York City and Long Island, there's basically a 100% chance of seeing snowfall from this event. And then if we go over to the probabilities of seeing greater than 12 inches of snow, I honestly think these probabilities are too low, and I also think this should be a larger area, but it at least gives you an idea that this right here is a corridor that we could easily see over a foot of snow when this is all said and done. So your snow shovel could consider a career change after this snow event is all said and done. Now let's go into the snowfall accumulation, and I have a couple of different things I want to show you here. We have a map that we've created. This is not the map that we've created. This is just a model output, but I'm going to show you the map we created in a second, my actual forecast. I do want to go through the National Weather Service blend of models though first, because this is one of the better tools that we can use to basically show you how much snow is going to fall. This is kind of an average of everything kind of combined together. And so I'm going to start with this, and then I'm going to show you my actual forecast. So just stay tuned for that. That'll come out in like 2 seconds. But for right now, this is what the map looks like. So we are expecting a widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow pretty much anywhere in the pink and purple. So if you're in Springfield, you're probably going to be right around 10 inches of snow. If you're in Kansas City, 6 to 7 inches of snow. If you're in Tulsa, right around 10 to 12 inches of snow, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few of these areas here back over near Tulsa and Enid see as much as 15 to 18 inches of snow. That is entirely possible. If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, you're going to get a little womp over there, because I mean, if you're looking for snow, this ain't happening. All right, we're not seeing a winter storm here. You'll see a little bit of snow on Sunday, but we're not talking about a major winter storm here. We're talking maybe 1 to 2 inches, if that. That pretty much goes for all of North Texas. I highly doubt we're going to see snow any farther south than Waco. So if you're down here near Waco or further south, you're going to basically only see sleet or freezing rain or just cold rain. Nothing else. I don't really expect snow down there. If you're back over in Nebraska near Omaha, maybe 4 to 5 inches. If you are in far western Oklahoma, we're still expecting right around 6 to 10 inches. Amarillo probably gonna be right around 6 or 7 inches, and then also the Lubbock area gonna be probably right around 3 to 4 inches of snow. Now, if we go further to the east, this is where things get fun for some of you. It depends on what you think about snow. If you think snow is fun, this is going to be fun, because we're talking about over 18 inches of snow. If you don't like snow, you might not want to hear from me again, because we're talking about one of the biggest winter storms that we've seen in a long time for these areas. A widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow is basically likely at this point. That does stretch across areas like northern Kentucky, like Louisville. I think Louisville will be right around 10 to 12 inches of snow. If you are in Cincinnati, we're probably talking right around 8 to 12 inches as well. If you are in Columbus, things have uptrended a lot for Ohio overnight. I mean, Columbus last night, I was saying maybe 4 to 8 inches of snow. We're now looking at the 8 to 12 range at the minimum. It could even be a little bit higher than that. If you're in Cleveland, 8 to 10 inches. And then back over here in areas like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, this is where it really gets crazy. When we go into Friday night, or not Friday night, Saturday night into Sunday, we could be talking about a widespread 12 to 18 inches of snow, and there could even be some isolated locations over 18 inches. I mean, we could literally have maybe 24 inches in an isolated location back over in Pennsylvania. If you're over in Richmond, if you're in Virginia Beach, I've had a lot of questions. I've had a few people super chat about this too. If you're in the Virginia Beach area, if you are in Richmond, it's mostly going to be ice. I do not think that's going to change much. I think if you see snow, it's going to be pretty minimal, maybe a couple of inches. We're not talking about a major winter storm. Nashville is an area that I know a lot of people have been asking about. I know Memphis is another area. Memphis is mostly going to be ice, but I do think on the backside of the storm system on Sunday, you will probably pick up at least 2 to 3 inches of snow. If you're in Nashville, I also think we'll probably see around 1 to 3 inches of snow during the daytime on Saturday. That is before lunchtime. And then after lunchtime, it should almost all be sleet and as well as freezing rain. And then if you go back into southern New England in areas like Boston, Cape Cod, Connecticut, the local news stations are even saying we could see a widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow. I think that's very, very likely at this point. I think we're going to see a widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow here in southern New England. So right after the Patriots win on Sunday, they're going to be flying back to a very snowy New England. I'm a Patriots fan, by the way. But if you're back over in New England, very significant snow is expected. All right. Before I go into the ice accumulation, that is a big topic of discussion as well. I do want to show you my own snowfall map. All right. And we're going to go into the graphics here, my actual graphics. This is our snowfall map. All right. I know a lot of people are going to leave right after seeing this. This is not actually my snowfall map. We're expecting at least 0 to 30 inches of snow. All right. I think I might be one of the most accurate meteorologists out there. All right, so we got a good forecast here. Make sure to screenshot this, share this with your friends and family. Make sure that they're aware we got a big time snowstorm coming. All right, this is the actual map of snowfall here across the United States. So we've kind of summed everything up. All right, take a screenshot of this for sure. If you are in St. Louis, I think we're going to see 8 to 12 inches. If you are in Tulsa, 12 to 18 inches. Enid, probably going to see right around 12 to 18 inches of snow. Oklahoma City, 8 to 12. Fort Smith, 8 to 12 as well. Des Moines, Chicago, maybe 1 to 4. We're not talking about significant snow there. Back over Dallas-Fort Worth, Little Rock. We're going to be right in that 1 to 4 range. Little Rock could be closer to 4 to 5 inches of snow. I do think Little Rock could overperform, by the way, on snowfall. It's going to be a very close call. Again, it's going to come down to literally 1 or 2 degrees of temperature for you to see either 5 inches or 6 inches of snow, or only 2 or 3. So it's a very small difference there, but I do think right around 4 to 5 inches is what we can expect there. Nashville, Tennessee, I think this might be a little generous, but we'll probably see right around the 1 to 4 inch range. I don't think we're going to see much more than 4. And then Clarksville, 4 to 8 in Tennessee. If you're in Memphis, 1 to 4. Again, the biggest concern if you're in that purple area will be the ice. It's not going to be the snow. And then anywhere in that white, that is a large area. We are talking about Evansville, Indiana. We're talking about Cincinnati. We are talking almost near Columbus, almost all of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Long Island, southern New England. All of you guys have uptrended over the last 24 hours in terms of snowfall accumulation. We are now talking about the possibility of over 12 to 18 inches of snowfall. And I know the range is obviously very large here. There will likely be locations in this region specifically. I'm talking in this white circle. I'm not talking about this one really. I'm talking about this one over here. I do think there will be some isolated locations that pick up as much as 24 inches of snow. I can't highlight a corridor right now because I'm not confident enough in any specific corridor seeing over 18 inches right now, but 18 plus inches is definitely on the table. I would add a plus sign almost to the end of this because I do truly think that is on the table. If I were to pick a region right now, I'd probably go southeast Pennsylvania, maybe southern Pennsylvania, so Philadelphia. It's non-possible. But again, this is going to be one of the biggest winter storms that we've seen in a while. What's crazy, and this is, I want to figure out the actual data on this, but back every 10 years in New York City, every 10 years, back in, I think, 1986, 1996, 2006, 2016, and now 2026, we've had over 20 inches of snowfall at some point in January every single one of those years. So don't rule out over 18 inches of snow in New York City either. It could be a really crazy winter storm there. And here's a map also to kind of give you an idea of where ice storm conditions are expected, ice accumulations, and also the heavy snow risk. So this is just kind of a more generalized map graphic here, but again, we are talking about a pretty significant winter storm, and it's definitely something, if you love snow, to get excited about off to the north. If you're down in this pink region, it's not as exciting. I mean, again, we're talking about the threat of power outages. We're talking about the threat of travel issues for days. Again, a lot of these areas are not going to go above freezing after tonight and tomorrow. So any ice that accumulates could be there all the way through Monday and Tuesday. So that is definitely a very concerning thing that we're going to be talking about there. All right, we're going to talk more about the snow. We'll go more in detail about locations as well. And again, I'm going to answer all your questions in the stream. Hold your questions here for at least a few more minutes, and we'll kind of get to those. But I do want to talk more about our ice accumulation. All right. This is one of the more concerning things. Some of your power lines are probably already writing their goodbyes back over in southern Arkansas and northwestern Mississippi, because we are talking about the threat here of over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. And so this is the European model. This is the most recent run showing a very significant amount of ice accumulation back over in parts of southern Arkansas and northwestern Mississippi. The numbers that you see on your screen, you need to do a little bit of math. You have to go back to, like, I don't know what grade you learned multiplication in, but you basically have to multiply this by 0.75 to actually get the ice accumulation number that's expected in these areas. So if you're over in Dallas, we're probably going to see right around about 1/2 inch of ice. So if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice is on the table. Wichita Falls probably going to be right around 1/4 inch of ice. If you are just south of Little Rock, this part of Arkansas is almost undoubtedly going to be dealing with a pretty significant ice storm. We're talking about possibly 1 inch of ice accumulation in some locations. Northwestern Mississippi, same thing. We're talking about over 1 inch of ice accumulation possible in some locations. Shreveport could actually see over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. And this isn't the kind of ice storm that just produces ice and, you know, it's just kind of making travel impacts. That's not exactly what this is. Again, we're talking about the threat of widespread power outages. We're also talking about the risk of infrastructure damage that could last days. And in some of these areas, especially where the hardest hit areas are, where that get over like 1/2 inch of ice, Some of those places could have trees that are snapped for miles. It almost might look like a tornado went through after Sunday and Monday when it comes to the tree damage that we're going to see. And again, there are going to be tree branches snapped all across the board from Texas back into northern Mississippi. So very dangerous stuff there. And then this right here is the southeast and back into the mid-Atlantic. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see the entire map here. But basically, we're talking about the most significant ice being around and just west of Nashville near Bellevue, back towards Memphis, and then also across northern Mississippi, just outside of Tupelo, and then Monroe, and just south of Cape Girardeau, you guys are going to be talking about some ice accumulation. Again, it's going to be the most significant, though, right in this corridor here. It's a very thin area, but that's where the most significant ice is on the table. That is where we have ice storm warnings in effect. Cold air damage is going to make this pretty significant back over in the mid-Atlantic. We're talking about a widespread quarter to half an inch of ice. Some areas could actually see more. And then Long Island, New Jersey, we are talking about at least a glazing of ice, maybe up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice. It should not be an ice storm if you are in Long Island or New Jersey. There will be ice, but it's not going to be an ice storm. Maryland, an ice storm can't be ruled out, but I think it's going to be mostly a snow event. I think most areas there will probably see under a 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. So the next question that many of you are probably wondering is, am I going to see power outages? All right. I have to zoom this out just a little bit here. But here's our this is our power outage map. All right, so this kind of gives you an idea of who's going to see power outages, who's the most likely to see it. This is a brand new graphic, by the way. We've not shown this at all yet. You've probably not even seen this on social media. We haven't posted this at all yet, but this is basically our first forecast for widespread power outages here across the United States. So if you're in the yellow, this is where some power outages are possible. So that includes areas in West Texas. It goes into Oklahoma City. It includes Tulsa. And then it goes over towards Evansville and Cincinnati. All right, so there will be some. And when I say some, I'm thinking isolated. I'm not talking about widespread by any means. This is probably isolated power outages. That would, again, include anywhere in the yellow. Same thing with Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Again, a lot of these areas should be okay, but it's definitely good to plan for possible power outages. I also want to point out that even if you're in the yellow, or even if you're not in the yellow, there could be some power outages further north because of how much snow is going to fall. And if any of that snow were to stick to power lines, which it shouldn't, but if it were to for some reason, then that could cause problems. But I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of accumulation of power lines with snow, since it's just going to be so fluffy for the most part. So further north, definitely still be ready for power outages, but it should be pretty isolated. If you're in the orange region, that's the mid-Atlantic. That's back over in North Texas, back over in Wichita Falls, Childress, San Antonio, Waco, those sorts of areas. And then back over here towards Little Rock, just outside of Little Rock to the north in Jonesboro. That is where we're expecting some scattered to numerous power outages. So anywhere in the orange. All right, so this is an area that you should have a plan ready to go for sure. Make sure that if you have a generator, have that ready to go. You might want to test it tonight just in case it works, just to make sure it works. Have flashlights. Candles, not a bad idea. If you have some candles laying around that you've had in your closet for 7 years, I mean, maybe bring those out. That might help, at that point. Also, if you have emergency kits, like first aid kits, if you have anything like that, have those on a countertop. Have it somewhere that's in a common place. Do not have everything that you need for a power outage in the back of your closet, because it's just not a good thing. I mean, if your phone dies for some reason before your power goes out and you have no source of light and it's 12 o'clock at night, you do not want to be that person that's trying to find where all these things are. So definitely make sure that you're ready for that. And then also, if you have a lot of blankets, have those ready to go, especially if you're going to be sleeping with power outages. You definitely want your blankets ready to go. Many of you, I mean, I'm one of those people. I'm guilty of this, but I have like 20 blankets in a closet, all right, that I've stacked up over my 22 years of living. So yeah, have your blankets ready to go. If you're in the red area, this is where we're expecting widespread power outages. At this point, just around and outside of Nashville, Dallas, Fort Worth, northern Mississippi, just south and around Little Rock, Memphis, and Longview, Texas. These are areas where widespread power outages are likely. This does not mean 100% of you will see power outages, but it means that a majority of you will likely see power outages from this winter storm. And obviously, this is a forecast that you might think is a little bit aggressive. I don't think it's actually that aggressive. I honestly think this might be a little conservative for some of these areas for the widespreadness of the power outages, but this is the corridor where you should be the most prepared at this point. You should have everything ready to go tonight. You're not going to lose power tomorrow night. There's just not going to be any ice accumulation really by then. It will be very minimal, if that. But by Saturday and Sunday, we're just going to see freezing rain on top of freezing rain, and power outages are going to become a lot more common and frequent by the time we go into Sunday. And the same thing, just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm not including Atlanta in this, but if you're east of Atlanta, back over in the higher elevations, if you're in upstate South Carolina, North Carolina, Southwest Virginia, and extreme eastern Tennessee, there's also a threat of widespread power outages. The National Weather Service in North Carolina, I don't remember what office it is, but there was an office in North Carolina that put out a statement that we could see power outages last days, and in some cases, even over a week, back over here in North Carolina. You need to be preparing for that as if it's going to happen. It's not guaranteed to happen, but you want to be ready. Again, that's like the biggest thing I'm trying to get across to everybody here. You need to be ready. All right, just be ready for the worst impacts out of this winter storm. Hopefully things are not as bad as what we're looking at right now, but I think they're probably going to be pretty bad. There has not been a whole lot of change. Take a screenshot of this graphic. If you didn't see this graphic yesterday, take a screenshot of it, because this is pretty important. Go over all these things that are on your screen right now. These are all things that you can do to prepare for this winter storm. A few days beforehand, you want to check smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, which should already have happened by now. Gather emergency resources. We just talked about that. And if you've not already, go to the gas station, top off your fuel in the car just in case. Again, there's no ice out there right now. It'll become more of a problem tomorrow for a lot of these areas. And then the day before, which for many of you in the Southern Plains, that is today, you should bring plants and pets indoors, protect pipes, adjust your plans. I would not be traveling, but again, that's me. I do want to remind you, if you are traveling at all this weekend, it is completely up to you. It is your risk tolerance. That is up to you. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. We will be live probably for over 50 hours this weekend covering this winter storm. We're one way, I guess, to give you alerts for sure. I mean, we have alerts popping up all the time. There's alerts on the bottom of your screen all the time as well. This is a great resource. Make sure that you're subscribed to our channel. We will be live throughout this entire event with live storm chasers, by the way, in the field. So make sure that you are, you're subscribed to the channel. Also on top of that, if you have a weather radio, it's probably a good idea to bring that back out, and then have your phones charged, ready to go. Have everything charged. During and after the event, this is kind of when we go into tomorrow and Saturday, but check on your neighbors, friends, and loved ones, especially the elderly, and make sure that they're doing okay. If you see a pet running outside for some reason that's out there in the snow and ice and that shouldn't be there, try to get it, because there will be probably pets that, there's going to be pets probably running around going crazy outside that, might be strays. If you can bring in a pet, that's definitely something that you should do, because there will be a lot of cold pets. Another thing you should be doing, by the way, is have all your pets indoors. I said that in the day before, but you should definitely have that ready to go as well. Properly ventilate emergency heat sources, and then use extra caution when driving. Drip faucets as well. A lot of areas in the South are going to be dealing with significant cold. So if you're back over in Texas, if you're back over in Arkansas, just be ready for the threat of a very cold air as we go into Sunday and Monday. We have extreme cold warnings that go into Texas now and Oklahoma. We're talking about temperatures under 0 degrees as we go into Sunday and Monday. This right here is the winter storm severity index, and I'm going to talk more about this in detail in a minute. I do want to outline, though, that we now have extreme impacts expected in this very thin part of Mississippi and extreme northwestern Alabama. So that includes Florence. It includes parts of northern Mississippi as well. That is where extreme substantial disruptions to daily life are expected. Travel is not advised, as well as widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. Life-saving actions need to be taken, basically, in this area. That is according to the Weather Prediction Center here. And then across anywhere in the red color, it's kind of like an orange, but this entire region here is in a major impact region, which basically means major impacts are expected. Expect considerable disruptions to daily life. So that goes anywhere from basically Dallas-Fort Worth into Oklahoma City, Arkansas, and then back over towards Maryland and Virginia. And then anywhere in the other color here, that's kind of more of an orange. That's where moderate impacts are expected. And the yellow is more of a minor impact region. This only includes, by the way, Friday and Saturday. So this only includes the next 2 days, basically. This does not include Sunday. On Sunday, if you're back over in New England, if you're back over in the Northeast, you will see yourself in a much brighter shade. And when we go live tomorrow, when we're doing videos tomorrow, we'll make sure to outline that to you. Another big risk is obviously how cold it's going to get. We have extreme cold warnings in effect for the Midwest, the Southern Plains, and the Northeast, anywhere in the dark blue. This is where temperatures will likely drop under 0 degrees. Very concerning stuff here. This is something that's not being talked about enough, in my opinion, when it comes to this winter storm. Obviously, there's a lot of talk right now about the snow, the ice, all that stuff. But one of the things that's not being talked about quite nearly enough is the cold air that's going to come from this. We are talking about the risk of extreme cold. It could actually make trees explode in the upper Midwest and the northern plains. That is how cold it's going to get. We have this large Arctic blast that is currently winding up across the northern plains. This is going to dive to the south as we go into Friday and Saturday and even into Sunday. And it's going to get very cold across the Midwest and the Great Plains. Temperatures will be as low as 0 degrees or even lower in some of these areas. Temperatures could actually be as low as 30 to 35 degrees below zero in Minnesota and Wisconsin, which is extremely cold. And it's life-threatening. Wind chills could also be as low as 60 degrees below zero. So these are the temperatures that are currently being forecasted as we go into tomorrow morning. This is the beginning of the extreme cold. If you're in the northern plains in the Midwest, get ready for temperatures as low as 30 to 35 degrees below zero. The temperature line, the freezing line, is not going to make it down to Texas really unless you're in the Panhandle tomorrow morning, but it will on Saturday. So look how cold it's going to get by Saturday morning. This is brutal. We're talking about brutal cold in the Midwest, including Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. And even back into the Northeast, the freezing line will be across Dallas-Fort Worth, Huntsville, Florence, Alabama, back towards Atlanta. Sunday morning will be even colder for many of these areas. Single digits, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, back into St. Louis, Indianapolis, and also towards Columbus, right around 10 to 15 degrees. By Monday morning is going to be the coldest morning for most of you. We will have areas in Oklahoma as low as 5 to 10 degrees below zero. This is not nearly as bad as the 2021 winter storm for some of these areas when it comes to the temperatures, because they're not nearly as long lasting, but there will be some similarities here between that and the 2021 storm, especially for those down there in Oklahoma and Arkansas. I mean, we're talking about extremely cold air here. This is going to be the type of cold that can make frostbite happen within 5, 10, 15 minutes to any exposed skin. So please make sure if you're in these areas that you're ready for the cold. This is pipe bursting cold. You know, make sure that your pipes are ready to go, and make sure those little spigots outside are also covered over. By Monday night into early Tuesday, it is going to be still very cold across the mid-Atlantic. And something that I'm not going to talk about a whole lot right now, but something I want to mention is that by the middle and end of next week, we are expecting another Arctic blast across the Ohio Valley and the East Coast. And something crazy that could happen. Let me go to a computer model here real quick, and I'm going to go back to the temperature stuff. But if we go into the end of next week, models have been hinting at another southern winter weather event. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. It's way too early to talk about it, to be honest, but I'm just mentioning it because, I mean, it's going to be like this for a while. We're talking about really cold air that could actually lead to more snow and ice across the southern tier of the United States. This is pictured here around Friday of next week. So it's still around 7 to 8 days out. Things are going to change, but it's very likely we are not done with this pattern because of the fact these temperatures are going to be sticking around for such a long period of time. This is all the way through Thursday and Friday of next week. I mean, this is just unbelievable. We're talking about extremely cold air still in the Ohio Valley, across the Midwest, and even back into the Northeast. So buckle up. This active weather stretch is really not going anywhere. Also, these are the wind chills. These are your feel-like temperatures as we go into Saturday morning. Northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, as low as 50 degrees below zero. Extremely cold. Sunday morning could even be crazier. If you're over near Fargo, North Dakota, we could be as low as 60 degrees. Look at that right there. About 60 degrees below zero for a wind chill. Back over into North Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth, you will feel like 0 degrees Sunday morning. If you get any snow, you might not want to go play with it because of how cold it's going to be. By Monday morning, we will have a widespread part of the United States as low as 20 to 35 degrees below zero for feel-like temperatures. And then eventually, as we go into Tuesday and Wednesday, that cold is just going to continue here across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. So we are talking about extremely cold air. And for some of you that are not used to it, or even if you're used to winter storms, this might be a kind of a thing for everybody. But the liquor demand is very high right now because of everything that's going to be going on. Your phone, this is like the kind of storm that will make your phone be charging like all the time. Like, we're talking about something that's just unbelievable in terms of history. Like, this is going to be a historic winter storm for so many reasons, for snow and ice and also the cold air. And so obviously be prepared. One of the ways that I know many of you are preparing on my channel, I've seen a lot of you guys sending photos to us, is that you're preparing with lots of liquor. So, I mean, if you're over here in the Ohio Valley, if you're back over in the Southern Plains, I don't think they're going to run out of alcohol at your local store, but this is your last chance to get it if you want something to, I mean, maybe keep you sane during this winter storm. So just get ready. Again, this is going to be a very, very long stretch here over the next several days with this winter storm. By the way, I do want to mention, if you want to submit us photos and videos, please go over to our second to top link in the description below. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Send us photos and videos of how you're preparing. I'd love to see those on the stream. Also, go over to this website and go to location report. Put your location on the map here. Just click where you're at. And we are going to use the heat map to kind of go over more of the cities that you guys want more information about. So we're going to talk a lot more detail about who's going to see how much snow I'm forecasting for your area, how much ice we're expecting, all that stuff. So go over to this website. It's the second top link in the description, reports.maxvelocitywx.com, and click your area. And also put in a photo and video if you have anything like that. So, yeah. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to add on quick. A lot of people were asking about forecast confidence and how that has sort of changed over the last 24 hours. So yesterday we had all winter storm watches except for right at the end of the stream, and we weren't really talking about winter storm warnings. Taking a look at the last few model runs, we have them compiled here into a list. We can sort of see that the areas where we're expecting to see snow has sort of locked in. It's all happening across the same corridor, and that's why we have winter storm warnings, and that's why we're so keen on the wording about what we're talking about. We're more so talking about totals now and not where it's going to happen. For the most part, we know it's going to be this area here. Now, the area that we have a little bit less confidence is if you look down here on that line on the southern side of snow, you can see that there is a little bit of change through the last model runs about sort of how much snow is going to occur there along that line. And that's because this is where we're going to start to get into freezing rain. And if we go and look at those totals for freezing rain, we can see that these are still a little bit up in the air. These are moving around a lot. Freezing rain is one of the hardest things to forecast in all of weather. It really comes down to the very, very hyper specifics of where you are and the temperatures above you. That's why we only have a couple of ice storm warnings out right now. I do expect that tomorrow at some point along that southern portion of winter storm warnings, we will see these get changed over to ice storm warnings for at least some parts of this area. I don't know exactly where that's going to be, but if you're on that southern line of the winter storm warnings, know that that's a possibility for you. And we're talking about as much as 1 inch of freezing rain, maybe up to 1.25 inches of freezing rain. And each inch of freezing rain, that weighs a lot. We talked about it earlier. There's a lot of weight that's going to be on these trees. Let me find the exact statistics here.
I'll let you do that. I'll let you come back on in a second. But yeah, ice is a big problem, obviously. We've talked a lot about it. And I made this analogy earlier, and this is like an actual analogy for those that don't like the metric system here in the United States. One of the ways that has been this is one of the most interesting ways I've ever seen something measured. But if you get 1/2 inch of ice accumulation, I believe that translates to over 100 golden retrievers basically weighing down a tree. So that's a very interesting analogy. I mean, I saw that somewhere on social media, and it's actually true, by the way. But yeah, I do want to show you this, by the way, for those that are over in Georgia that might be wanting to go shopping. This was Adeline Spears back over in Athens, Georgia. Bread and water are flying off the shelves. And I know a lot of you guys are probably sending us photos like this right now, but if you need bread, milk, people are hoarding them. I mean, this is your time to get it. It's a milk and bread emergency right now. We might need to make a graphic for that. But there's basically a bread and milk emergency that's currently happening right now across Georgia and many other states. Alcohol might be the only thing left over here in a couple days. Toilet paper is also going. Apparently toilet paper's flying off the shelves. I have a lot of you guys sending in photos, so once we kind of get to those, I'll definitely show you guys. But yeah, I would fully expect that. I mean, this is one of the photos that one of you guys just sent in, and again, you can send us stuff in with the second to top link in the description below. Let's go to this button. I think that's the right button. This was sent in from Allison back over in Steubenville, Ohio. Look at all the bread that is gone and off the shelves. A lot of bread that is completely off the shelves here. So there's a lot of bread missing. Look at this. Where is this? This is over in Black Mountain, North Carolina. Sold out of everything but NASCAR, diecast at Asheville, and Walmart. Even the heaters and grills had to wait 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, like, there's like no grills or anything here. No bread. I mean, that's just insane. So again, that's a big problem that we are seeing right now across the United States. And that's one of the reasons why I'm telling you guys, if you are anywhere currently in the Southern Plains or the Southeast, if you need to get food, I mean, there should be plenty of food for you still there, but obviously bread and milk are the very high demand items, which I'm kind of surprised by, to be honest. I mean, I think there's other things that are probably that should be higher demand, but those are two of the things that a lot of people want. One of the things, by the way, if you're going to a supermarket, I mean, I've seen a lot of bread gone, but a lot of these places at least still have hamburger buns. So if you want to make sandwiches or cold cuts with those, if you lose power, I mean, that's definitely an option that is on the table for you. So thank you, Many Adventures, for the $20 super chat, saying some of our local meteorologists are saying Austin, Texas will get hit harder with ice and earlier than what you're saying. What are the chances that they are right? Well, let's check it out. So let's go over to Austin, Texas. We'll just kind of look at the entire map here, but I want to specifically go over to Austin. So this right here is what we're looking at here near Austin, Texas, during the late time. This is basically all of Texas, but basically right around the late day on Saturday and into early Sunday. I'm not expecting any freezing rain most of Saturday in Austin. I think if you see any freezing rain, it would be Sunday. So you can see these small little bands of freezing rain during the late day on Saturday into very early Sunday morning. I don't know how much they're forecasting there, but I am probably expecting in that area around 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. You can see by around Sunday morning, it gets a little bit more significant back over near Austin and San Antonio. And we could actually see some pretty heavy bands of freezing rain there. But I think it'll be mostly Sunday. It's only going to last 6 to 12 hours. But even then, I mean, that's still a long time. Riley has a little update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, two updates. First off, we found those specifics on how much this ice weighs. So we've been talking about around 1 inch of freezing rain in a lot of different parts. I know we compared that to golden retrievers, but if you're looking for that in actual weight quantities, each inch of rain will weigh 5 pounds per square foot. So to put this into context, that is thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of ice on tree branches. And where we do have power lines, we're going to see up to 500 pounds of extra weight on the power lines, sort of on those stretches between the poles. That right there is going to be 500 pounds of extra weight. And that's why we're expecting to see so many power outages. We were talking about those earlier, and people were saying, hey, this map might be a little overdone. Ice is one of the leading causes of power outages in winter weather, and it's because it weighs so much and it sticks around for a very long time. We were just talking about all of these cold blasts that are going to be coming behind this storm, and this is going to mean that this ice is going to stick around on the infrastructure that it accumulates on. And that's part of the reason that we're seeing a lot of state of emergencies be declared as well. Some of the key states that have declared state of emergencies are North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia. We have 19 counties in Alabama that have declared a state of emergency, and Texas as well. Texas is going to be one of the most prepared states when it comes to what all they're activating. They've already activated state emergency resources for 15 state departments. He already says, or Abbott's been telling the residences that they need to be prepared well over the last few days. So a lot of people there have already been taking actions. Texas DOT has pre-treated roads throughout the last week. They have a lot of snow plows prepared in the northern portion of the state. A lot is in Texas terms. Unfortunately, it's not in Midwestern terms. I believe I saw they have 10 snow plows stationed for the Texas DOT. So that is a lot in Texas. And believe it or not, one of the things that the Houston mayor said earlier was they have a total of 0 snow plows ready in Houston. So they're doing what they can. They've activated what they can. There's a lot of emergency declarations, but they're basically all locked in terms of what they are going to be able to do before the storm. Everything's been declared, and ERCOT as well has come out and said that the power grid should be prepared for this winter storm.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that is in air quotes for a reason. I mean, ERCOT is unfortunately, back in 2021, the entire grid basically failed back when that event happened back in 2021. Again, this event is not exactly 2021 for Texas. I think the bigger problem at this point is not necessarily the temperatures. It's actually going to be the freezing rain. Again, this is going to be a pretty significant ice storm here in Texas. And so we are going to have ice pretty much anywhere in this corridor. And though that entire area is not going to see power outages, this is the area that if you lose power, it's more likely than not because of the ice. It's not necessarily because the power grid can't hold up. It's usually not that reason. It's just because power lines get weighed down so easily by ice accumulation. So Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, if you're over in Texarkana, you need to be ready for an ice storm. Somebody just said, what about school in the chat? I know some of you might be tuning in that go to schools. Tomorrow, I don't expect many school cancellations. However, let me get some of the latest data here. We do have some school closures that have happened. Over in Oklahoma, many school systems in Oklahoma are swapping to remote learning tomorrow. And tomorrow, this is what it's going to look like by 6 o'clock tomorrow. I mean, we're talking about a large area of freezing rain, so that makes sense. But they're switching over to remote learning, and they're closed for tomorrow. That is what we're looking at for tomorrow in Oklahoma. That might even include Texas Panhandle. Several schools in Northwest Texas, which is the Amarillo area, are also swapping to remote learning and are also closed on Friday, one of the two. Several schools in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin are closed due to extreme wind chills on Friday. North Central United States right now actually has the most school closures out of anywhere. That's because of how cold it is going to get tomorrow. Again, we are talking about temperatures and wind chills. Let me go to the wind chills. Temperatures and wind chills are not even that different at this point. But tomorrow morning, this is what it's going to look like here in the northern United States. Widespread 40 to 50 degrees below zero for wind chills. Not too often do you see that type of cold. And we are now have a lot of school closures up there. So very large area. Monday, Tuesday of next week, we will probably still have school closures in the South because of the ice. So if you see ice accumulation on this weekend, and especially if you lose power, if you have the ice storm, you might be without school for a few days, maybe even upwards of a week if there's a major power failure because of all the ice that's going to happen. But the temperatures by Monday afternoon for most of areas like Tennessee, Dallas-Fort Worth, northern Mississippi, even towards Memphis, that ice is not going to melt on Monday. It might not melt until Tuesday. Tuesday might not even melt either. I mean, by Tuesday afternoon, the European model right now is showing areas like Nashville and Memphis still below freezing on Tuesday, which means any ice that is on the ground might not even melt. So you need to be ready again for multi-day power outages and also multiple days without even being able to travel. Obviously, you can, it's up to you if you want to travel on ice, but most of you definitely probably don't want to. But that's a big problem. Wednesday, it's not going to get warmer. Wednesday, we're going to have another Arctic blast here across the Tennessee area, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. So if you guys don't get above freezing on Tuesday, that ice could be there for a while. So definitely a concerning trend that we are seeing for parts of Tennessee, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Hopefully most of the roads are treated, but obviously not a guarantee. I mean, most of the major highways are treated, but that's about it. I know TxDOT has been mostly treating the major highways. So I've at least seen on social media that they are treating and pre-treating a lot of the roadways, and they will be throughout the event. But again, that's not all roads, for the record. That's only mostly the major roads. Hey, Roughhouse for the $10 super chat. My first time watching. Thanks for all the info. I'm in Louisville. What is the overall outlook for Sunday and as well as tomorrow? Yeah, so let me just go through the future radar here. I'm going to also show you guys the snowfall accumulation map again, in case you're just tuning in, as snow has really uptrended. The biggest thing for Louisville and any part of Kentucky will be the snow. All right, if you're in Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, mostly snow. If you're on the southern half of the state, you could see some freezing rain or sleet. So that would be mainly near Bowling Green. That would be mainly just to the south there of Louisville. There could be some sleet and freezing rain. It'll become more common on Sunday is when we're going to actually see a bit more of a chance of ice in parts of Kentucky. But if you're back up near Cincinnati, I don't think we're really going to see much of a transition to freezing rain. I think it'll be mostly just snow there, which means we should see some pretty big snow totals there. But for the most part, it's going to be snow almost all day Saturday. And then on Sunday, we should have a decent shot of snow there in far northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, and southern Indiana. And then freezing rain will start to wind down on Monday. Now, in terms of snowfall accumulation, this is our snow accumulation graphic that we have put together. And so again, if you're in the white, that is where we're likely going to see around 12 to 18 inches of snow. And then if you're in the pink, 8 to 12 inches, 4 to 8 in the darker blue, and then 1 to 4 in the light blue. I think this area here in Oklahoma will likely be a jackpot total area where we're going to see over 12 inches. And then back over in St. Louis, probably going to be right around 8 to 12 inches. And then if you're back over near Cincinnati, if you're near Evansville, I would also expect somewhere right around 12 to 15 inches. I don't think it'll get to the high end of that scenario, but probably right around 12 to 15. And then across the Northeast, southern New England, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, that is likely an area that we're actually going to see over 18 inches of snow in some locations. Not everywhere, but a few locations will probably get over 18 inches of snow. I'm in the 12 to 18 in Oklahoma. Yeah, you're probably going to see 12 to 18. Thank you, Linda, for becoming a member. Thank you, Daver, for the super chat. What are the winds going to be like? Yeah, that's a good question. This is important, by the way. The winds for ice, specifically, is actually important because we're going to be obviously talking about a pretty large winter storm when it comes to ice, and the ice that we see does correlate to the winds, because if we have higher winds with there being like an inch of ice on power lines, it makes a big difference. It can knock out and make catastrophic power outages more significant, basically. So these are the wind gusts that we're looking at as we go into Sunday and early Monday. I'm going to circle in here to the central United States first. So this is what it's going to look like on Sunday. Wind gusts across the board will be right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. This isn't that significant for the most part. The actual wind speeds will be right around 10 to 15 miles per hour. So that's not too concerning. But it is going to be enough, obviously, to make power outages happen just a little easier with all the ice that's going to accumulate on the power lines. And there is a index that I'm going to try to get here. Riley, can you find that index? So there's an index that we can look at, basically, that shows you if we have higher winds, it's easier for power to get knocked out. So the winds across the board here will be right around 10 to 15 miles per hour. They will peak at around 20, which will make power outages easier to happen. We also have an update. Apparently in Minnesota, every single tracked school in Minnesota is closed tomorrow. That is not because of snow or ice. That is because of how cold it's going to be. So that is an update there. Let me go back over to the wind. I want to show you the East Coast real quick, too. This is the East Coast. And winds along the East Coast will not be that strong. It'll be right around 15 miles per hour, peaking at around 15 to 20 miles per hour, but it shouldn't be too concerning for the wind here. So the ice accumulation and power outages will not be as significant when it comes to the wind, but obviously we're still expecting around a half an inch to an inch of ice, which can still easily knock out power. One thing I actually forgot to talk about, we have a threat of thunder ice. And thunder ice is going to be possible as we go into mainly Saturday, right along the Mississippi River Valley. So if you're in Memphis, if you're in Little Rock, if you're over in Greenville, Mississippi, Western Kentucky near Mayfield, or even near Louisville, there is a possibility that we could have thunder while there is freezing rain or sleet falling. So kind of a little interesting tidbit there. Thunder ice is on the table. That is mainly because we're going to have enough instability in this region. So we're going to have some instability surging here out of the Gulf. We have all sorts of thunderstorms also across the southeast on Sunday. There could be a low risk of severe weather back over in the southeast on Sunday too. So pretty crazy stuff. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. Nobody is talking about snow ratios, Max. It'll not be the normal 10-to-1 ratio, more like 15 to 18 to 1. Thoughts? That is exactly why our snow map is like this. And I know a lot of people are looking at computer models and that's it. And they have looked at them and they're probably thinking like, that's exactly how much snow I'm going to see. The GFS model is showing 20 inches of snow in my backyard, or 10 inches or whatever it is. And that's not necessarily how it works. Again, the snow forecast here is complicated, but we are going to probably see an overperforming winter storm. And that is what this graphic is based off of. The snow to rain ratios or snow to liquid ratios is usually around 10-to-1 for events with warmer air. We are going to have a lot of Arctic air coming out of Canada on Saturday and Sunday. That's going to be spilling out of Canada. It's going to set up this large area of widespread snow from Oklahoma and Kansas all the way back into the Northeast. But the snow is going to be more fluffy. It's going to be colder in these areas. And the reason why is because we have that large Arctic air mass that's going to be coming out of the north. And so if you're back over here in the Ohio Valley or the Northeast, that is why we are expecting overperforming snow. And that's why a widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow is in the forecast for areas like Massachusetts, Connecticut, Long Island, New Jersey. Again, we're talking about one of the most significant winter storms that we've seen in years for New England. I mean, again, I used to live in New England. It felt like every winter we had a winter storm like this in 2000s and the 2010s. Last 5 years, there's hardly been a single winter storm that has produced over 1 foot of snow. It's been very calm in these winters for the Northeast. This is going to be very different. That means that if you have a snow blower, a snow shovel, they're coming back out of the closet. They're just going to be coming back out. I mean, again, we've not had something like this in a long time for these areas. We do have an ice storm index to show you the winds correlating with ice. And so you can take a screenshot of this if you want, but this is what I was talking about, the winds and ice. So again, the stronger the winds are, the better chance that even a half an inch of ice will cause catastrophic problems. Most wind speeds will be right around 10 to 15 miles per hour. So it will still take around an inch of ice, which could happen again back over in Mississippi, Tennessee, and southeastern Arkansas for there to be catastrophic damage to utility systems, which is why I've been talking about how there is a possibility of widespread power outages for days and possibly up to a week in some areas. And I would not rule out longer than that for those that are the hardest hit, but that would be probably pretty localized. But at the bare minimum, most of you should be preparing for these two right here. Most of you that are in that ice storm risk should be preparing for this right here. We're at least talking about 1/10 of an inch of ice for a lot of areas from North Texas all the way back into the Ohio Valley. This is what you need to be preparing for. So we're talking about the threat of numerous utility interruptions with some damage to main feeder lines. Tree limb damage is going to be excessive. Power outages could last as much as 1 to 5 days. There could also be some prolonged power outages, especially back over where those ice storm warnings are currently located. And we have ice storm warnings currently in effect for Florence, Alabama, just outside of Jackson, Tennessee, Greenwood, back over here in Mississippi. We got Oxford, we got Tupelo, Boonville. You guys are expecting over half an inch of ice accumulation. They have some details here. There's a little bit of details on your screen here too about it if you want to read that on the left side of your screen in case you have not looked at your local National Weather Service alerts. But they are basically saying the total amount of snow and sleet accumulations are going to be right around 1 to 3 inches, and ice accumulations between 1/2 and 1 inch. So at least a half of an inch to an inch of ice is expected in this corridor. I would anticipate that this will expand further west tomorrow. I think if you're back over near El Dorado, Pine Bluff, or Memphis, you will probably be in an ice storm warning by tomorrow. That's just my prediction. I think it'll probably be expanded further west. If you're back over in Dallas-Fort Worth, even though you're not in an ice storm warning, I mean, they're still forecasting significant ice accumulations, at least between a quarter to half an inch. Could definitely be higher than that. They said isolated amounts up to 3/4 of an inch cannot be ruled out. And that's because we're going to be getting pummeled, again, with significant freezing rain for potentially over 48 hours in some of these areas. Again, just one big round comes through during the late day on Friday and early Saturday, and then another one as we go to late Saturday and early Sunday. Very significant freezing rain. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was going to cover snow ratios quick because we had a comment about that. This is actually something that we can show you on models. So Max touched a little bit that most of our forecast models and the snow forecasts you see are based off that ratio of 10-1, and that is considered your normal snow ratio. But that is not what we're going to see in parts of Oklahoma, and that's why we think these snowfall totals might be a little bit higher. So looking at the GFS here, we can see that we do start around that 10 number right as we sort of start to see that cold air work its way in from the north. We are going to see 10-1 for a little bit, but the cold air is coming in very, very fast. We're calling it a polar blast for a reason, and that is because it is absolutely hauling south, and it is meeting up with that Gulf moisture. So as we get later into the event, there's going to be more and more cold air present. This is going to raise our snow ratios. So we're going to start out 1 inch of rain is equal to 10 inches of snow. Later on in the event, as we get into Saturday night and Sunday, as we see the last of our snowfall across these areas, we may see 1 inch of liquid equivalent be 17 inches of snow. So the forecasts you're seeing are mostly around that 10-1, but this is why we think that it could be so significantly higher than that, is because we're going to see double the snow for the same amount of water towards the tail end of this event.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's a good explanation right there. So that's talking about our snow to liquid ratios. And again, the higher that ratio is, like 20-1, that's going to lead to more significant snow. And I want to go back through our future radar to give you an idea of how this applies to our event here. So again, we're going to have 2 rounds of snow and ice, right? We're going to have 2 different rounds. The first round is going to be tomorrow night into Saturday. That is going to be this large area in the central and southern plains. This is where snow to liquid ratios will be around 10 to 12-1. Those are not very high. It'll still lead to around 2 inches of snow per hour in some areas of Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas, but it's not going to be as significant. This round will eventually move into the Ohio Valley and the Ozarks, and then back over into the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic as we go into Saturday afternoon. That is our first round of snow. As that polar blast moves down to the south, we are going to have a new round of moisture developing back off to the west, and we're also going to have some Gulf moisture. This is all going to converge into one area. That's going to explode into a new area of extremely intense winter weather. And so we're going to have a bunch of snow and ice as we go into late Saturday night and early Sunday morning. And this is where we could have those significant snow rates. That is the possibility of seeing 3+ inches of snow per hour in areas near Kansas City, but definitely more for those near Oklahoma City. If you're in Oklahoma City, if you're in the Tulsa area, Amarillo, that is where we're going to have very rapid snowfall rates. And the snow is also going to last for a longer period of time than what we're talking about tomorrow night. So Saturday night and early Sunday, this large area of snow right here is all on the backside of a new low pressure system that's going to form. All the polar air is going to wrap around on the backside, and that's going to really raise our snowfall rates. And that's what's going to help to drop even more significant snowfall for Oklahoma City, for Joplin, Springfield, St. Louis, back into Springfield in Illinois as well, Indianapolis. So that is why I'm trying to tell you here that, again, the snowfall numbers have actually increased a lot over the last 24 hours. And there's a reason why, because we're going to have that polar blast. If you remember 2 days ago, and this is kind of a weather geek thing, but 2 days ago, our system was not expected to really have a low pressure system forming down here. It was mostly just gonna be a flat boundary. Now we have this low pressure system forming, which is actually helping to pull that colder air faster, and that is actually gonna help to raise the snowfall rates. So very interesting little tidbit there, but again, this thing's going to be dumping so much snow. We're talking about a significant winter storm, especially for those in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. And again, back over in Ohio just a few days ago, or even yesterday when I was on the live stream, I said Columbus, you're probably only going to see 3 to 6 inches. Look where you guys have come. I mean, you guys have made a serious stride towards seeing the possibility of now almost 12 inches, maybe even a bit more of snowfall. We've seen a dramatic increase in terms of our forecast. And for those that really need a more an easier forecast graphic to read, if you don't know where your city is on this map, this graphic will probably help you out a little bit. So if you're anywhere in the pink, you can expect 0 to 30 inches of snow. That's anywhere in the pink. That's an easier graphic to look at, though, if you're wondering how much snow you're going to see. Instead of asking questions, there you go. Let me go over to the models here. I'm going to show you a closer view of the National Weather Service Blended models. This is a little bit easier to look at for snowfall accumulation numbers, but basically Oklahoma City will probably be right around 8 to 10 inches of snow. If you're in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I just had Debbie in the chat ask about Oklahoma City, or not Oklahoma, Tulsa. You're probably going to be right around 10 to 12 inches of snow. And then I just had a super chat, and somebody said about DFW. What are we expecting for snow and ice? If you're in DFW, we're probably seeing 1 to 2 inches of snow. It'll be more of an ice event. We're talking right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Almost all of central and southern Kansas is going to see pretty significant snow, especially on Saturday, but Friday we'll see some snow as well. And then back over in northern Arkansas near Mountain Home, Fayetteville, Springfield, and Joplin, we're talking 8 to 12 inches of snow for sure. If you're in the St. Louis area, right up here, we're probably going to be right around 5 to 7 inches. That area hasn't uptrended nearly as much as areas to your south and west, but 5 to 7 inches is still pretty good. That's right around average for this event. And then further down to the south, back towards Cape Girardeau, we're talking maybe about 7 to 9 inches of snow. Again, I'm trying to give you more precise numbers today. It's a little bit easier now to give you precise numbers on snowfall accumulation, but that's what we're expecting over there in those areas. This is going to be the kind of winter storm that is going to make your ex-girlfriend come back. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. This winter storm is going to do so many different things. It's going to impact over 180 million people, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the number. It's at least 70 million, but I think the number of people in weather alerts that are winter related is over 150 million. Your ex might come back and ring tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday. You might need something. Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. Is Knoxville, Tennessee projected to have a bad weekend? Knoxville, Tennessee. Honestly, most of Tennessee is going to be pretty bad. I do think if you're back over here near Chattanooga, in this kind of corridor, you're going to see some ice accumulation. I don't think it's going to be as bad, though, as your surrounding neighborhoods. We're talking like Nashville. I think it's going to be a lot worse. If you're over in Charlotte, North Carolina, I think you're going to be a lot worse. I think this might be kind of a little area of hope, I would say, in terms of this event, because there will be a little warm sector that's going to come out of the Gulf, and that's going to kind of help to warm things up in this corridor. And then everything around it is just going to be ice, snow, and everything like that. There will still be ice here. There are winter storm watches, obviously, but it probably won't be as significant. They also, Dominic for the super chat asking about Nashville. Yeah, Nashville is going to be a big snow, big ice event. In terms of snowfall, we're not expecting significant snow in Nashville, but I do at least expect a few inches of snow for the Nashville area. I'm thinking maybe 1 to 3 inches if you're in Nashville, 2 to 4 if you're lucky on the northwest side. The snow is going to be much more significant further north, but there's going to be a lot of freezing rain out of this event. If we go back over to our future radar here, you'll see that during the morning hours of Saturday, by the way, timestamp is bottom right of your screen. During Saturday morning, we're mostly going to be talking about a little bit of snow, and then it'll quickly transition into sleet and freezing rain in Tennessee. So we're not going to see snow for very long in Tennessee. It's going to be mostly a freezing rain and sleet event. And then if you're back over in Knoxville or Chattanooga, you might get a little lucky and just have a cold rain for a lot of it. So that's on the table, but I'd still be preparing for ice because there will definitely be ice in that area at some point during this event. But Nashville is definitely leaning more towards a winter storm. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was going to touch a little bit on how interesting this storm is in sort of the scope of the U.S. winter. So it's kind of been a tale of two stories where some people are greatly below average and some people are greatly above average. So one thing that I think is really interesting is, say we take some place out west. So looking at Utah, Salt Lake City, normally by this time of the year, they would have seen 50 to 60 inches of snow. And this year they've seen 1. So they are quite they're quite a bit below average. And Dallas only normally sees about 2 to 3 inches of snow in a year. Well, if we look at the probabilities of Dallas seeing 1 inch of snow, 1 inch of snow, which would tie them for the year with Salt Lake City, who normally sees way more than that, it is actually a relatively high probability that that is going to happen. So we may see places that don't see snow at all actually surpass areas that are supposed to see feet of snow in a year. And that's because this storm is just so strong. We're seeing all that cold air come down at once. It's not giving the moisture a chance to make its way into the northern United States. So we're not seeing the snow in the northern states, and instead it's happening in the southern states. This is what the snowfall looks like across the country as a whole right now. We can see that there's probably going to be places in Oklahoma Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas that see snow well before places in Nebraska, Colorado, and northern Kansas. That's not something that happens very often, and it sort of goes to show how significant this winter storm really is.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's all good. Notes there as well. Again, that's pretty surprising, by the way. If you're back over, if any of you guys are tuning in right now from Salt Lake, Utah, I mean, there's been like no snow there this year, which is actually crazy. But the fact that there's been almost, I think, about or just under 1 inch of snow this year, and areas like DFW have a chance of seeing more snow than you when you average almost 60 inches of snow per year is just insane. By the way, thank you, Bazooka, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Connor, for the super chat saying I'll show you 6 inches. Thank you, Wired, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Mod. Seems like a Biden control storm. Yeah, this chat is crazy. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Megan, for the super chat. Rumley, Texas. In terms of ice across Texas, let me do a little zoomed in view of the ice accumulation here. So kind of just find yourself on the map here. It might be a little bit difficult, but this right here is Dallas. This down here is about Waco area. This is a pretty good idea of how much ice accumulation you're going to see in the southern plains. If you're over at Little Rock, just south of Little Rock, this is where we're talking about the possibility of 1 inch of ice. And on top of the ice, this is obviously a winter storm that's going to dump historic snow, but it's also causing unprecedented grocery chaos right now. It is currently about 7:25 Central Time in Dallas and Oklahoma City. There are probably a lot of people at the grocery stores fighting over bread right now. I can only imagine what's going on there. There might be bread flying off the shelves. People might be like literally, it might be like Pokemon cards from like a year ago where people are like grabbing them off the shelves. Give me the bread. Like that might be happening right now at a grocery store. I'm not even kidding. Like this is complete chaos. Thank you, View, for the super chat. Bloomingdale, New Jersey. Most of New Jersey is going to be in that 8 to 12 inch range for snowfall. On the northern half of the state, 12 to 18 inches. There will be a little bit of ice in New Jersey, but it should be mostly a snow event. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is in Noonan, Georgia. Where's the bread? It's like gone. Like you only got some like the hamburger rolls. That's really about it. My 10-year-old has a snow plan. This is from Jonesboro, Arkansas. This is how you do it. Get your little journal or notebook out. Take some notes. It's actually pretty cool. And the program just froze. Oh, never mind. This was sent in Carlton Township in Michigan. This is actually an Accurate weather station. And by the way, if you want an Accurate weather station, these things can tell you so much data. Like, I mean, you can see on the screen here, like it shows you the temperature over here in Michigan. The wind chill is already 5 degrees below zero. It's going to get to probably 20 to 25 degrees below zero. But if you want an Accurate weather station, there's some of the most affordable weather stations on the market right now. They have anemometers, they have lightning detectors, they have all sorts of cool stuff, and including weather stations for your own home. So you can actually get live weather data at your own house. Check it out. It's the top link in the description below. And if you use code MAX10, you'll get 10% off at checkout. These things are really cool. They have all sorts of data on them. Silver from Jeffrey in Jefferson County, Missouri. $300 later for local groceries in Jefferson County, Missouri. That is crazy. By the way, the headers are flashing for some reason. We have like a little bug. We're fixing it right now, but I'll have to take them off here and there. This over in Coleman County, Alabama from Preston, showing Walmart has no milk. I wouldn't be surprised. We had some photos that you guys sent in last night of the milk back over in some areas. And some people had like 20 gallons of milk in their fridge. They had like literally hoarded them. So somebody's ready for alcohol back over in Jefferson County, Indiana. Bread is flying off the shelves in the Washington, D.C. area. This isn't even the worst I've seen. That's a lot of bread that's already gone. Washington, D.C. is an area that is a little bit more used to winter weather events, so I'm not surprised that there's at least a decent amount of stuff still on the shelf there. Again, if you guys want to send in photos and videos, the QR code is on your screen, maybe. Ports.maxvelocitywx.com. It is also the second to top link in the description below. Thank you, LA, for the super chat. Ashtabula, Ohio, 7 to 10 inches, typical Tuesday. Lake effect. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of snow. Lake effect snow's been crazy back over in Buffalo. We've had some snow squalls that have been pretty significant too. This is a pretty cool graphic here. This shows all of the cold-related warnings that we have right now across Canada and the United States. We have extreme cold warnings in the darker blue, which is like the Midwest, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas. We have a bunch of cold weather advisories in the lighter blue, kind of the cyan blue color. That is a map, though, of all the different warnings and advisories we currently have for just cold air. It's massive. Can it trend southward? Please say yes. It can trend any direction you want, but I mean, it's not necessarily going to happen. I think at this point, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's going to be many more shifts at this point. I think this is pretty straightforward now. There could be some minor changes for Saturday, maybe over here. But I think Friday is pretty locked in. I think Saturday is pretty locked in. Sunday might change just a little bit. But I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot more shifts. If we have another shift, it'd be south, but it would not be that dramatic, I don't think. It's gonna snow in Tampa. No. I'm in Florida. Florida is the one place that is actually gonna be decent weather this weekend. You go over to the temperature map right now. Go over to the temperature map for Saturday afternoon. Florida is going to be basically the only place that has normal weather for this time of the year. Sunday is only the southeast as well. It is actually diabolical. If you want to go on vacation, either go to Cancun or go here to Florida. You got two options. Otherwise, maybe the West Coast too. The West Coast won't be terrible, but it is terrible elsewhere. Any chances of power outages in Houston, Texas? That is a good question. If you're in Houston, I don't think so. I would not expect power outages. It's very unlikely. Here's your power outage map. Florida as a whole is a vacation right now. It literally is. Other than me, I've been working, for those that are wondering, I've been working 16 hours every single day since Monday. Since this winter storm was basically locked in to happen, I've been working literally 16 hours every single day, and that's going to continue at least through Sunday. So I'm not on vacation, but you know, many people are right now here down in the Florida area. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Just north of Cincinnati, like 20 miles, that whole area, you're thinking around 11 to 14. 11 to 14 is oddly specific, but yeah, if you're north of Cincinnati, I would probably say around 8 to 12 would be my range. Thank you, Moxie, for the 5 gifted memberships, and Striper for the super chat. Can you elaborate on what will happen in New York City? Can this system realistically shift south and north? The one area that could see a shift would be back over here near the New York City area. I don't think the snow is going to dramatically shift one way or another. I just think the one thing we need to be paying attention to tomorrow for sure is, will there be an uptrend further on the snowfall? This is already I would say a pretty middle ground scenario, maybe just slightly aggressive on snowfall accumulation in the Northeast, at least for right now. I'm not talking about the rest of the map. I think most of this area is going to be right around the ranges I have. But over here in the Northeast is one of those wild card areas. So if you're in New York City, it's a little bit more questionable. But I still think realistically, 12 to 18 inches of snowfall will happen there. Could it be higher? Yes. Could it be lower? Maybe. I don't think it'll be much lower, but it's possible. New York City in particular, I would not be surprised if we got near 20 inches of snow, though. That's not impossible. I'm not outlining any areas over 18 inches of snow or even adding a range of like 15 to 20 because I just don't have enough confidence in that yet. So once I have more confidence, we'll outline an area. But we do not have enough confidence quite yet for that. As a reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, we will be doing live coverage all throughout not all tomorrow, but probably most of tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday, we'll have storm chasers in the field. We have an entire team of storm chasers that is going out there covering this event. And we also have over 40,000 live cameras that we can utilize here on the live stream. So definitely make sure that you stay tuned. We have all sorts of cool stuff they'll be using here throughout these winter storm streams. If you have any questions, again, leave them in the chat. I'm answering questions, going over everything that you need to know about this winter storm. And this is kind of one of those streams where it's giving you an idea of how to prepare, what you can expect, the timing, everything like that. If you have any friends or family that are in the path of this winter storm, share the stream with them. Again, this is commercial-free weather coverage. We're covering commercial-free weather coverage here today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. There's no streams while we're streaming, pretty much, or no ads, excuse me, while we're streaming, other than when you click on it. That's different. But when, like, we're talking, like, there's no commercial breaks, basically. We're going 24/7 pretty much over the next few days while we're live with in-depth weather coverage. Share the stream on Facebook, Twitter, all those platforms. Get the word out there. Again, we'll give you the latest details on what you have to expect here with this winter storm. And for those that do not know who I am, I'm Max Velocity. If you're new, I mean, there's a lot of people that are probably new. I am a degree meteorologist, and I will keep you posted with the latest again on everything that is happening with this winter storm. Hey, chat for the super chat. Greenville, South Carolina. I think most areas in South Carolina here and North Carolina are going to be predominantly ice accumulation, and freezing rain is obviously the biggest concern. This should be mostly a threat Saturday night into Sunday morning. If you're back over here in Greensboro, if you're in Charlotte, Asheboro, and Durham, those are the areas that'll see the most significant icing. Greenville will also probably be one of those areas that's in that significant ice corridor. If you're down near Columbia, Sumter, or Greenwood, it's a lower chance of significant ice accumulation, but I would at least expect still about 1/10 of an inch of ice, maybe up to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Acer with the super chat says, Winchester, Kentucky has not been covered as much for me in terms of weather conditions. What do you think? Expecting 12 inches of snow, maybe 1/3 of an inch of ice. I think generally speaking, for northern parts of Kentucky, that is where the better chance of 12 inches will exist. I'm not sure exactly where where Winchester is in Kentucky, but I'm going to give you a general overview here of Kentucky. So southern side of the state is where the lowest totals will be. You will not have nearly as much snow. It'll probably be around 4 to 5 inches near like Bowling Green. If you're over near Cincinnati, I think there's a much better shot of around 1 foot of snow. If you are in Louisville, I think there's a better shot of 1 foot of snow. But kind of in that in-between sector is where things are a bit more dicey. Probably around 6 to 12 in areas in central Kentucky. So we're talking like this corridor right here, 6 to 12. That's basically Mayfield, just north of Bowling Green, back towards Lebanon, and just north of Pikeville there. Ice is going to be a much bigger concern on the southern half of the state, as we are expecting some pretty significant ice accumulation. You can see here, we're talking probably right around 1/2 of an inch of ice near Bowling Green and the very far southern part of the state here. If you're back near Louisville, if you're back near Cincinnati, there might be some sleet, but not necessarily freezing rain that's going to lead to ice accumulation. Hey, Skit for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Skit. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Water, for the super chat as well. How long will it take for snow in Perryville, Missouri to melt? I'm going to be honest, it's not going to melt for a while. I will show you guys how long it's going to take for the snow to melt, though. Let me show you guys the snow depth map here. This is what the snow is going to look like as we go into Sunday. So this is the snow. The key is on the bottom of your screen. I'll try to put it on the bottom of your screen at least. Very bottom of your screen is the key. So this is Sunday. We'll have probably around 1 foot of snow on the ground from Oklahoma back into the Northeast. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, very minimal melting in the Southern Plains. The snow will be on the ground for most of Missouri and Kansas, and as well as Oklahoma through at least Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, things should improve a little bit. And I do want to point out that this right here may or may not happen. That is around Thursday and Friday of next week. And then eventually by next weekend, we could still have snow on the ground near Little Rock. We could still have snow on the ground near Memphis, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio. I mean, a lot of you will probably still have snow on the ground all the way through next weekend. It's just going to be that cold. We're going to get another reinforcing Arctic blast by the middle and end of next week, which will help to keep that snow in place here across parts of the Ohio Valley and back into the southeast. So if you want snow on the ground for a while, this is your kind of winter storm. What about Point Nemo? Is that where Dory is? I don't know where Point Nemo is. When is the next more accurate model released? I would say the HRRR is pretty good with this event. It's actually coming out as we speak. The latest HRRR model run's coming out, and it's not really much different from anything before. It does show freezing drizzle starting in Oklahoma tomorrow morning. Oklahoma City, Tulsa. Heads up, by the way, models are not really showing this very well, but if you're in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, You're back over in the panhandles. There will be some light freezing drizzle and rain tomorrow morning. Pictured here is 10 a.m. The timestamp is on the bottom right of your screen here. As early as 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, there could be some very light freezing rain coming down, which means ice accumulation could begin tomorrow morning in Oklahoma. And that's one of the reasons why most of these areas have closures for schools and have online learning days is what they call them. And then it gets a lot more intense again as we go into Friday night. We get a lot more of that light, moderate, and even intense freezing rain here. Thank you, Heard, for becoming a member. And also thank you, Glenn, for the super chat. Glenn, I'm going to say this for everybody in the chat. If you want to travel on Saturday, Sunday, whatever day it might be, that's your call. Again, I'm not going to give everybody advice here on if you should travel or where you should travel to. Travel is not advised, especially in Mississippi, like areas that are going to see the ice storm. It's not advised at all. But again, that is depending on your risk tolerance. It's depending on if you feel comfortable driving. That is your decision. That has nothing to do with me. If I were in any of your shoes, any of you, and that's not necessarily for the snow, but more for the freezing rain aspect, I would not be traveling this weekend. And possibly even the beginning of next week. We could still have ice on the ground. So if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, if you're in Little Rock, you should be off the roads pretty much all weekend. Same thing with Tennessee. If you're back over along the East Coast, let's just say you're back over in Virginia, North Carolina, same thing. Snow's a bit more tricky. While it's snowing, I wouldn't be on the roadways. When it's done snowing, there could be ice on the roadway. Snow could melt at the beginning of the event onto roadways, even in this corridor here. So even if you're not forecasted to see ice accumulation, we could actually have a light glazing of ice on the road in Louisiana, Cincinnati, maybe even as far north as Columbus. So be mindful that even if you're not forecasted to see an ice storm or ice accumulation, there could still be ice accumulation. It would just be very minor, but it can be enough to make you slide off the road. It's just not necessarily safe to be out there in those types of conditions. Thank you, Wolfie, for the $20 super chat. Forecast for Knoxville. I've gone over Knoxville a few times. Again, it's going to be a pretty warm side of this event. I think Knoxville will be one of those areas that does see ice accumulation, but it will probably not be an ice storm. So just be ready for up to a quarter of an inch of ice. Isolated location could be near a third. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just gonna hit some snow totals quickly because that is the biggest question going around chat right now is how much snow am I going to see? So we've extracted some of the top locations and I'm just gonna go down the entire list. We have like 10 to 15 different towns here. So one of the most popular ones was Amarillo, Texas. Amarillo, Texas, you're going to see 4 to 8 inches of snow. Lubbock, Texas, you're looking at 2 to 4 inches of snow. Wichita Falls, Texas, you're looking at 2 to 4 inches of snow. Some of our higher values include Oklahoma City and Tulsa, where we're going to see 8 to 12 inches of snow. And then working our way further to the northeast, we're going to see even more snow. And this is where we're going to see those higher snow ratios, closer to the 20 to 1 ratio instead of 10 to 1. This is in Springfield, Missouri, and Kansas City. We could see 12 to 18 inches of snow there. Columbus and Cleveland, Ohio, both of you guys are looking at 8 to 12 inches of snow, and it's the same story in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. You guys are all going to be in that 8 to 12 inches of snow range as well. Syracuse, New York, you could be some of the highest snow totals from this event, where we could see as much as 18 to 24 inches of snow in those regions. Hartford, Kentucky, and Boston, Massachusetts, you guys could see 12 to 18 inches of snow. Springfield, Illinois, that was another one where we could see 2 to 4 inches of snow. Dallas, of course, 1 to 4 there. Indianapolis, 5 to 10 as well. Now, one other thing I wanted to hit quickly to some of the people who were talking about the cold temperatures in the Midwest. When we were showing the snow depth graphic, there were people asking why we are seeing snow disappear here in the north central United States, even though it's very, very cold. Now, there's two main reasons this is happening. One is sublimation. That is where snow is going directly from a solid to a gas. And then the other one is wind, where you are seeing a lot of snow blow off the landscape. The only reason we're seeing wind chills get as low as they are is because there's going to be a lot of wind, and snow is very, very easy to erode off the landscape and move out of the way. So while Dallas and Oklahoma and Arkansas and Louisiana, places like this, are seeing feet of snow maybe, places in the Midwest and north central U.S. that are actually slightly below average in some areas right now are going to be losing their snow to the wind and sublimation that's going on in these areas.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's a little breakdown again on our snowfall accumulation. One interesting thing that I am seeing with the HRRR model run that's coming out, it's not a dramatic difference, but I want to show you guys this. It does make a difference, but this is the latest model run. So again, it's kind of a loop. I'm going to show you this in more detail in a second, but basically the latest model run from a pretty reliable computer model here, the HRRR for winter weather, has had a slight shift, just a slight one, down to the southwest and south. So something to keep an eye on. It's a very slight shift, but this can sometimes lead to ice being a little bit further south and snow and all that stuff. So interesting trend there. I'm going to show you guys what that actually looks like here in a little bit easier of a format, so it's not jumping all over the place. And this is a pretty reliable model, as I just alluded to. Let me pull up both models. I'm going to pull up the 18Z and the 00Z. So the 18Z is the brand new model run. I'm going to pick an hour. I'm going to pick 6 a.m. on Saturday. We'll pick that. All right, so this is 6 a.m. on Saturday on the most recent run. And then this is the old run. So just a little bit further southwest. I mean, that's actually a dramatic change for North Texas. Look at that. That right there is the freezing line. This is the freezing rain line right here on the most recent model run. And then this is the one prior. That is about a 40-mile shift to the south in Texas, which is actually pretty dramatic, I'm not going to lie. So that is an important note that I want to point out here. The snow line is also further south. That's the snow line on the most recent run, and this is the last run. So there has been a shift south in the southern plains. It's not dramatic necessarily, but there has definitely been a shift. So very interesting trend for sure. I mean, if that continues to pan out, we could actually have more significant freezing rain in Dallas-Fort Worth. The snow could also be a bit more significant in Tulsa and Fayetteville and some of the other surrounding areas. Thanks so much to CJ for the $20 super chat. Up until the 00Z models on Wednesday, the South looked to have a winter snow wonderland. Models sucked after 72 hours out. How come they can't process the 100 million variables? Sarcasm, stay safe in the ice. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I mean, as we go into Saturday and Sunday, your driveway is going to become a skating rink with trust issues. If you go outside, you can only imagine like the memes in the back of your head of people walking outside on their front doorstep on Sunday and just slipping and falling. Like there are so many of those like GIFs online. Many of you probably know what I'm talking about. I can only imagine how many times it's going to happen this weekend. I mean, we're talking over 50 million people are going to be experiencing ice accumulation this weekend from Texas into the mid-Atlantic. And a lot of them will literally be on ice rinks. Thank you, April, for the $20 super chat. I'm outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. Will I get a lot of ice? I fully expect a lot of ice back over here in North Carolina. And even around the Raleigh area. I mean, we're expecting a widespread quarter to a half an inch of ice. The European model is coming in hot with over a half of an inch of ice for most of central and western North Carolina. You're over in Washington, D.C., probably going to have right around a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice, maybe just a little bit more. Hey, miss for the super chat. I'm in North Texas in 2021 during the ice storm. We were lucky to not lose power. Must be on a hospital or a police department grid. Yeah, you might have. Yeah, there were major power outages. And as I've already alluded to, guys, again, power outages are likely going to be pretty widespread, even around Dallas-Fort Worth, especially with the most recent model trends. That's definitely coming a bit more likely now. Anywhere in that red corridor, I'd fully expect some numerous to even possibly widespread power outages. That's what you should be preparing for tonight, is that threat of widespread power outages. The USAA for the super chat. What do you think about Memphis for ice? I think Memphis is going to be hard hit. I think Memphis in general and any surrounding areas of Memphis are likely going to see ice storm criteria. As of now, there are no ice storm warnings in effect for Memphis, but I think that'll change tomorrow. This area right here where ice storm warnings are. It's those purple boxes. That's Florence, Alabama. That is Oxford, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi, but I do think Memphis will probably be added to that tomorrow. Probably going to see over half of an inch of ice there, possibly all the way up to an inch of ice. As of right now, the National Weather Service is forecasting around 2/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. I honestly think it'll be more, but we'll see. There's going to be a lot of sleet, though, for sure. That's the other thing. There will be a pretty decent amount of sleet in between that snow and ice. Or freezing rain. It's going to be basically like a sandwich. Huge shout out to Ciro with the $50 super chat asking about Bergen County, New Jersey. It's in northern New Jersey. How much snow and times on Sunday? It'll be pretty much all day Sunday when you see snow. It'll be when you wake up and all the way until you go to bed. It'll even continue into Monday. So you can see it on the map here. This is Sunday morning. Snow will be continuing here across New Jersey. It'll get a lot heavier in northern New Jersey Sunday afternoon. And then Sunday night is when we'll be talking about snowfall rates upwards of 3 inches of snow per hour across the Northeast. So it'll be very significant by that point in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. We're talking Penn State, Long Island, and southern New England for Connecticut and Rhode Island. We could easily have 3 inches of snow falling per hour with the setup that we have. But in terms of snowfall, probably going to be right around 10 to 15 inches of snow there. Hey, Traveling Stacker with the $100 super chat. Huge W's in the chat for Stacker. Appreciate all you do. Just want to say thank you. Well, I really appreciate the generosity. And thank you so much for the support. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to talk about power outages real quick. So this is looking at the power grid of Texas, which is ERCOT. Once again, they said they are prepared, so definitely not going to have any issues with this whatsoever. But there is already comparing the forecast to the seasonal capacity, we can see that normally they operate around 40,000 megawatts beneath the demand for what the power is in the region. But we can already see after the winter storm moves in and as it gets colder, Texas people are going to be turning up the heat and all the other devices that use a lot of power. We're already seeing the demand forecast get way closer to the seasonal capacity. If the demand goes above the capacity, that's when we might start seeing rolling blackouts or brownouts. A brownout is when they basically turn down your power and make it weaker, and a blackout is when they just turn that off completely. So once again, ERCOT has said that they're ready, but we've seen this story a million times, and the charts don't lie. There is most likely going to be widespread power outages in the area, even after the storm, not associated with damage itself, but just too many people using power for what the power grid can provide.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. And I do want to touch a little bit more on power outages. We do have some notes that have come in from different power outage companies. Or power outage companies. It's not a company. Power suppliers. I think it's called ASOS. I don't know what that is. AXIOS. If you're over in the Carolinas, you know what I'm talking about. Utilities are bracing for multi-day power outages in parts of the Carolinas as the ice risk will be the primary driver. In Texas, ERCOT has issued a weather watch from Saturday until Tuesday because of increased demand and strain potential due to cold and ice. The National Weather Service of Atlanta has mentioned that there could be some ice load on trees and power lines, which does include the possibility of power outages that could last days in the Atlanta area. That could happen if we get a more southern shift here, which has been happening at least on the 0Z model run so far. And then over in the Carolina and Georgia corridor, right along that boundary, power outages will likely last at least days in those areas. That is according to the National Weather Service. So over here, we are likely talking about days of power outages there. So some little safety tips in case you have not already done some of these things. I just want to remind you of things that you can do here in terms of ice and snow and all that. Charge devices and battery banks before the precipitation starts. You should be doing that tonight. I have a portable charger that looks like this, right? And I have this even during my live streams, but it's not because I'm thinking I'm going to lose power in a stream, but it's a good thing to have. If you have power banks like this, maybe even small ones, maybe ones that suck and are like 10 years old and they can still, or it's still usable for your phone or something, still charge them up because there's a possibility some of these areas could have power outages for more than 5 days. It's not impossible to have that happen with an ice storm of this caliber. Additionally, set fridge and freezer. Either we should set both of them to the coldest setting before an outage happens. So you might want to do that Saturday morning, tomorrow night, sometime before power outages become more possible. You're going to want to make your fridge and freezer at the lowest temperatures possible. That way your food doesn't go bad as fast. And even if your house turns into an Arctic blast itself, it still might not keep that stuff cold. So, people in like New England, for example, I know do put some of that stuff into like snow. So you could do that, but I would definitely, just make sure that you set your fridge and freezer to the lowest settings anyway. And then also, if you have a garage and you need to go for an emergency or something like that, make sure you know how to open your garage. We're in the day and age, it's 2026, where most people can use their phone to literally do anything, including opening a garage up. And there's obviously buttons in there. But if you don't know how to open up your garage, definitely figure that out tonight in case you do lose power and you have to drive somewhere. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was actually going to talk about something that we normally talk about during hurricanes and other severe weather, but it is the cup trick. So you basically take any cup and you take this and you freeze it. And then once it's frozen, you take a coin and you put it on the top. Now, leaving this in your freezer that you might not check if the power does go out, if you come back to it and you see that this coin has sunk beneath the surface of the water, you know that that has melted. That indicates that that freezer got a little bit too warm and none of the food in there is going to be good anymore. And unfortunately, you're going to have to go ahead and throw it all out. But stuff like this are the things that you have to do beforehand to keep yourself safe, even well after the storm, because when the time you come back to your freezer, everything might be frozen again, but you never know what happened while the power was out. So doing stuff like this can make sure that you don't get sick from this storm months down the line when you might go grab meat out of that freezer that's no good anymore because it got spoiled during a power outage, but you just didn't know about it. So just doing little tricks like this well before the storm will make sure that you stay safe throughout this event and well after.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So yeah, that's interesting. Didn't even know that was a thing until now. Thank you, Sneaky, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Claw, for the super chat. What about this storm's development is making it more severe than an average winter storm? It's just because we have so many things coming together at once. And we obviously have a very major Arctic blast that's coming out of Canada. We have Pacific moisture. We also have a very intense upper level low pressure system across the Pacific Northwest. And we also have Gulf moisture. So all these ingredients are coming together at once. And essentially we're going to have all that feeding into a large area, basically an invisible boundary that's going to develop tomorrow and Saturday, where all that precipitation is going to develop. And then eventually by Saturday and Sunday, we'll have a low pressure system forming in the southeast, which is going to make this a major winter storm in the northeast. That wasn't really forecasted a few days ago. Back over in New England, I didn't really think much was going to happen up there, and most of the models said the same thing. It looked like it was going to be, maybe a few inches if you're lucky. Now we're looking at the possibility of 12 to 18 inches of snowfall in Pennsylvania and southern New England. So this is way more significant now than it was, a couple days ago in these areas. But generally speaking, it's just all these ingredients are coming together at the right time. And I got to be honest, we've hardly had any sort of events like this season. This is our first, really, in general, really our first winter storm across the board. We had a winter storm back in the middle of December. That was significant in the Midwest, but nothing to this magnitude. So, Eck with the super chat says, I remember the ice storm of 1998 growing up in Maine, and it was no joke. No power for weeks. Stay safe, everyone. And I'm not saying we're going to have no power for weeks in some of these areas, but I truly do think that some of you will have, not a lot of you, but maybe a few of you in the chat might not have power for over a week after this ice storm is done. And I think the highest likelihood of that happening would be right here or right here. Those are the two corridors where I think the highest probability of that happening is. Elsewhere in the red, it should be mostly just a few days, but again, I would be preparing for a week-long outage, just in case. It's good to prepare for that. Little Rock is cooked. I wouldn't say you're cooked. I would definitely say you're going to see a lot of freezing rain and ice, but there will be some snow there. I think Little Rock, at least on the latest trends here, the HRRR is showing some snow in Little Rock Saturday morning. Let me show you guys the snowfall accumulation according to the HRRR. Let's go to snowfall accumulation. And we'll zoom into the central United States so we can get a little bit more of a view on Arkansas. And right there is Little Rock, and it shows a few inches still, but I do think around 4 to 6 inches is definitely possible for Little Rock. The range I think we've had you guys at here over the last few runs is right around 2 to 4, but I definitely wouldn't rely on the higher side of that if the models continue to trend south. The HRRR is already showing upwards of 12 to 15 inches over near Fort Smith, Arkansas by Saturday night, and that's not even going to be the end of the snow. It's going to go all the way into early Sunday, so we could see a pretty crazy amount of snow there, right over there near Fort Smith. Huge shout out to Artemis with the $100 super chat. Just to lighten things up a bit, can we get a Leroy Jenkins to bolster morale? Appreciate the super chat. That's a really generous. Yeah, there aren't really many ways I can cheer anybody up at this point. I'm gonna be honest. If I had to highlight a map of how everybody's feeling right now in the chat, we could go to this map, and this is where this is kind of the emotions that I think a lot of you are feeling right now. All right, we got angry. We got angry in the ice storm area. We got the sad face all across the board over here. We got the very happy area. Then we have the little happy. And then over here, everybody's probably angry too down here in the south. This is a map of emotions. How everybody's feeling right now going into this ice storm. Is there any disagreements in the chat? Let me know. Is anybody disagreeing with this analogy? Anybody up here is probably saying haha or something. I think down here in Florida, I mean, most people are probably thinking the same thing too. I think this can go down here too, because it's gonna be very hot. Seems accurate? All right. Got the emotion map going. Oh, actually, I forgot. It's cold up here. Oh, yeah. There's no haha up there, I don't think. I think people are actually probably more mad. This might be, like, extra angry. I might have to get a red face up here in the northern plains. We got extreme cold happening up here. That's what's going on up there in the northern plains in the Midwest. There are schools canceled in Minnesota for the extreme cold. We got 50-degree below zero wind chills tomorrow. In Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Dakotas. Very, very angry. Not happy. I think people would be happier if it was snowing in those areas. Huge shout out to Artemis with the $100 super chat. I'm not going to scream Leroy Jenkins, but I really appreciate the generosity. I'm trying to save my voice for the record. We are going to be live for almost 50 hours over the next few days. Maybe by Sunday night I'll do that, but like we are talking about over 50 hours of live coverage between now and Sunday, and I need to preserve my voice. All right, if I scream, if I yell, it's not good for what I'm doing. All right, so I really do appreciate the super chat and the very generous super chats. Hey, Chicky for the super chat. As a representative of the left eyeball in Virginia, that is spot on. Thank you. I'm glad. What are the chances of Dallas, Texas closing? I'm gonna be honest, the odds are pretty high that we're gonna have Dallas, Texas closed at least on Sunday. I do have a folder that I'm trying to find here. This is mostly going to be for this weekend, but Texas will be closed on Sunday, finding jackets. I don't have an ice one for this, but yeah. This might be Texas next week, to be honest. How cold it's going to be, Texas might be closed across the board. This is going to be all of you in about 2 days, by the way. Every one of you in the chat, you're gonna be like this. This is the only positive note we'll have on Monday and Tuesday. No mosquitoes will be anywhere. Groundhog Day hasn't happened yet, but I still think this is a funny meme. Groundhog said 6 more weeks of winter. That's about knocking out in 3 to 5 business days. It's actually pretty accurate. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in and don't know how much snow is going to fall in your location, again, this is the easiest graphic to read for everybody. Right here. 0 to 30 inches of snow. That's what we're expecting, all right? In all seriousness, I still think this is the actual forecast that we'll probably end up seeing. Like, this is our forecast that we've made, and if you want to take a screenshot, you can. Again, we'll go more in detail on every city again here in a second. Thank you, Matt, for the $20 super chat. Florida is closed, so don't come down here. Florida is going to be closed because of how many people are going to be going down there. Everybody's going to be in Florida by Monday. Everybody's going to be evacuating to Florida because that's the only warm place that will exist in basically the entire country. Hey, Thigh for the $20 super chat. Does the United States have the most interesting weather on the planet? I would say yes. In my studies, like I would definitely say Florida has by far the most interesting weather. For certain. Hey, perfect for the $20 super chat. Come on, go a bit further south so Savannah can join in on the fun. You think ice is fun? If it goes any further south, we're talking about ice for you. We are not talking about snow. And again, I've talked about this, but the ice is not fun. Like, the ice portion of this winter storm is the least fun thing ever. The snow is the fun part. Snow is what you should be excited for. But again, not all of you are going to see snow. Thank you, Dixie, for the $20 super chat. You go over the WSSI and explain how it's related to power outages, especially Northeast Georgia, Western South Carolina. I will tell you that the WSSI is not a great outlook in terms of the Carolinas right now because it only goes through Saturday. So the WSSI outlook does not really pertain to those areas, but I will show you the WSSI outlook. We haven't really talked a whole lot about it, so it's probably a good idea we at least touch on it briefly. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, this is basically an index that you can look at that kind of shows you where the worst of the impacts are going to be felt out of this winter storm. So we have a large corridor of extreme impacts that are expected for Louisiana, including Monroe, and this is where we could have upwards of an inch of ice or even over an inch of ice. This has expanded actually in the latest outlook. I'm going to go zoom in a little bit. But this is basically from Monroe, just east of Shreveport, Louisiana, back towards Oxford, Mississippi, and also towards Tupelo, Mississippi. This is where the most major winter storm is expected. If you're in the red, that is where major impacts are expected. So that is going to be disruptions to your daily life. Like these are that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about here. And I also have a graphic that I think is outdated here somewhere. That's right here. This is an outdated graphic now, but this basically shows you it too. But I'm going to stay on this. And hopefully we can get something that actually has cities plotted tomorrow. But basically, the major impacts that we're expecting are dangerous to impossible travel, widespread closures to disruptions to infrastructure may occur, and power outages are likely in these areas. So anywhere in the red, that's what we're expecting. So Tulsa, major travel impacts expected here over the next few days. Same thing with Dallas-Fort Worth. If you're anywhere in the orange, that's where moderate impacts are expected. Basically, some disruptions to your daily life, which means hazardous driving conditions, either from ice or snow. So you want to use extra caution while driving. And then closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur in these areas as well. The pink or purple areas where those extreme impacts are expected, which means substantial disruptions to daily life are expected. This is the highest level that you can get on the WSSI index. You can see the scale on the bottom of your screen. But essentially, the Weather Prediction Center says that travel is not advised. Extensive and widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur, and then life-threatening actions may be needed. So that is the area that the worst of the impacts will be felt. If you go back over towards the East Coast, as of now, there's a very small area that has extreme impacts. This will likely be larger tomorrow because this does not include Sunday right now. But if you are in that very extreme northeastern part of Georgia and western part of North Carolina, extreme impacts are possible in those spots. Hopefully that kind of answers your question there. Hey, Dixie, for the $20 super chat. Oh, I just read that. That was related to that. Off work, don't be the guy. I mean, yeah, a lot of I was seeing a few people in chat last night talking about how they were still having to go to work tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but Saturday in North Texas. Like I know some car dealer guy was supposed to go to work in Sherman, Texas. I don't know if that's changed at all, but roads are going to be icy by that time. We're going to have ice starting in North Texas by tomorrow evening. And this is very important to talk about real quickly. I do want to touch on this because this is a model change that is actually important for those that are specifically in North Texas, or really anywhere in North Texas. Is this right here. Models have trended towards freezing rain beginning as early as 3 to 4 o'clock, and maybe even earlier near Wichita Falls and Childress. And then freezing rain will happen late Friday evening across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That is an interesting trend. Again, this means the winter storm is a little further south on this latest run, just a little bit. So for those in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, freezing rain is going to be a bit more likely here overnight, Friday into early Saturday. And it'll clear up during most of Saturday, but we'll have more intense freezing rain coming in Saturday night once this new band of precipitation forms back over in West Texas. This thing will explode Saturday night. And you can see that on this model run here. So this is by Saturday night. Freezing rain and everything expands rapidly across the southern plains. Huge shout out to Tax for the $50 super chat. Charlotte, North Carolina here, originally from Pittsburgh. Is it just me, or is the weather harder to predict in Charlotte than Pittsburgh? The mountains come into play a bit more. I mean, you have the Appalachian Mountains, so that does factor into things just a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, I would say Charlotte is a little bit harder to forecast. Mountains play a much larger factor compared to Pittsburgh. Rose with the $12 or $10.22 super chat. A function tested a portable generator and propane heaters, stocked up on eggs, food, propane, hot chocolate, water, beer, and liquor. Hey, beer and liquor is the most important there. No, I'm kidding. We're going to go in West Texas. I have work tomorrow. Yeah, if you're going to work tomorrow, definitely stay safe on the roadways. Freezing rain will begin tomorrow evening for most of West Texas. I don't know where you're exactly at, but Lubbock will start sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock. That does not mean you should be on the road at 4 o'clock. I would be off it way before that, but that's when we're expecting freezing rain to start. And then Amarillo is going to start tomorrow morning, pretty much. Will this storm hit Ohio? This is definitely hitting Ohio. Again, we are expecting some pretty big snowfall over in Ohio. Lighter snow on Saturday, much heavier snow on Sunday. And this is what's going to cause the larger snow impacts for the Ohio Valley and back into the Northeast. Huge shout out to Carolinas with the $20 super chat. Greensboro is set up for 3 to 5 inches of snow Saturday night, but freezing rain all day Sunday and the night. With no ice total, how much could it be? For Greensboro. Are we talking about Greensboro? Is that North Carolina? Where's Greensboro at? If you ever ask questions, by the way, in the chat, definitely leave states, because there are several Greensboros that exist. I'm guessing you're talking about North Carolina. If you're talking about Greensboro, ice accumulation will likely be right around 1/2 inch. For snow, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of snow, to be honest. I would say if you get snow, it's going to be on the very low end. I don't think 3 to 5 is probably going to be it. It might be lower than that. I'm thinking maybe 1 to 2. I'm thinking maybe 1 to 2 if you're over there in the Greensboro area, or even if you're in Charlotte. I think all those areas are going to be right around 1 to 3. Or 1 to 2, 1 to 3. Ray with the $5 super chat asking about Roanoke, Virginia. Roanoke is... Where is Roanoke? I've been to Roanoke before, I think. Isn't that near Washington, D.C.? You can search it up. That is actually Western. Never mind. The Roanoke area is probably going to be in the ballpark for snow. I would say about 3 to 6 inches. And then for ice, probably around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. So again, if you're back over in Virginia, the Carolinas, it'll be mostly freezing rain. Not a whole lot of snow is going to happen for most of you. This is what it's going to look like by Saturday afternoon and evening. Again, timestamp is on the bottom right of your screen. So we will see some freezing rain across North Carolina. Snow will ramp up across areas like Roanoke, and as well as even Richmond and Washington, D.C. We'll see some snow Saturday night, but it will transition into sleet and freezing rain by Sunday morning, and it'll become more of an ice concern by that point. So notice how the freezing rain area will grow in size across the Carolinas and Virginia. And snow will be happening across parts of Maryland still, even by Sunday morning into the afternoon. If you're in Washington, D.C. in the Maryland area, snowfall totals will mostly happen overnight Saturday into early Sunday. There will be a transition into sleet and freezing rain as we go into Sunday night. So there will be some ice out there. But you should get a good amount of snow right before that. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we are live with extensive winter storm coverage. We will be live probably for another hour or two at least, going over your questions. Again, we're just going to keep going over these questions. Again, I'm trying to give everybody, I've got a lot of people tuning in right now. We've had a lot of people tuning in throughout the stream and obviously in our videos and stuff like this. But this is a great time to ask questions. And I say that because once we actually get into the thick of this winter storm, it might be a bit more difficult to do so. So I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible from you guys. That's why we're live. We've had 2 videos every single day here since... I don't know what day it was, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day it was, and we're doing live streams as well. So this is the reason why I'm live, is to answer all your questions, kind of go over all the nitty gritty stuff and go more in detail. This is not possible in a normal video, for the record. We've been live for, how long? 2 hours and 10 minutes, and we have not answered everybody's questions at all. I mean, a lot of you have specific questions. We're trying to go into detail about certain cities and all that, so... Gangster with the $20 super chat. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 12 to 18 inches of snow. So we expect whiteout conditions all day Sunday. I wouldn't say whiteout conditions, but it will pretty much be snowing all of Sunday afternoon. And the snowfall rates are going to be upwards of 3 inches per hour across the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. And that's what's going to spike up our snowfall accumulation in these areas. So Pittsburgh, for example, you will probably see at least 12 inches of snow. It's not going to be whiteout. It's not going to be super windy necessarily, but we'll have heavy snow at times, and that's going to help to increase those numbers. Visibility should be right around a half mile when it's the heaviest, maybe a little bit less than that, but the wind is not going to be a big factor this weekend. Heads up, by the way, if you guys have photos and videos of how you're preparing for this winter storm, go to the second to top link in the description below. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Go ahead and submit a photo or video of your local store, ways you're preparing, any of that stuff, or even if you're just watching the stream with your cat, you can submit that to this as well. All you gotta do is put your location on the map and upload your photo or video and then submit. If you want to submit where you're watching from, you can go to the location report tab and then just click location somewhere, and then bang. We have a heat map essentially that we're building with your locations, and that way we can break down your location a bit easier and know where everybody's tuning in from. So go to that link. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com, and we'll have a heat map here in a few minutes. Let me go back over to here. Huge shout out to Jeremiah with the super chat. Also, Dixie with the super chat. Can you explain why freezing rain is such a concern? Yeah, so freezing rain is like rain that freezes. That's literally what it is. But freezing rain is concerning because the amount of freezing rain that we're going to see over the next 48 hours is going to be large because of the fact that we have so much moisture and it's all training over the same area. This is like the corridor basically that we're going to see a lot of freezing rain in. And so in these areas, that freezing rain is going to stick to power lines, to buildings, to trees, and even infrastructure, and that's going to cause the threat of widespread power outages once we have enough freezing rain. You know how we have icicles? That comes from freezing rain. So we're going to have icicles basically growing on these power lines and these tree branches, and that is going to weigh down trees. It's going to weigh down power lines, and that could snap power lines. It could snap trees. Tree branches will likely be snapped. Some trees could even break from this winter storm entirely, especially the smaller ones. They could fall down. I mean, it's entirely possible. So, and that would be where we see the most significant ice, like back over in eastern Arkansas, for example, where maybe an inch of ice is possible. That's one of those areas that could see some very significant icing. Northern Mississippi, kind of the same thing as well, where those ice storm warnings are. But the power lines are the biggest concern. Tree branches and trees could easily be damaged as well. But that's one of the reasons why it's concerning. When we talk about sleet, sleet isn't as concerning because it's just pebbles basically falling out of the sky. It's almost like pea-sized hail that is falling out of the sky. And for those that are in the plains or the southeast, you've probably seen hail before. And pea-sized hail does basically nothing. It's just cool, I would say. I mean, it's nothing crazy when it comes to a storm. And that is basically what we're going to be seeing with sleet. Sleet does accumulate to roadways and it can make things slippery, but it does not cause power outages usually. It doesn't usually cause trees to fall down, that sort of thing. Hopefully that's a good explanation on the wintry precipitation types, but I do feel like that's a good thing to talk about because I do think a lot of people are like, why in the world is, the freezing rain here so concerning, and why are we talking about it so much? That is the reason why. I gotta run a program so you guys are gonna see that. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. I'm installing cam program thingy ding. What a thing to install on a stream. Thank you, Zombie, for the $100 super chat. I'm from Topeka, Kansas, and just wondering how much snow will my hometown get. Hope everybody stays safe out there. Yeah, so if you're back over in the Topeka area, I'm going to do a little zoomed-in view of our snowfall accumulation. Let's go to the Central Plains here. And this is what it looks like for snow across Kansas and surrounding areas. So we're talking Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. I'm actually going to go, can I go South Central? South Central exists? I think this might be the furthest south I can go right now. But basically, if you're in northern Oklahoma, central southern Kansas, we're talking basically a widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow. Topeka will probably be in that ballpark of 8 to 10. Kansas City, probably a little closer, about 6 to 8 inches of snow. And then St. Louis, I know we have a lot of people tuning in from St. Louis right now. We're likely going to be right around 5 to 7 inches, slightly higher on the south side of the city, where it could be closer to 6 to 10. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right. I know a lot of you guys are submitting photos and videos. We'll go back to snowfall and everything in just a second, but I do want to talk a little bit about what you guys are seeing out there already, and also how you guys are preparing. So this is some of the ways that you guys can get prepared for this winter storm. Let me skip ahead to where we left off. This is in Pulaski, Tennessee. Hey, if you're in Pulaski, Tennessee, is this a Walmart? I can't tell what this is, but there's a lot of bread. Somebody's going to try to price gouge this. Pulaski, Tennessee has plenty of bread right now. That is a lot. That is crazy. Something by Matthew. DeKalb County, Georgia, cooking some lemons. Thanks for your update. I don't know if I got enough liquor, but I got some. Stocked up on propane. Fingers crossed we don't have any electric problems. It looks like meat, but thank you for your submission. And again, if you want to submit stuff, the link's on your screen. There's also, it's down in the description as well. Matthew is getting together the cereal army for this winter storm over in Atlanta, Georgia. This is in Maple Shade, Ohio, where the winter storm is obviously uptrended. We're talking 12 to 18 inches of snow in some spots. Did my shopping today and maybe tomorrow. What are your thoughts on Galveston, Ohio? That's southeastern Ohio. Southeast Ohio will probably be right around 8 to 12 inches of snow. It's in Houston, Texas. There's no more ramen. Oh my goodness. We got a ramen emergency at the Heb over in Houston. The world's gonna end. This is catastrophic, guys. What are we ever gonna do without the ramen? This is from Joseph in Bedford County, Tennessee. Looks like a good setup. It looks good. I feel ready. This is in Tropic, Ohio. I don't know what's going on in that fridge. Are those ice cubes right there? Bro, what are we doing? Bro, put ice cubes in there. This is from Canton Township, Michigan. Plenty of liquor. All right, everybody's stocking up on the liquor for this winter storm. This is over in Macon County, Missouri. All taken up. There's like no bread there. Looks like a few hamburger buns maybe, and that's really about it. This back over in Kentucky. And then we got from Wood County, Texas. Sold out of Antigol for diesel tractors at Tractor Supply. Now, if you're going to Tractor Supply, there's probably gonna be a lot of stuff sold out. Interesting trend. Apparently, according to Riley, he's seeing more bananas sold out than water, bread, and milk in these places. So I don't know what's going on with the bananas. We gotta have a banana emergency in the southeast. Mustang, Oklahoma has no bread. A lot of you guys are sending in photos of basically no bread. Wow, there is nothing at this Walmart. This is from Ron and Brenda. Walmart in Tulsa has run out of groceries. There's like literally almost nothing there. That's crazy. This is also in Tulsa. Is this the same person? I don't know if it's the same person, but man, there's like literally nothing there. No bananas in my Kroger today. Been stocking up on food and drinks for the last 3 days in Pennsylvania. Got 2.5 gallons of milk. Look at that. Stocked up on milk and everything. Walmart has no more vegetables in Tulsa. Guys, we have a Tulsa, Oklahoma does not have much at the Walmart right now. Looks like it's a struggle out there. Steve over in Delaware is getting prepared with popcorn. It's in Lexington, Kentucky. A lot of food. A lot of guys are prepared. Fort Worth's prepared as well. There's nothing on the shelves right now at Walmart Johnson City. Or Walmart in Johnson City. And then no bananas in New Albany, Indiana. It's over in Abilene, Texas. Basically, all the water is gone. A lot of bread gone over in Tennessee. It's in Charlotte. Charlotte again. Charlotte's gonna get a lot of ice this weekend. So Charlotte, water's basically gone here too, and all the bread I would have to assume as well. They have Circle though. I used to drink Circle stuff. It's at the top there. That's not gonna help you with water. That's the problem. This is from Alex in New York. Temperatures are above freezing for 1 day. Only 1 day. There you go. It's only going to be 1 day probably for the next like 2 weeks. It's going to be below freezing in New York for a long time, I think. This says Caleb in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is the Aldi in Tulsa. There is like nothing here. I've never seen an Aldi like this. Sweet treats, bagels, wraps, bread, everything's gone. There's like nothing there. That's insane. This is the worst I've actually seen an Aldi before. Bread and alcohol flew off the shelves in Aldi in Knoxville, Tennessee. Maybe they saw my high demand graphic last night, though, showing all the alcohol going. Wonder if bread helps melt the ice. I don't think so. I don't get the whole thing with bread and milk. I really don't. I don't get why so many people buy it for winter storms and stuff. It's so weird. Very interesting, though, I gotta say. This is the Fayetteville, Arkansas Walmart. Basically no meat there. Wow, this Aldi has literally nothing either. This over in Forsyth County in North Carolina. Thanks him for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Jordan with the $10 super chat. Highland Village, Texas loves Max. I appreciate that. I love Highland Village. I used to live near there. Thanks, Steve, for sending this in as well. This is over in Toccoa, I think. Basically, no bread there as well. Kennesaw, Georgia, same thing. No bread. I mean, these Walmarts are chalked. And then Hannah in Florence, Kentucky has all the alcohol in the world ready to go. The only problem I'm seeing is the cat is right next to it. Cat, I don't think is going to be drinking alcohol. This is from an anonymous person in Birds Run, Ohio. Heat wave in Ohio before the storm. They are using an Accurite weather station. Again, you can check out Accurite's affordable weather stations with the top link in the description below. Today's stream is actually brought to you by Accurite. If you want an affordable weather station, you can check that out. Use code MAX10 at checkout. You get 10% off any order. That is, again, the top link in the description. This back over from Kalen in Erie County, Ohio. Watching the snow. They got a whole snow set up there as well. They got the weather radio I saw too. The good thing they have their weather radio ready to go. This is from Sharon in Falls City, Nebraska. We have milk, toilet paper, and bread. It's the shredded cheese that we flock to the store for and the beer. Apparently Nebraska has a cheese issue. Hey, I don't know who this is in Columbia City. I think you need to do some cleanup, man. I don't know what's going on with this fridge, but this is kind of disgusting. I'm not going to lie. Can we fix what's going on here and down here, please? What is going on down here? We might need a new fridge entirely. It might not even just be cleaning it. It might just be need a new fridge. Negative 14 degrees right now in Forest Lake, Minnesota. And it's a 26-degree wind chill. I feel bad for you. That is crazy. It's going to be about 50 degrees below zero by tomorrow morning. Hey, by the way, Brenda for the $25 Venmo donation. Thanks for all the weather updates from Nashville. I really appreciate that. And also shout out to Jennifer with the $50 PayPal donation. And also Felicia for the $75 PayPal donation, saying thank you from Hill County, Texas. And then Jennifer said, well-deserved donation for an ice cream treat. I will not be having ice cream at all anytime soon because milk, dairy products in general do ruin your voice. And I'm going to be live for probably upwards of 50 hours over the next few days. So that is a no-go. But I do appreciate it. I will have that after this is all said and done. Weather station. This is also an Accurate weather station from Mikey. Appreciate you sending this in. A lot of you guys have Accurate stuff already, but if you don't already, these are the best weather stations in the game. You can get them at the top link in the description. This is the Walmart in Frankfort, Kentucky. There's only a couple of bagels left, and that might be moldy. I don't know. Can't tell. Not really much left here, though. Exile at Walmart in Lamar, Missouri. It looks like Missouri's faring well with the eggs. Winter storm preps, fresh batteries, and a new fire extinguisher. It's good. No bread in Kentucky. Louisville Costco Thursday night and no bread. Got hand warmers, got batteries, got everything ready to go here. Flashlights. Man, some of these grocery stores literally look like they're like going out of business with how little stuff they have in some of these things. Got a Jackery solar generator over in Little Rock, Arkansas. What in the world is that? Is that chili? Are we really buying that much chili in Little Rock, Arkansas, Sam? Are we feeding like 50 people? What is going on here? That is a lot of chili. Hey, Nicole for the super chat and Void for the super chat. My son is 6. His name is Riker, and you inspired him to get into the weather in a big way. We watch your channel all the time. Really appreciate that. I'm glad I can inspire him too. At least we have plenty of farm fresh eggs. That's a W. You're making me hungry by all these eggs. I was about to say all these food photos are making me hungry. This is food for my dogs. That's good timing. We got dog food. This is pretty good. Actually, one thing I do want to point out, if you have pets, it's probably a good thing to give them some extra water and food during this winter storm. You might get hungry faster or thirsty faster. No more avocados in Cincinnati. We got an avocado emergency over here. Hey, we got some pineapples. No bananas in Pittsburgh. Okay, bananas are really a big problem. Is there like a banana thing going on right now? Or are we just literally all buying bananas because of this winter storm? Like, what is going on? We got mac and cheese in Sumner County, Tennessee. That looks like Kraft mac and cheese. Cape Cod, Massachusetts, ready to go. Yeah, Massachusetts is one of those places that's definitely going to be ready to go here. They're very used to winter storms, even though there haven't been many recently. Sold out of eggs in Knoxville, Tennessee. Centralia, Illinois. There's plenty of bread there. We'll do a few more, then we'll go back to snow and stuff like that. Tom Thumb basically has nothing left in terms of milk. That is a stacked fridge for how small that is. I'll go through a few more here. I feel ready and loaded. You're loaded on soda, that's for sure. There's plenty of drinks here. I don't really see much food or substance. You might have to go out and get some groceries, because we're in Oklahoma. I mean, it might be too late at this point, but I don't see food. Are you gonna eat pickles throughout your next 7 days? Is that what we're eating? I think that's pickles up there at the top right. We got pickles. There's a little bit of meat, so maybe you'll live off that for a few days. Let me just send in the chat, no bananas in El Reno, Oklahoma either. Over at White House, Tennessee, they literally have a sign saying out of bananas. It's shocked. Bananas are cooked. Bread Isle in Graham, North Carolina. There's none there. Lots of water at BJ's. No bread, paper towels, hand towels, or water. Looks like it'll be a restroom weekend. I'll be in Houston. Houston won't be that bad. I mean, ice is possible as we go on a Sunday, but I think it'll be pretty minimal there, but it'll obviously be enough to probably close some roads for at least Sunday into early Monday. It shouldn't be terrible, though, for Houston. I mean, Houston, comparatively to everybody else, is not going to be that bad. Ohio has no onions, apparently. I'm going to skip ahead here to the last few. We got like 5 more left, so... This is another Accurate weather station in Bethel Township, Pennsylvania. Everybody's shown up. If you guys have Accurate weather stations, definitely submit some photos. So this is 33 degrees over there in Bethel Township. Got another one over in Oakland, Tennessee. 40 degrees right now. Temperature's falling. Frankfort, Kentucky. I don't know what we're looking at here, but we're looking at a store. All right, we got 5 more here. Diet Coke is loaded up. We got toilet paper. This is a very interesting stack here. Got a shovel. Where is this at? In Virginia? That's a lot of Diet Coke. That should be enough to last you about 3 days. And it looks like the Costco is apparently rated in Plano, Texas. Yeah, there's not a whole lot there. Seminole, Texas, another Accurate weather station. Hi, Max, I'm 7. This is an interesting fridge. This is how we're preparing for this winter storm. It's one interesting way to prepare. By the way, huge shout out to Aaron with the $25 Venmo donation for energy drinks. I do not drink energy drinks, but I do appreciate the Venmo. How bad do you think McKinney, Texas will get? Says Illusion with the super chat. I think it'll be mostly ice there, not really much snow. Probably going to end up seeing around a quarter to half an inch of ice. Some isolated locations, closer to 3/4 as possible. All right, that's enough photos for now. But again, if you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. On your screen right now is a QR code that you can scan, and you can send us photos, you can send us videos. If you go to this QR code too, you should do it right now. Go to this QR code, scan it, and go to the location report thing. If you click on your location, we're going to generate a heat map and get an idea of where everybody's currently tuning in from. That way we can essentially, narrow down areas to talk about. We can talk about some areas more detail, basically, is what I'm saying. So definitely scan the QR code on your screen and do that as well, even if you don't have photos. All right, back over to the map. Thank you to Matt for the $20 super chat. Is there chance this thing could take a turn and shift far enough south for Chattanooga and Tennessee to get snow? No. I highly doubt you'll see snow. It's almost impossible for that to happen at this point. Hey, also, Jamie for the $20 super chat. Near Stoughton, Virginia. Any thoughts for that area? It should be around 4 to 8 inches of snow, and then on top of that, probably going to see around 1/4 of an inch of ice. That's the main concern for the Stoughton area. I think it's Stoughton. Hey, Lance, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Someone has a Diet Coke addiction? I do drink Diet Coke quite a bit. I would drink some, but I only have it in a 2-liter right now up here. No, I just got a bunch of water bottles for these streams, too. I just got like a 30-pack today. I have plenty of water for these live streams coming up. I had no water left other than the filter water, and that takes time to get to, so I have water bottles instead. Snow in Ada, Oklahoma. I think almost all of Oklahoma will see snow. The only exception would be southeastern Oklahoma. It'll pretty much all be freezing rain and sleet. There might be a brief transition to snow on Sunday, but it'll be mostly just freezing rain down there. Shout out to Jeff with the $25 super chat. Jacksboro, Tennessee, north of Knoxville. Yeah, so anywhere pretty much in this corridor here near Knoxville, even if you're just a little north of it, if you're north of Knoxville, better chance in the Jacksboro area specifically for ice accumulation. It'll probably be up to 1/4 of an inch of ice. There will be a little warm sector going up into that area during the daytime on Saturday, so it should be a little bit of ice to start, but it'll be more of an ice situation, I think, on the back end of this storm system on Sunday. Generally speaking, though, I think the ice accumulation will be a lot lower if you're in that little corridor there of eastern Tennessee. Nashville will probably be not far from ice storm criteria. Memphis will probably hit ice storm criteria, and so ice storm warnings may be issued for that area, but specifically there, if you're back over near Knoxville or Chattanooga, you guys might kind of luck out on there being a major ice storm. It'll probably be more of a fact of just a lot of rain, maybe a bit of ice, and we'll definitely see some ice on the back side of this system, but it will not be as significant, I think, for Saturday and Sunday as your neighbors to the west, essentially, or even east. You're kind of in like a little lucky situation there, I guess. Hey, 2+ the $20 super chat. Work at assistant living in Annapolis, Maryland. What are you expecting? 1/4 of an inch of ice, right around 8 to 12 inches of snow. And for those that are just tuning in, this is our snow forecast as of right now. Again, we're expecting pretty much 12 to 18 inches of snow for most of the Northeast. Those numbers could go up a little bit for some of you guys, but Maryland specifically going to be right around 8 to 12 inches. Hey, Glaze with the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Triple with the $10 super chat. That's what Lubbock will be like. Snow or mostly ice? There will be some snow in Lubbock, probably right around 1 to 3 inches, but ice is going to be the biggest concern, which will probably be around 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Hey, Devin, for becoming a member. Derek says, I'm leaving Atlanta, or my wife's leaving Atlanta Airport Saturday at 10 a.m. and the plane's coming from DC. She move it to Friday? I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be all right then. Yeah, I mean, the timing of this winter storm right now for the weekend, we're not really going to see anything in Washington, D.C. or even Atlanta until sometime late Saturday, so it should be fine. I do want to remind everybody, though, if you're asking questions related to traveling, when it comes to driving or whatever it might be, going on a bike, like going anywhere basically with your vehicle, I'm not going to really give much advice on that. Again, that comes down to your risk tolerance. It's not going to come down to what I'm saying. You can make basically make a decision based off what I'm saying, obviously, but I would not try, like, I'm not going to tell you, like, you should or shouldn't do something, because it's depending on your risk tolerance. Most places that are in the ice storm warnings or even into winter storm warnings, travel is not advised, but I mean, there will be people that will try to drive out there, and there'll be an ice rink in, like, Dallas-Fort Worth, for example, and people will still be driving around. So, in my opinion, I wouldn't be driving around. But that's, again, completely up to you. Thank you, Carson, for the super chat, and also Rels for the super chat. I might be out of school. Yeah, school closures are pretty likely. Oklahoma, for the most part, doesn't have school tomorrow. Texas Panhandle, same thing. Monday and Tuesday of next week, I think a lot of this area will probably have school cancellations as well. So it should be a pretty large area that we're talking about. Also, we do have a heat map for where you guys are all tuning in from. And so any of the red dots is basically where some of you, that's where the majority of you are tuning in from right now. So we got a lot of you guys from Atlanta. And again, I think Atlanta is going to be on the cusp of seeing ice. And there are winter storm watches there for a reason. But I do think there will be ice there. A lot of people in Dallas, ice storm looking possible. And then Oklahoma City, a lot of snow coming there. Tulsa, same thing in Springfield. But a lot of you that are tuning in right now are kind of in this belt of where I do think the heaviest of the snow is going to be. I mean, we're talking 8 to 12 plus inches for a lot of these spots from Oklahoma City into Philadelphia. Again, if you want to submit your location, you can do that on our website. It's the second to top link in the description below. You go to the location report, and it'll pin your place basically on the map. And we got 726 of you, or 727 now, on this map right now. Hey, Michelle, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Wrestling with the Super Chat. Is there a chance accumulation change for Lubbock closer to Saturday? Probably not. I don't think there'll be many changes if you're in West Texas. At this point, the amount of changes that we're going to see in this forecast are low. The only place that changes are a little bit more possible at this point would be this area here. Because a lot of what's going to happen on the East Coast will happen Sunday. Some stuff will happen Saturday, but most of it will be Sunday. Thank you, Gabriella, for the $20 PayPal donation. Jealous of all the snow when we're getting about negative 50-degree temperatures and exploding trees in the upper Midwest. Appreciate the PayPal donation. Yeah, exploding trees are possible. And again, that's just basically when sap expands, the tree expands. It doesn't actually explode, but it can make a gunshot sound. Off the record, that a lot of people, I've gotten over 20 different news companies today to reach out to me for news interviews about exploding trees. I didn't think this thing would go viral, for the record. I did not think people would find that crazy. Like, we had over 20 million views on that post alone, just on our social media pages. That's not even including the Pat McAfee show, where it was showed yesterday. There was a bunch of news articles about it. I don't know how it went so viral. Maybe some of you are currently tuning into this stream and found me because of the exploding tree post. I don't know, but it is actually crazy how this went viral. I mean, it was literally on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. The Pat McAfee show actually showed our snowfall accumulation map today on their show too. But I don't know how that went that viral. I really didn't think that would happen. It was really random. I wish I put a better explanation on the post, because I think people actually thought trees were going to explode. On Twitter alone, we had 27,000 likes and 5,000 retweets. I mean, I didn't really expect that. So that was definitely my bad for not captioning it better, but yeah, very interesting. But Pat McAfee did DM me yesterday and wanted to get my number, so maybe we'll have something in the future. Maybe I'll be the Pat McAfee show meteorologist. That'd be interesting, especially for football games. That'd be fun. I've watched that show for years, so it's actually pretty cool to be on it. Hey, Kayla, for becoming a member. Indianapolis probably going to see right around 6 to 10 inches of snow. It'll be mostly happening on Sunday. You'll have a little bit of snow on Saturday, pretty light to moderate during the lunchtime hour, early afternoon, and then Sunday it'll get a little bit more intense. Hey, Owen, for the super chat. Charlottesville, Virginia, some forecasts show 24 inches of snow. I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't think we're going to be seeing 24 inches of snow there. There have been some posts, and apparently there's a weather app, and I don't know what weather app it is, but apparently there's a weather app that's been showing places seeing like 30 inches of snow. I don't know, like, I think one of those areas is that. I think it's Charlottesville. And I don't know why it's showing that, but you're not going to see 30 inches of snow. I think the only place that could see that much snow would be very far northern Virginia. We're talking near Washington, Centerville, Dale City. Charlottesville will probably be somewhere around 6 or 8 inches of snow. But, like, we're not talking 30 inches in Virginia. There's just no way. Atlanta Metro, yeah, for those that are tuning in from Atlanta right now, I know a lot of you guys are tuning in from there. Again, there will likely be some ice in Atlanta on Saturday and into early Sunday, but I do not expect there to be an ice storm. I think maybe up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice for Atlanta. That'd be about it. I say that's about it. It's definitely going to be significant enough to cause travel impacts, but when it comes to power outages, it's not going to be as likely for your area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we covered states that have declared a state of emergency earlier. We are now adding Missouri to that list. So Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Alabama, and Missouri have now all declared a state of emergency for the incoming snow and ice.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have state of emergency stretching from Texas to the East Coast now, ahead of this historic winter storm that is going to be ramping up a lot more tomorrow. So that is, again, new information here from the Gulf Coast into the Ohio Valley and back towards the East Coast. They left for the super chat about 20 miles north of Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I think most of Pennsylvania will see 10 to 15 inches of snow. Some locations could be over that. Yeah, there's 34,000 of you watching. I'm one person. I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible. So, we'll keep answering questions. You've created new buzzwords with your exploding trees and falling iguanas. Well, falling iguanas has always been a thing. Exploding trees, it's actually a term. I mean, it's not something I made up, but it doesn't literally mean exploding trees. Like, it does not mean you're going to have exploding trees in your backyard that have wood go all over the place. But in a lot of cases in the Midwest, you will probably, if you live in Wisconsin, Minnesota, you'll hear probably some loud bangs on Saturday, Sunday, and even possibly tomorrow because of these trees basically snapping. Just because of how cold it is. It's quite an interesting phenomenon. It mostly happens in the northern plains and the Northeast. It has hardly ever happened in the South. Cheese curd has merch? Yeah, we do actually have cheese curd merch for my cat. My cat's not in here, otherwise I'd show you her. Caleb with the super chat says, Norman, Oklahoma, how's it looking for Friday and Saturday? Yeah, Norman and anywhere around Oklahoma City, we're mostly going to start with freezing rain and sleet Friday afternoon. By late Friday night and Saturday morning is when a lot of those areas near Oklahoma City will transition into a heavy snow. This snow is not going to be as heavy, though, as what we're going to see Saturday night and early Sunday. This is going to be the snow that'll probably be right around 1.5 to 2 inches per hour. The heavier snow is going to be coming in Saturday night and early Sunday, and that's going to be this band right here on the back side of our low pressure system. We'll get intense Arctic air off to the north. We'll have some moisture coming out of the south as well, kind of creating a low pressure system. So our snowfall totals are going to be a lot more significant Saturday night in Oklahoma and Missouri and Kansas, and that is why our snowfall accumulation is expected to be higher in these areas. Hey, Sandy for the super chat. Arkansas has also declared a state of emergency. Thank you for the update. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, Tennessee has also declared a state of emergency. So apparently it's just like the few minutes of the state of emergency, but it sounds like Arkansas and Tennessee have also declared a state of emergency.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So it looks like more and more states are now issuing state of emergencies. Hey, Samuel, for the $10 super chat. Snow estimate in Canton, Ohio. Let me go ahead and just zoom in. I'll go to the National Weather Service blend of models and just show out the entire eastern tier of the country here. But Columbus is going to be right around, I'll name a few cities here. Columbus, right around 10. If you're in Cleveland, probably right around 8 inches. Cincinnati, better chance of around 12 inches of snow. And then elsewhere, right along the West Virginia and like Ohio border there, we're probably talking around 10 to 12. And then far northwestern Ohio near Toledo, we're probably talking 5 to 6, 5 to 7. That's kind of like just an average. Again, the numbers will vary for sure, but that's an average. Thank you, Eva, for the $50 super chat. Worried about incoming flights travel for Saturday in Columbia, Missouri. It'll be a lot more snow than anything, so I wouldn't be too concerned. But there will likely be some delays and cancellations. I mean, again, we're talking about a pretty historic winter storm here, and wind isn't necessarily the problem. It's the snow and ice. And there will likely be travel delays out of Nashville, out of Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, even possibly. LaGuardia, New York could definitely have some delays and cancellations as we go into Sunday. Little Rock, definitely going to have some problems. Oklahoma City, probably going to have some problems too. Dallas, so be prepared for delays and cancellations at airports if you are traveling this weekend. Hey, Josh, for the super chat, I don't know where that is. And put your state whenever you send a message. If it, because I don't know where every single town and city is. I know where most cities are, but some of the towns, I'm not always fully confident on. Tennessee has also been declared. Yeah, we just said that a second ago. By the way, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll have extensive live coverage most of Saturday and Sunday and at least some of tomorrow. So click the bell icon so you're notified as well when we go live. We'll have a video tomorrow morning too. Thank you, Kurt, for becoming a member, and Martin for the super chat. We're about 30 miles south of Weatherford, Oklahoma. Holding our breath about ice. What are your thoughts? Yeah, ice accumulation in southern Oklahoma and North Texas is going to be the most significant. These are some of the ice numbers that we're currently looking at for this weekend in the southern plains and back into the Ozarks and right along the Mississippi River. And once again, we are expecting over half an inch of ice for most of southern Arkansas and right along the Red River here in northern Mississippi. If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, we're talking around about a quarter to half an inch. Some locations, though, could be higher than that. I would not be surprised if areas near McKinney towards Paris, Texas, were more like 3/4 of an inch of ice. And then Oklahoma City will be right around probably just a glazing to a 1/10 of an inch. But any ice accumulation that happens in Oklahoma will be mostly during the morning hours on Friday, maybe into the afternoon. And it's almost all snow after that, anywhere north of that sharp dividing line beyond Friday afternoon. There are Wells for the $20 super chat. Can you predict when it will be mostly snow or ice for Talina, Oklahoma? Seems to be borderline. I'm going to show you guys this. We're going to do a... this is a different map that I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to the Radar Omega app here and show you the HRRR for the future radar. This will actually give you a slightly better look at cities and stuff, too. I don't know what that town was. What was that, Talina? Where'd that message go? This chat is going so incredibly fast. The chat has never been so fast. I feel like even like when we've had 100,000 people watching during like Milton, the chat was never this fast. I don't know what the record is for our chat, but this chat rate is insane. All right, just outside McAllister, you guys are almost all going to be ice. I mean, like we're talking about freezing rain pretty much all of, let me go to precipitation type here. We're talking about basically freezing rain and sleet almost all of Friday and Saturday. This pictured here would be tomorrow night around 9 to 10, so there might be a brief transition to snow. And then eventually as we go into Saturday morning, timestamps at the very top of your screen, it'll be almost all freezing rain and sleet. And then by Sunday, you might get a brief amount of snow Sunday morning, but it won't be much. This model only goes about 48 hours out, so this is into Saturday. But if you're north of Little Rock, like we're talking snow pretty much all of Saturday morning, back up near Mountain Home and Bentonville, but Little Rock is going to be almost all sleet. There could be some snow mixing with that sleet, which could lead to some snow accumulation. Jonesboro, mostly snow. Cape Girardeau is almost all snow. Nashville, again, will start as snow. If you're in Nashville, by around 10 to 11 o'clock on Saturday, we will look at some snow for a few hours, which could lead to a few inches if you're lucky, and then after that, it's going to transition to sleet and freezing rain. Hey, Sylvia, for the $20 super chat. What's Huntsville, Alabama look like for this weekend? Huntsville might be in that little warm setup here. Again, we're going to have a warm surge of air coming out of the south, and that could just be enough to keep Huntsville away from most of the winter weather impacts. They have a winter weather advisory for Huntsville right now, saying ice accumulation up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice is possible. They are saying mixed precipitation is expected as of right now, so there might be a little bit of ice, but it would pretty much almost all be on Sunday, in my opinion. But they are saying this winter weather advisory goes from midnight Friday until Sunday night. But I think if any wintry precipitation happens, it'd be mostly on Sunday. There's a chance that we could briefly see some tomorrow or Saturday morning as well, but it will probably melt on any sort of roadways. If there's a bridge or an overpass, it might stick. By the way, this is obviously new to our channel. For those that have watched our channel for a while, how do you like our overlays? Like, this is gonna be kind of what we're rocking for our winter storm streams. I feel like these overlays look really clean. There's a lot of information on the bottom of your screen now. Like, this is a very revamped overlay compared to what we used to have. And also, you probably won't see this ever again, or at least for a while, but we have 38 different winter storm watches and 26 different winter storm warnings in effect, which is crazy. Thank you, Hutch, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Love them. A lot of you guys like the overlays. If you guys watched our winter storm streams last year, I don't know if I can pull up an overlay, but they were very different and not very good. They weren't very different, but they just weren't clean. These are really clean now. I'm going to show you guys an example real quick, and we'll go back to answering your questions. It's what they used to look like. I mean, this is our 3-cam overlay. That's what it used to look like. So, much less... I feel like these are just way cleaner. And these also had tornado and severe warnings on them, which is literally not something that is even needed for a stream like this. So, unless we actually had tornado warnings, which I'm not ruling out an isolated, you know, severe storm, maybe a tornado warning somewhere in Alabama or Georgia on Sunday, but it's not going to be anything widespread. Hey, Dave, for the $10 super chat. Daffy also says, overlays and overall aesthetic is nice. Something that you probably did not notice, this is a very small, minor change to our live streams, but you may have not noticed this, but my camera actually goes down just a slight bit further down, so it's like a bit more vertical, so I can actually have more hand motion. We're working on stuff like that right now. Hey, Hot Dog, for the $20 super chat. Know you're old when you have a favorite meteorologist. Thanks for what you do. Stay safe. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Misery, for becoming a member. Huge shout out to all of our new members on the channel. And huge shout out, by the way, to anybody supporting the channel. Again, we have a big operation here. It's not just me running the stream. Obviously, we have Riley. We have a whole back-end team now, so I really appreciate all of your support on the stream. It does really mean a lot. We have a large operation. We have a lot of employees now. We never had any employees up until last year, 2025, and we've grown our team significantly. And without your support, we would not be able to run our operation, so I really appreciate all of your support on this channel. Hey, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Any models showing further shifts to the north for snow? Des Moines, Iowa, originally a trace, now 2 to 3 inches. There will probably be a few inches of snow back over in the Des Moines area, but we're not talking anything significant. The latest model runs are really showing nothing. Maybe just some flurries, maybe an inch. But I don't even know if 2 to 3 inches is realistic. I mean, this run here doesn't really have much of anything. It'd be a quick little clipping of light snow. But you're going to be underneath that very strong high-pressure system, that Arctic high-pressure system, essentially, back over in the northern plains. So there's going to be basically a lot of sinking air, and that means you're probably not going to have much snow, if any. Thank you also, Jeff, for the Venmo donation, saying, thanks, buddy, appreciate that. Link for the heat map, it is the second to top link in the description. You can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Speaking of that, let's go through some of the new photos and videos you guys are sending in for preparation stuff. 1 second to get back to where I was before. Now, if you have questions, continue to ask them. I'll try to answer as many as possible. I'm looking at normal chat and super chats too. I'm trying to look at both. Just a very fast chat. Should Fort Wayne be preparing for anything worse than 8 inches of snow? Let me go back to this map real quick. If you're in the Fort Wayne area, I would expect probably around 4 to 8. I don't think it'll be any higher than that. Here's our snowfall accumulation map. So you're kind of on the cusp of 4 to 8, so you'll probably be on the lower hand of that range. Thank you, Michelle, for the $10 super chat. Thank you also, Glow, for becoming a maximum velocity member. All right, let's go over some of your new photos and videos. We've had a lot of you guys send in stuff. This is from Brandon in Jasper County, Missouri. 100 pounds of venison. That is a lot. You are definitely prepared for this winter storm, my friend. This is in Montpelier, Ohio. Another Accurite weather station. Again, get an Accurite weather station if you don't already have one. A lot of you guys already have one, but you can get one at the top link in the description. Use code MAX for 10% off. We are a partner with Accurite here on our channel. Another Accurite weather station. Hi, Max. I'm 13 years old and aiming to be a future meteorologist. I mean, you already got a pretty good setup. You got the backyard weather station, then you also got the National Weather Service website pulled up. That's a good start. This is in Arlington, Virginia. We got all sorts of... Wow, that's a lot of battery backups. In my weather studio, we have 2 big battery backups, and that's it. That's impressive over in Arlington, Virginia. It's in Polk County, Missouri. Another weather station showing 30 degrees outside. Another Accurate weather station. Man, a lot of you guys are sending in Accurate weather stations. This anonymous person over in Short Hills, New Jersey. First major storm as a New Jersey teen. Did my family do well enough? I think it looks pretty good. I mean, this is looking better than most of your fridges. I'm going to be honest. A lot of you guys have questionable fridges. Especially going into this event. I've seen some very questionable things. This looks like the most ordinary fridge I've seen so far, so I'll give you that. Found this in my local farmer's market. I don't know what that is. Is that like a... It looks like a cucumber, but a pepper. I don't know what that is. That's over in Georgia. Prepping in Alabama for nothing. Maybe one day. Yeah, Alabama, again, you might get a little glazing of ice. I don't see a whole lot happening other than up in northern... Alabama. That's okra? Okay, everybody's saying okra. Why is everybody like saying it like that? I don't know what... I've never seen okra look like that. I've seen the fried okra like stuff before. Why does everybody know what that is and I don't? We are offended? Oh, my bad. I mean, I used to live in Texas and fried okra was a thing, but I never knew what okra actually looked like. This is from Washington County, Arkansas, another Accurate weather station. Thank you, Ethan, for becoming a member. Real with the super chat says, what about Western North Carolina? I think Western North Carolina is going to get significant ice. That's my biggest concern. Yeah, if you are in Western North Carolina, be ready for a full-blown ice storm. Talking ½ inch to 1 inch of ice in some spots, so power outages are on the table. Unfortunately, those areas that were hard hit by Hurricane Helene are going to be getting hard hit by ice this time around. This Joshua in Bexley, Ohio. I'm 17 years old, looking forward to studying atmospheric sciences, and this is what my fridge looks like in my dad's house for this winter storm. There isn't much in it. I'm not sure what he's going to be living off of other than 7-Up and milk, but we maybe have some pineapple in there. That's all I see. Might need to get some more stuff other than condiments. 35 degrees in Knoxville right now. Sealing off a drafty door. Cody and El Reno. Nice. Local Walmart in St. Mary's County, Maryland. This is this winter storm is going to be historic, and it's also causing chaos at every local grocery store. There's no bread. I don't even know what aisle this is. Is that bread? I don't know what's supposed to be here, but there's like literally nothing there. Radio guy with a $20 super chat. Can't thank you enough for your team. Really concerned about my parents in White County, Georgia. Where's White County at? Let me look where that is. White County, yeah, you guys are going to be talking about some pretty extreme winter impacts. We're talking ½ inch to 1 inch of ice in that area, so be prepared for the threat of an ice storm in northeastern Georgia. Hey, Doa for the $50 super chat. Okra, maybe, not, what? Thank you for the very generous super chat, appreciate it. Nobody's in the chat. For Doha. This is an anonymous person in Peters Township, Pennsylvania. The last 3 bananas in the Pittsburgh area. If you want to blame somebody for the bananas being gone in Pittsburgh, here's your guy. I don't know who this is, but they're anonymous. They're probably anonymous for a reason. I just said gross in the chat. What's wrong with bananas? I have a person named Kevin. I know a person named Kevin from the National Weather Service that is tuning in right now. He just said okra, dude. Bro's offended too. I got a lot of people offended by the okra thing. I don't know what okra looks like. I've only seen fried okra. This is in Denton, Texas. Chips are out in Denton. Apparently, there's a chip warning if you are going to the local. I think this is Sam's Club. Got a chip warning in effect. Another Jackery. Getting ready in Pittsburgh. Nice. I think we are all set. The dog is ready for the snow. The dog looks really ready for the snow. It's from Lucy in Norman, Oklahoma. It's the Sprouts. This is the best photo I've seen today. A cat wearing a Drake May jersey. Go Patriots, by the way. I'll probably be, I mean, we're gonna be live, I think, all day Sunday for the Winter Storm too, and I'll definitely have the game on one of these monitors, not here, but I'll have it on because I'm a huge Patriots fan. Like, I cannot miss that game. That is such a big game. Like, I've been live a couple of times, I think, back in the fall or even early winter for winter weather, and I didn't have it up because I didn't really care. But man, like, we have not been in a championship game in like 6 years, guys. It's crazy. Walmart is out of frozen pizzas in Eden, Illinois. Hey, like for the $20 super chat. Sitting at -52 in Bemidji, Minnesota, watching for exploding trees. Yeah, it's going to be really, very cold tomorrow. That's probably the wind chill, but yeah. Huge shout out to Josh in Blount County, Tennessee, ready to help those in need during this upcoming storm. Let's get some W's in the chat for Josh. He's a firefighter. Thank you for your service. Seeing a lot of bread photos. Empty aisles as people prep in the Kansas City area. From Kate and Cam in Kansas. Got a lot of cereal. There is nothing. What is this aisle? Is that like meats and stuff? I don't know what that is, but it might be cheese. There's like nothing here. It looks like all cheese is gone in Powdersville, South Carolina. Got the gas ready in Walker County, Alabama. Potatoes are ready in Virginia. I don't know why you need this many potatoes, but hopefully it lasts you. Should last you a while. Live with the super chat says, go Patriots. I heard New England's going to get 1 to 2 feet around Sunday. That is correct. That's the forecast. 1 to 2 feet. Got Pete the Cat. Got the Essentials in Cincinnati. Nice. Thank you, Aiden, for sending this in. One of our back end, this one of our people that works on the back end, he sent in a photo with 8 degrees over in Canada. It's hello from your favorite developer. Thank you, Edgar, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. This is a local Wegmans in Cockeysville, Maryland. There is like no cheese there. Claremore, Oklahoma, Walmart was like an angry mob. Ready to go in Rhode Island, go Pats. Another Accurate weather station in Dorton, Tennessee. Again, if you want one of these Accurate weather stations, they have new and improved ones, so you can get one at the top link in the description. And then this is Doug with a bunch of plows ready to go. Again, if you want to submit photos and videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen. There's also a link here and in the description down below. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a member, and also DNK for the super chat. Convective allowing models are usually better for snow stuff, and they also usually paint us a better picture of the hour-by-hour look, obviously, since they're literally going hour-by-hour. Most of them at least do, so. It's just easier to see everything that's going on, but in most cases, they're definitely better, in my opinion. I mean, if you're looking at like the GFS, for example, or European model, these models are much lower resolution, which means they're basically not printing, they're basically printing pixels in a larger area. So, like the HRRR, for example, let's just say this is our box here. This is our map. HRRR is going to be printing pixels like this. Very small pixels, very small little snow and ice things. Like basically, it's much more detailed. The European model is going to be more like this. It's going to be a much larger spatial area that it's looking at. So usually the high-res models give us a much better idea of what's going to happen. And processing power for like a computer model like the European model is not nearly as significant in a lot of cases than an ARRR model run, because the ARRR is doing so many small little calculations for each area to see if you're going to see snow, ice, or something like that. If you're looking at the European model, it does not do that detailed of calculations. Mo with the super chat says, Dayton, Ohio, what do you think? I'm worried about my son. I think the Dayton, Ohio area will be probably right around the 6 to 12 inch range. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just actually got something sent through the report dashboard from Michigan State University. It's probably the exact opposite of what all the students wanted to hear, but it says after a thorough review of local weather conditions and information from the National Weather Service, MSU has decided to maintain the regular schedule of classes tomorrow and throughout the weekend. So if you go to Michigan State University, your classes are not canceled. Have fun walking to class tomorrow when it feels like 40 degrees below zero.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that is brutal. And especially if you have to ride a bike to class, like a bike or like a scooter or something, it's gonna make it even feel colder. So that's unfortunate. You guys are probably chalked over there. Michigan's used to it. Hey, you might be used to it, but man, it's gonna get downright cold. And these are the actual temperatures. When you go to, first off, tomorrow is not going to be as bad in Michigan, but it'll be pretty bad. I mean, temperatures 10 degrees below zero, wind chills 30 to 40 degrees below zero. It's going to be bad tomorrow. It'll be much worse Saturday, and then Sunday, Monday will be pretty cold. Tuesday will probably get cold again. I'm surprised they're not canceling, to be honest. I mean, again, most of Minnesota, I think almost every Minnesota school is canceled tomorrow. Northern Wisconsin. It's just going to be cold, cold, cold. Chip with the super chat is asking about Rome, Georgia. Do you think I'll have to use my generators? I don't think so. I think Rome might get lucky in terms of ice. Again, we're going to have that small little area of warmer air. I'm trying to find the right graphic here. But we'll have that small little area of warmer air that'll probably surge even up into the Atlanta area. That will probably leave it so that the ice that accumulates around Atlanta is not as significant. There will be ice, I still think, for Atlanta. But I'm thinking maybe a 1/10 to maybe a 1/4 of an inch of ice, and I don't think power outages are going to be as likely in this area. I do think the further east you go, though, towards like Cleveland, Gainesville, like there's going to be a much better chance that power outages could happen. Hey, JRD for the super chat. Can we go days without power in Nashville? It's possible. I mean, when we're talking about the ice accumulation that we're looking at right now, I think west of Nashville has a much better chance. I think in that general area of Nashville, a 1/4 to 1/2 an inch of ice is on the table. So power outages are 100% on the table. And they could be longer lasting than you would want them to be. As a reminder, this is what our watches and warnings maps looks like right now. It's a very large area. All right, we have ice storm warnings. Let me get rid of the future radar here so you can see it a bit clearer. But yeah, we have winter storm watches in the dark blue. It now goes all the way into Maine. So our winter storm watches go from New Mexico to Maine. That's over 2,000 miles of a stretch. And then anywhere in the winter storm warnings, that's an area that we are expecting, again, significant conditions. Those are from Kentucky back into Texas. And then the ice storm warnings. That's an effect over here in Mississippi and Alabama. Anyway, downfall for the super chat. First time here. Appreciate you tuning in. How do you think Delaware will be? I think Delaware is going to be mostly a snow event, but there will likely at least be around a 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch of ice on the backside of this winter storm as we go into late Sunday night. So this is what the ice map looks like. Again, we're probably going to at least see a 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch of ice in around Delaware. And then snowfall accumulation, probably right around 8 to 10 inches of snow. Will Indiana get in a state of emergency? I don't know. I'm not really able to predict that, but I would say probably. If neighboring states, I mean, Missouri's doing it. I don't know if Indiana would. Southern Indiana would be like the place that, I mean, if they did do it, it would probably be more for the southern part of Indiana. Any answer for the super chat? How much snow do you expect in Mountain, Maryland? I'm going to pull up the snow map. Yeah, I'm going to give you a general idea. Most of Maryland's going to be around the same. But again, in Maryland, I would expect pretty much almost all of Maryland to be somewhere around 8 to 12 inches of snow. Further south you are, you'll be more closer to 4 to 8 inches. And then further north towards northern Maryland, 12 to 18 inches of snow is what I would expect for your area. So the further north you go, obviously, the more significant the snow is going to be. But if you're kind of between it near Washington, D.C., probably around 8 to 12 inches. Huge shout out to Ubo for the $100 super chat. Huge W's in the chat for Ubo. Really appreciate that. W spam in the chat for Ubo. Really appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Lauren, also for the super chat. Do you think sleet makes its way into Louisville and cut down on the snow totals? I think there'll be a little bit of sleet in Louisville. So, I mean, the snowfall totals will probably be cut down just a little bit. But, I mean, I still think my forecast right now is still around 12, 14 inches. Probably in that ballpark. And again, there's entirely a possibility here that we could have an overperforming winter storm. I want to remind you guys that, again, that's entirely on the table. Again, the snow event is expected to be a lot more significant on Sunday, with snowfall accumulation being a lot more rapid. And we're talking about snowfall rates tomorrow and early Saturday out of this batch of snow being about maybe 50% of what the snow will be out of this next batch of snow. Because the snowfall ratios are much lower out of this band of snow on Saturday that'll move across the Ohio Valley and back into the Northeast. Hey, Seth, for the $10 super chat. Will Louisville, Kentucky get a state of emergency? I mean, it would be a state emergency. I wouldn't be surprised if Kentucky got a state of emergency. But, I mean, you don't get a state of emergency just for one town or city. How bad will it hit Waco, Texas? Yeah, so if you're back over in the Waco area, we are expecting some pretty significant icing north of you. If you're in Waco, it's going to be a little bit lower. So, Waco, Texas, this is just a general ice map here on what you can expect. I would expect somewhere around a 10th to a fourth of an inch of ice, so possibly some isolated power outages, definitely some travel problems. Obviously, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, back into southern Arkansas, that is where a potential for an ice storm would exist, and maybe even some more widespread power outages. So Waco, we're not talking about really any snow. If you saw snow, it'd be very light. But further to the north, we're talking about a more significant threat. So Waco, just be ready for upwards of a quarter inch of ice for that area. Hey, Tyler, for the $10 super chat. Guys, I'm not going to predict state of emergencies for each state. I don't know if your state is going to get a state of emergency. A lot of you are asking all of a sudden about state of emergencies for each state. I have no clue. I'm not predicting that. I mean, every state has different criteria and different thresholds that are going to meet that. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by tomorrow if over a dozen states had state of emergencies. Blizzard warnings. We actually do have a couple of blizzard warnings, I think, in Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we have a couple. We have 2 in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan right now. We won't have blizzard warnings from this winter storm, though. Again, the winds across the board here in the Ohio Valley, the Southern Plains, and all that, the winds aren't going to be strong enough for blizzard warnings. You ever get sleep? Yeah, I've been getting about 7 hours of sleep the last few nights. It's going to get a lot less here as we go into the weekend with all the winter weather we'll be covering. Sleep does not look great this weekend, I gotta say. Not look great. We're going to probably be live, again, upwards of 50 hours this weekend, mostly on Saturday and Sunday, and we're already 7 hours technically into our marathon of streaming here over the next few days. A score for the super chat, Louisville. What is the gray? Where's the gray? I don't see any gray colors. Unless I'm tripping. What's your energy drink of choice? I've actually never had an energy drink before. I don't want to ever have one. I don't want to get attached to those or anything like that. You're doing great. I appreciate that. Thank you, Esmond, for the super chat. In Louisiana, we don't have a state of emergency until they announce Waffle House is closing. Hey, Waffle House, I don't know if we're going to see closures necessarily down in Louisiana, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. Has anybody seen any announcements for Waffle House closing? Thank Deborah for the super chat from Southwest Missouri. Appreciate that. Is anybody has anybody heard about Waffle House closing at all? If anybody knows, let me know. I definitely need to know. I don't know if the Waffle House risk has been met. Cape Cod forecast for snow. Cape Cod will likely be a little bit less than southern New England, like Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. If you're like over down into Cape Cod, I would probably say around 8 to 12 inches. That would be my forecast for right now. American with the super chat says, I've been watching your channel grow for the last few months. What would be the most accurate model for snow totals? The National Weather Service blend of models is one of the more, generally speaking, accurate ones. I mean, that's what I've been using for the most part throughout the stream to show you the numbers. Obviously, we have our own map graphic as well. HRRR usually does a pretty good job. European models usually pretty good, but that one's obviously going to have lower resolution. It's not nearly as accurate. I would just say the NWS blend of models is probably the more accurate one. It's just the easiest one to go off of, too. It's going to kind of average a bunch of stuff together. Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee issued a state of emergency again for all 95 counties. If you're just tuning in, that is news as of earlier today, but we have a lot of state of emergencies. Texas is under one. The list is growing. I think we're up to 7 states now. So there's a lot of places currently with state of emergencies. What's your best guess for Vicksburg in Mississippi? If you're in the ice storm warnings, all right, like this is anywhere here. If you're in these ice storm warnings, that's where significant ice is expected. That is just north of Vicksburg. And so Greenwood, Oxford, Florence, Alabama, back towards Monroe, Louisiana, will likely, unfortunately, see the worst impacts from the ice event. We could see upwards of an inch of ice or even over an inch of ice in some of these areas, which will be catastrophic for some of you. If you're over in Vicksburg, you will still see ice. It will probably not reach ice storm criteria, but 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice is likely. And then you could even see some areas nearby up to 1/3 of an inch of ice and maybe even up to 1/2 an inch, especially the further north you go. So the closer you are to Yazoo City, Lake Providence, the better chance you're going to have of getting up to 1/2 an inch. Miranda says, what is the verdict for Wichita Falls, Texas? Appreciate the super chat. I think it's going to be mostly a snow event during the second half of this. A lot more freezing rain, though, tomorrow night and the Saturday. So Saturday night and early Sunday, there will be a little bit of snow. You might get a few inches over there. I know the National Weather Service here for the entire warning here is saying 6 inches of snow or more is likely. in the Wichita Falls area. I don't know if you're going to get to 6 inches, to be honest. It might be lower than that, but I would at least expect somewhere around 4 to 5. And then areas like Childress will probably push closer to 6 to 7 inches. Dragon with the super chat says, shout out to the people working in the background. Yeah, we have about 7 people. No, we have 8 people, including myself currently, on the stream, basically working everything. So 7 people other than me. They led for the becoming a maximum velocity member. How's the severe weather risk? We're probably not going to see much severe weather. There's a low chance on Sunday in the southeast. One thing that'll be interesting is that we have thunder ice being a possibility, though. If you're right along the Mississippi River, if you're in Memphis, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Mayfield, Kentucky, back towards Louisville, there is a possibility of some thunder ice, which means basically we could have some thunder activity, like some lightning basically, while there is freezing rain or sleet falling. So, pretty cool stuff. When's the worst going to happen in Georgia? The worst would be Saturday into Sunday. Not going to see much tomorrow night, but Saturday into Sunday. Mid to late afternoon, evening on Saturday into midday Sunday. Did Pat McAfee contact you? He did. When did you sleep? Last night. I don't think I don't sleep. I get that a lot. People think I do not sleep. I do. Believe it or not. It does happen. I'm not an AI robot or something. I do get sleep. It's not always the best sleep. During these marathons, it's not great sleep, but like, I do get sleep. Even with all the videos and stuff we do. Joshua with the $20 super chat. Can we see a shift any more south to where Shelby County could see potentially freezing rain or ice? I don't know what state you're talking about, so I couldn't really help you there. Again, I need states, especially for counties. But we could still see a shift to the south in some areas. It wouldn't be a dramatic shift for most of you. We have already seen a small shift on the latest stage triple R model for Texas, where it shows DFW getting freezing rain by late tomorrow night. And so that could increase ice accumulation a little bit for Friday night and early Saturday. And it could also increase the amount of ice accumulation we see in areas like Nashville and down the line, maybe northern Mississippi. So there has been a slight shift to the south on the latest HRRR model run and some other models as well. Maybe no one else will care, but are you on the Pat McAfee show? Would be awesome for me. I watched them for years too. Yeah, I mean, I've watched them for years. That's why it was pretty cool. Never would have thought. How hard will Cincinnati, Ohio be hit? So yeah, Cincinnati's going to be mostly a snow event. We're expecting some light to moderate snow late Saturday, early Sunday. It's going to be more intense, though, with the second band of snow that we're going to see as we go into Sunday afternoon and evening. So we'll have much better chance of snow with the second band of snow that's going to come through. This will start by as early as maybe 7 or 8 in parts of Ohio, mainly for southwest Ohio near Cincinnati and Columbus. And then it'll continue throughout the afternoon. And again, snowfall rates with the second band of snow will be as high as 3 inches per hour. So we're going to be talking about a more significant snow event during the daytime on Sunday. Saturday will kind of be the appetizer to the entree that we're going to see on Sunday in terms of snowfall. Now, if you're back over in Oklahoma, if you're in Kansas, if you're in Arkansas, like Fayetteville, for example, Mountain Home, we're going to have pretty good snow tomorrow night. It's not going to be stacking up very fast because it's going to be a bit more of a wet snow, but it'll be a much more fluffy snow Saturday once we get that second band of snow. And by the time this winter storm is all said and done, your shovel is going to want to have a career change. I mean, we're going to be talking about significant snow. I mean, we're talking possibly 12 to 15 inches of snow in areas like Tulsa and Wichita, Kansas, back over towards Springfield and Missouri. So, pretty significant snow coming across the board. CJ with the $20 super chat. Still angry about Charlotte not getting snow, but thank you, Tennessee, for the supply of Jack this weekend. In all seriousness, all the metros. CLT seems to be the biggest impact by ice. Can you talk about it? Yeah, I mean, the cold air damming event that we're going to have is going to increase the ice accumulation in areas like Charlotte and then back into upstate South Carolina. And unfortunately, we're going to start with freezing rain Saturday night, and it's going to be light to moderate to start. We'll have some bands of heavy freezing rain. Sunday is when it's going to get much more intense, and we're going to have freezing rain pretty much all day Sunday. And it's not necessarily the heaviness of this freezing rain that's concerning, it's the longevity of it. So the longevity of this freezing rain today and then tomorrow is going to be very significant. Hey, D-Lou, for the super chat. I joined after a couple years ago. What do you think about central, southeastern Ohio? That area will probably be about 8 to 12 inches of snow, and then ice accumulation up to about 1/4 of an inch. We'll have a decent clip of sleet, I think, during Sunday afternoon. So we'll transition from snow into sleet at some point, and maybe some freezing rain. And huge shout out to Happy with a $50 super chat. My girlfriend and I watch and trust you every day. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. In Bloomington, Illinois. I really appreciate that. 2 feet in western Massachusetts. I would say it's possible. I'm not ruling it out because of the fact that Sunday night we'll have a much heavier band of snow, and it's going to last for about 12 hours at least. And we'll be talking about snowfall rates with the heaviest bands around 2 to 3 inches per hour. So western Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Again, I think 1 to 2 feet is very realistic as long as there's no major changes to the forecast for much of New England. We're mainly talking south of the Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts border for that. We'll probably still be around 1 foot, though, if you're in southern New Hampshire. Honda with the $20 super chat asking about the power outages this weekend for East Tennessee and what it looks like. I think power outages will be a bit more isolated in eastern Tennessee. We'll, again, probably have a warmer core go through your area, basically warmer air just west there of the Appalachians. And that could help to alleviate the amount of ice that we see throughout this entire event. So power outages not as likely for eastern Tennessee, but ice is still definitely going to happen to some extent, especially Saturday morning. And then once this thing's all done, we'll probably have a flash freeze there, which will lead to ice accumulation as we go into early Monday. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I was going to cover quickly what cold air damming actually is. So that's something we've been talking about a little bit, and it's going to lead to stuff like this, where we sort of see this band of ice popping up in the Carolinas, while everything else around it in that region is rain. Cold air damming is basically cold air being blocked on the opposite side of a mountain range. So right here we have the Appalachian Mountains, and it kind of causes cold air to loop around the side and then push into the Carolinas down from the northeast. This traps a pocket of cold air at the surface level, and you can see it really well on the Euro right here, where we see this warm nose move up to the northeast along the mountains, and then this very strong cold blast sort of move in behind it. What happens when we see stuff like this is there's going to be a warm air layer on top of this cold air that's being pushed underneath everything, and this is what's going to lead to that freezing rain in the Carolinas and Virginia. There's going to be melted precipitation hitting this cold air, super cooling, and then instantly freezing on contact. So that's why we're seeing higher freezing rain accumulation in this area, and we sort of have this warm pocket here in parts of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama, and that's because they don't have the cold air at the surface. Now, speaking of cold air, another thing that we haven't really touched on is how record-breaking this cold is going to be. So funny enough, on the 25th and 26th, so that is Sunday and Monday, we're actually going to see both record-breaking warmth and record-breaking cold. So Florida, of course, that's where Max is from. You guys are going to be breaking record high temperatures down here in Central Florida, but that is not going to be the case for a lot of other people in the United States. It's going to be a lot of record cold temperatures. And in fact, there's going to be a lot of low maximum temperature records broken. So what that means is it's going to be the lowest maximum temperature ever recorded. So Texas, that is where a majority of these are going to happen. Any of these numbers you are seeing, that is going to be the air temperature value, and that is going to be the record that is broken. So 25 in the Amarillo area and 35 all the way down to the coast. Now, Monday is going to be even more significant. We're going to see well below zero temperatures make their way into Texas, where we're going to see the Red River region get as low as 4 degrees below zero. Parts of western Texas are going to be in the single digits, and then we'll see temperatures as low as 20 degrees make it all the way to the coast as well. Now, one more thing that I wanted to cover real quick is taking a look at the NBM, talking about that cold air damming again on the eastern portion of the storm. It's also going to lead to increased snowfall totals as well. So if you're in this region, once again, you got to pay attention to that cold air because it's going to very much change the amount of precipitation that you are going to see. Another thing that's been sort of picking up on the latest model runs is actually the lake effect snow event coming off of Lake Ontario. Some models are showing up to 35 inches of snow. This is actually on the NBM, so this is a blend of all models that's still showing 35 inches of snow. And if we come over to Radar Omega and take a look at that winter storm warning in the area, this warning is going to go for another 20 hours, and this warning was actually issued about 5 days ago, and it's still going. But they're expecting additional snow accumulations of 2 to 3 feet with winds of 40 miles an hour. It was looking like a few days ago, this area was going to see about 4 feet of snow in a week. Now it's looking like we might see up to 6, maybe even 7 feet of snow off of Lake Ontario here. We can see that this snow band is already going strong, and those have been the cameras that we're trying to put in the bottom corner over here is in this lake effect snow band. This has been going for almost 3 days now and is going to continue for quite some time. I know that we have some viewers in this region. I saw them on the heat map. If you're here, go ahead and send us the pictures to the reports dashboard from this band of snow so we can see what it looks like there, because we're going to see some very impressive snowfall totals from that. Buffalo, New York, you guys are also going to see a lake effect snow event coming off the lake here. It's not going to be as significant, though, as the air is not going to be as cold.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. And as he was alluding to, if you do have any photos or videos, you can send it in. The QR code is on your screen right here. And there's a link. I think it's the second to top link in the description below. Those who are wondering why I made that face, I did not know Wingstop had game. I'm not gonna lie, I got Wingstop wings. They're pretty good. I'm kind of surprised. So, yeah, I got food, and I also did. I was supposed to get a drink with it, and I didn't get my drink. So, good times. You know, for those that are regular viewers of this channel, I get DoorDash obviously on some of these live streams because they're so long, and there's no way for me to cook food during a stream. And most of the time, I don't get a straw with my drink for whatever reason. This time, I didn't even get a drink. They just didn't give it to me. Kimberly with the super chat asking about Bowling Green. Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky is mostly going to be an ice threat. And that'll be pretty much all day Sunday. There will be a little bit of snow at the beginning of this event. That'll be mostly Saturday. But late Saturday night, Sunday, it's going to be mostly freezing, rain, sleet. And it's mostly just going to be ice up there. Did you get a straw? No, I didn't. I didn't even get a straw. Yeah. I'm supposed to have a drink with it. I didn't even get a straw, so it didn't matter. Either it's in the car that the DoorDasher had, or it's literally just at the restaurant or something, or somebody just completely forgot. What time to be alive? The straw incidents have been so common. Apparently, you have to send a picture of no drink to DoorDash. That's impressive. I have to give DoorDash a photo evidence that I have no drink. How is that even possible? Breaking news to me. All right, let's go over some of the photos and videos you guys have submitted. I know we have some new ones. I think we're on 196. All right, so here are some of the latest photos and videos you guys have sent in for prepping for this winter storm. This is from Bo in Cookeville, Tennessee. Keeping my Walmart supplied. We ran out of milk 15 minutes after the photo. That's crazy. So this guy's working at Walmart right now, and the milk is running out of stock within 15 minutes. That's just crazy. Apparently they... Bro, DoorDash is crazy. I had to send them a photo that I don't have a drink, and it says the photo must include everything you received to get a... Bro, I have to send them a photo of literally not having a drink. I don't know how that's possible. Here, I took a picture of fries. Hopefully that helps. This is the craziest thing ever. Hey, Fire for the $20 super chat. Is there a chance the cold front could possibly be stronger than the model suggests? For Georgia, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any major changes for Georgia. The Atlanta area is really the one question mark, but I still think we're going to see ice there. This is incoming Georgia from John, saying no bananas and little bread right now. Apparently, their daughter is a assistant manager at Aldi. It's been crazy for days. Nothing left. Yeah, there's like nothing here. This is a manager special. 50 cents for nothing, for air right there. Literally nothing there. Same thing right here. Paris, Texas bread aisle and Walmart. There's nothing there. Fridge is loaded and dry goods even better. That's a lot of stuff. That's another normal fridge. I don't see any problems with this. Jackie with the sewer chat says, what kind of weather's heading for Tupelo, Mississippi? A lot of ice. That's the biggest concern, will be ice. Walmart in Clarksville. Even the milk was gone and the produce was empty. There's no cereal in Clarksville, Tennessee. Backup power ready in Pennsylvania. There you go. You got 2 backup power supplies. Athens, Alabama, and Walmart is completely out of milk and toilet paper. And Ann in Winter Garden, Florida. Very pleasant in Central Florida. This person's trying to make every single one of you watching right now jealous. Shout out to the Accurite Weather Station. Again, if you want to get an affordable weather station, you can check out Accurite with the top link in the description below. Really appreciate them being a partner with us. You can get 10% off with using code MAX10. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Yeah, we got it figured out. We just got it figured out. The calm before the storm in Oklahoma City. Looks like you got a pool too. Hopefully that's covered over and good to go. Over here in Chicago, not looking forward to tomorrow. How much snow? Probably not much. Maybe 1 to 3 inches. If you're lucky, you might get closer to 4. Candle acquired, ready for anything. Bro, this photo is diabolical. Bromo with the sewer chat says, or Volmara with the sewer chat says, what's the likelihood I stay home Monday in Akron and Cleveland? I wouldn't say it's very high. Those areas are used to the snow. It's a little bit different than like Kentucky or Tennessee where we're talking about ice. 2025 snow day in Branson, Missouri. Can't stop fishing no matter the weather. And if we see photos like this during our live coverage, I'm going to think you're crazy. There's no way we're fishing during that winter storm back in 2025. No lunch meat at all over in Lincoln County, Oklahoma. Current weather on my Accurite station featuring a special guest. Over in West Virginia, 25 degrees right now. Got a lot of still water from Ryan. You said something about a storm after this one? I did. I'll talk about it here in a second. There's no toilet paper in New Jersey, apparently. That's the last of the photos for now. Again, if you have photos and videos, scan the QR code or go to the link in your screen. Submit them. And you might end up being on the stream. You never know. All right, somebody just asked about this, but in regards to a possible snow event after this one, again, I'm not going to talk much about it, but I'm just going to bring it up because it is possible. Arctic air is going to sit around for several days after this winter storm is done, and it actually could trigger another winter system sometime next week. The GFS model has a very small little storm system down near the Gulf Coast. I don't think whatever we see after this winter storm, I don't think is going to be anywhere near the magnitude of what we're dealing with this weekend. But we might see more snow. We might see some more ice sometime around the end of next week. Definitely don't rule it out. And so, yeah, that's something to watch for. I mean, we're going to have Arctic air very far down to the south. So this is a very possible scenario. I'll just put it that way. European model had it a little bit more intense. This is right around Friday of next week. But generally speaking, even if we saw something, it's not going to be anything near the magnitude of this winter storm. And this is happening right around my birthday. Maybe Florida will get some snow for my birthday. Just maybe. That would be nice. You see New York City flights being impacted by the snow? I would expect at least some sort of delays. Somebody asked in the chat about Maryland seeing freezing rain versus snow. I think there'll be at least some freezing rain in Maryland, especially near Washington, D.C., and then back into the very far southern side of the state. So you're not going to be all snow in Maryland. There will likely be at least a brief period of freezing rain and sleet. If you're very far southern Maryland, I don't know what part of Maryland this is, but right here on the very tip of the southern side, it'll be mostly freezing rain and sleet Sunday afternoon. The Artemis for the $50 super chat saying, how about a very gentle, very calmly spoken Leroy Jenkins? Thank you for the $50 super chat. Hey, Santos for the $20 super chat. How much ice baby accumulation expected in Rose City, Texas? Let me see. Really anywhere in North Texas, like anywhere near Dallas, Fort Worth, we're talking around a quarter to half an inch of ice. Further south, it'll be lower, obviously, naturally, towards Waco. And then Texarkana, probably be closer to an inch. This person has super chatted $250 to make me say Leroy Jenkins. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Ice in Nashville? Ice is coming to Nashville. Yep. Kansas State University, are they open or closed? Does anybody know? I don't think Kansas City will close, but Riley, can you look into college cancellations? Do we have college cancellations like Oklahoma City? Is OU closed? Anybody in the chat, do we know if OU's closed? If OU's closed, I would think everything else is closed too. Isn't it still winter break? It's winter break in Oklahoma still? There's no way. We are nearing the end of January. If you're still on winter break, that is insane. Unless you're in the Midwest, it makes a little bit more sense because it gets really cold and stuff, but my winter breaks, at least when I went to college in Daytona Beach, Florida, they ended, I think, January 5th. It was not far after New Year's. I mean, for the record, like every college is different, but James with the super chat saying, what about Siloam Springs? Yeah, Siloam Springs will be mostly snow. So anywhere in like northwestern Arkansas, we're talking Mountain Home, Fayetteville, surrounding areas, Benton. I think almost all of you will be primarily snow on Friday and Saturday. There could be some sleet sometime during the evening on Friday into early Saturday. And there could also be a little bit of freezing rain and sleet sometime late Saturday into early Sunday, but it should be predominantly snow. There will likely be a little glazing, maybe up to 1/10 of an inch of ice underneath that snow at some point late Saturday into early Sunday, but it will be mostly snow in that area. If you're in Joplin, Springfield, you're looking at almost all snow. St. Louis, all snow. Indianapolis, all snow. Columbus, Ohio, all snow. Cleveland, all those areas basically are all snow. Oklahoma City will start as freezing rain tomorrow and then go into snow. So that means there will be a layer of ice underneath our snow as we go into Saturday and Sunday if you're in Oklahoma City. So this is something I want to put out there, by the way. I haven't really said this, but if you do want to go play in the snow in some of these areas like Oklahoma City, be cautious because there will likely be some ice underneath that snow and you could slip and get hurt. I just want to throw that out there. I know snow's fun, but there could actually be ice underneath that snow. I feel like it's a good disclaimer to have, though, because I do feel like some people will just run around and go play in snow like crazy. Chris, with this $20 super chat for your drink and straw fund slurp. Appreciate that. Yeah, I actually have to get a soda now, because that's what I was going to have. But I don't have one now. Kind of disappointed. New GFS? Alright, well look at the new GFS model run. I'm gonna be honest, like, the GFS is kind of pointless at this point, but might as well just show it. Got the newest GFS model run coming out. And there's really not many surprises. I mean, it does show freezing rain, sleet in North Texas much earlier, which we already kind of knew was going to happen. And it shows Tennessee and snow through Saturday, which is interesting. Like, even into Saturday afternoon, but that's about it. But again, I wouldn't really trust the GFS here. I mean, it's a new model run, but that's really about it. There's really not a whole lot to it. By the way, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Not that this is really related to anything, but we've gained about 10,000 subscribers just in the last, like, 48 hours. It has been a very insane amount of growth here, or not 10,000, 100,000, sorry. We've gained about 100,000 subscribers just in the last 48 hours on this channel from winter storm stuff. One of our videos, I think yesterday, gained us like 15,000 subscribers. It's insane how many people are tuning into weather now on YouTube. So for those that are new to the YouTube weather space, again, I welcome. It's very interesting. I mean, there's no commercials other than when you click on a stream or a video. We do commercial-free coverage here. I'm a degree meteorologist. If you don't know who I am, I'm Max Velocity. And I'll keep you posted with the latest on this winter storm again here over the next few days. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live Saturday and Sunday. I would expect tomorrow will be live sometime later in the day. I don't think we're going to go live early or anything, but Saturday, Sunday will basically be all-day streams. So if you are new to the YouTube space, definitely make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click that little bell icon so you're notified so you know when we go live, because again, we do these all the time, and especially for winter storm stuff. We'll have live coverage, dozens of storm chasers out there, hundreds and hundreds of live cameras all across the country. So it'll be quite the production. We'll obviously have Riley here all weekend, you know, going over all the stuff with this winter storm. We'll have an entire team on the backside with the greatest cameras. We have an amazing mod team in the chat as well, keeping our chat safe. So we just have a great environment here on YouTube to give you the latest weather information on what's happening in real time. Michelle with the $50 super chat says, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania here, traveling nurse with patients to see 35 miles east of Latrobe, Pennsylvania on Sunday. How much snow do you think? Almost all of Pennsylvania will see somewhere around 10 to 15 inches of snow. It's too early, I think, still to give you a specific number. I would just expect somewhere around that. Tomorrow in our live stream, I'll have a much more exact number for you. I'm just waiting for the new model data to come in for that. Huge shot Seabass with the $20 super chat. I need Richmond, Virginia update. I got a gallon of whiskey and a carton for the hometown Euro. Richmond, Virginia will be mostly ice. Not a whole lot of snow. A little bit of snow to start, maybe 1 to 3 inches, but mostly freezing rain and sleet. Love the channel, new supporter. Appreciate that. Best guess for snow in Kansas City? Go to the snow map. I would say probably around 5 to 7, 6 to 8 inches. National Weather Service blended models is kind of in that same ballpark. Culinary with the $10 super chat is asking about South Fannin County, Texas on ice prediction. I think anywhere in North Texas will see somewhere around 1/4 to 1/2 inch. There will be some areas, especially east of DFW, right along the I-20 corridor from Dallas to Shreveport, that get somewhere around 3/4 of an inch of ice. And I would not rule out up to an inch near Texarkana. Very northeast Alabama. How's it looking for ice? That's Kyle with the super chat. I mean, like, I think if anything, maybe a 1/10 of an inch. It'll be something around 1/10 of an inch or less. Most of Alabama will probably get lucked out by the ice threat. I think it'll be a little bit too warm for those areas. You can just see, again, mostly cold rain there in Alabama throughout Saturday and Sunday. Could get a little bit of ice Saturday morning, but it will probably melt after that. Thank you, Action, for the super chat, and also Bradley for becoming a member. By the way, I do want to remind you all that we will have a video tomorrow morning going way more in detail about stuff as well. It's obviously a shorter format than these live streams. We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about everything that you need to know about this upcoming winter storm and just all the new details and stuff like that. So make sure you're subscribed again and all that good stuff. Thank you, Cubs, for the $20 super chat. Armo, Oklahoma looks to be on the line. Expected ice versus snow. It'll be mostly ice for the first half of this event, and then by late Saturday night, I think this will be after midnight, there will likely be a transition to some snow, but almost all ice until Saturday night. And then Sunday morning, a transition to snow right along the Red River. That could lead to a few inches there near Ardmore and surrounding areas. Timing for Nashville. So everything in I'll kind of just go over Tennessee and Kentucky in general since they're right next to each other. But the event is going to start not really tomorrow. It'll start very early Saturday morning. So after midnight Friday into early Saturday, we'll start to see that freezing rain and snow creep into the state. Eventually by sunrise is when the first of that precipitation will start near Nashville. If you're in Memphis, it'll start much earlier. It'll start very late tomorrow night. But Saturday morning is when most of it will start in Tennessee and Kentucky, and this will be ongoing all the way through at least very late Saturday, and then early Sunday we might get a very brief break in the action until it fills back in again with heavy precipitation across all of those states. That's what the super chat says. Can we see Cheese Curd? I have no clue where she is. Maybe if I could see her, but I don't know where she is. In the studio, that's for sure. She was for the last stream, but she's sitting in her cat tower. I have a cat tower off to my left. Or my right, your left. Molly with a $20 super chat says, I'm a designated weather girl for my company's hotels in St. Louis, Missouri. Prepping staff, biggest concerns. Biggest concern will be the extreme cold. And then the snow will not really be that concerning, but 5 to 7 inches is possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have some expanded extreme cold warnings, and funny enough, we now have some at the very northern border in Minnesota and some at the very southern border in Texas. Funny enough, the temperature between these extreme cold warnings is quite different. So in Minnesota, it's for 55 degrees below zero, which I feel like is respectable for an extreme cold warning. Down south in Texas, it's for 5 degrees below zero. And I mean, if you ask anyone from the Midwest and me, that's light work, that's shorts weather, but apparently that triggers an extreme cold warning down there in Texas. So north and south, we have extreme cold warnings, even though some of the cold's more extreme and some of it is just shorts weather.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I mean, I used to live in New Hampshire. If it was 10 degrees outside, it would be shorts weather. Now that I'm in Florida, it was like 60 degrees outside the other day. I was literally wearing sweatpants and like a hoodie. Like, it was so cold. I literally didn't even think that was enough for how cold it was. It is very different when you move from climate to climate. If you live at a place for a long time and then move to another place for a long time, I don't know, it's weird. You're not used to it, basically. Huge shout out to DJ for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Huge shout out to DJ. It's the highest tier membership on the channel. Let's go over some more of your reports that you guys have sent in. We got about 20 new photos and videos. Let's check them out. Again, if you want to submit photos and videos, it's the second to top link in the description. We're just kind of looking at what's going on in every city right now for preparations. Thank you, Mary, for the super chat. This is over in Frisco, Texas. The bread before the storm. Costco shelves are empty. Am I ready? In Selena, Texas, I think you're ready. You got plenty of stuff there. Have my Accurate Weather Radio ready in Barberton, Ohio. Now, if you want to check, again, Accurate also has weather radios. So you can check them out with the top link in the description. Thank you, Brad, for the $20 super chat. Southeast New Mexico and Austin, Texas vicinity. Kids say hello, Max. Appreciate you tuning in from Texas. We have a huge audience from Texas. That's one of our biggest followings. I love Texas. I used to live there. Great state. Almost out of milk in Nashville. And then Allen in Rose City, Texas. No bread in Fort Worth, Fort Worth, Texas. Kathy is ready for about a year. Do some crocheting with all this yarn in West Virginia. This is from Samantha. Winter storm ready. This is one of the most organized and cleanest fridges I've seen out of anybody. We're doing like a fridge competition at this point. I think this is the best one. Why are people buying bread and milk? I really don't know. I don't get it. Only a few small bottles left of milk at Walmart in Fort Worth. It's everywhere. That's like the first thing people buy is milk and bread and eggs and toilet paper. Those are the 4 things. Got high noon in a Heb baked beans can. Over in McKinney, Texas. This is for Allen in Rose, Texas. No bread at the Walmart in Rose City. Yukon, Oklahoma. Only Hawaiian bread is left. Hawaiian bread's actually pretty good. Hey, Kels, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Indiana has plenty on the shelf. Well, Indiana gets this type of stuff like 5 times a year. Texas and everywhere else doesn't even have equipment to plow roads or anything. Like, it's more chalked than ever in some of these places. Ready for Mother Nature this weekend? There you go. Where's the beef? Brisket and ribs are only left at the local Walmart in Washington County, Arkansas. Well, once again, if you have any photos or videos, scan the QR code. Put a link in the links are also in the description. It's also on your screen. And yeah, we'll continue to show some of your photos and videos, especially tomorrow too. Again, we'll have some pretty long streams coming up too, so we'll have plenty of that on these streams coming up. Hey, tried it for becoming a member. Yeah, Indiana's a little different. Indiana's not going to see nearly as many problems. I mean, there will be plenty of snow for sure, but I mean, we're not talking about maybe Louisville could have some problems or Evansville right along the border, but elsewhere we're not really talking about much. I'm lactose intolerant. I bet those milks went quicker, the lactose ones. Huge shout out to Aaron with the $20 super chat. Pro tip, don't get bread before the storm. It doesn't have a long shelf life. Like a medieval monk and get your carbs from beer. Yeah, let's replace our bread with beer. There you go. That's the only substitute, I think. Thank you, Kim, for the super chat. Obviously, I'm joking. I'm not being serious. Thank you, Zimmer, for the super chat as well. My wife doesn't understand why in East Texas we'll have freezing rain and not snow. Yes, I can explain it. For those that are wondering why in the world we're seeing freezing rain in areas like Texas instead of snow, it's all because of this. All right, I'm going to show you a sounding. It's a temperature profile in the atmosphere. And I'm going to go to a later half of Saturday, like right here. Let's go right here in Wichita Falls. This is why. The temperature at the surface in Wichita Falls will be 13 degrees. Go a little bit up in the atmosphere, about 1,000, 2,000 feet up. The temperature goes to above freezing. So any snow that is falling, these little snowflakes are coming down, and then they melt into raindrops right here. And then they hit the ground as freezing rain. It's literally rain that freezes once it hits the ground. Hey, Chase team for the super chat from Huntsville, Alabama. People are wondering if we'll get ice or just rain. I think it'll be a little bit of ice Saturday morning. I don't think it's going to be that much ice, though. I think it'll melt pretty quickly. But it could refreeze again as we go into late Sunday. Shout out to Lisa with the PayPal donation. Ice amounts for just south of I-20 near West Monroe. Probably around 1/10 of an inch of ice. Maybe up to a quarter. Thank you, Teresa and Dane, for becoming members. And Jordan for the super chat. Outlook for Cincinnati. Power outages are going to be very isolated if we get any. It'll be mostly snow, a little bit of ice. I think up to 1/10 of an inch of ice is realistic, and a few inches is possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got an update out of Norman, Oklahoma, from the University of Oklahoma. They'll be closing their campus at noon tomorrow. So all campus classes will be closed. Only essential employees will remain open, and essential buildings as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is interesting. OU is going to be closing at 12 tomorrow. And this is what it could look like tomorrow morning in Oklahoma. I mean, we could literally have freezing rain. It's possible. We could have freezing rain by as early as 10 to 11 in the morning. Right now, the HRRR is showing some light snow, mix of freezing rain, perhaps even before 12. So just a heads up, if you are traveling, definitely stay cautious on the roadways, even if you are leaving early. Nikki, it's completely your call. I mean, it's going to be snowing most of Sunday near Columbia and Springfield. It'll wind down in the afternoon, so it's kind of your call. Again, it's all kind of your decision. That's not something I can really decide for you or really give you much advice on. I mean, I'll tell you that it'll probably still be snowing until at least 5 o'clock or so throughout that region, so kind of up to you, though. You're not going to see any ice. It'll just be snow up there in Springfield, Illinois area. Hey, Brandon for becoming a member, and also Kels for the super chat. Good excuses not to go out and socialize, stay warm. Appreciate the super chat. I like your voice. I do too. Thank you, Me6 for the super chat. Have a good night. Thank you, Hunter, for the super chat. I'm not gonna lie, Hunter. I just read your message and I thought it said, "What can I expect in McDonald's?" Not McCormick, South Carolina. I don't know why I read that as McDonald's. I gotta find where that is though first. You're over in McCormick, South Carolina. We're mainly expecting ice, probably around 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. Not expecting snow there at all. We mostly all ice there. For those that are asking about power outages, I've seen an increase number of questions for power outages. This is our latest power outage map. We're going to post it to social media, too, on our Twitter and Facebook pages. And again, by the way, if you're not following us on our social media pages, definitely make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We have a lot of graphics that we put up on there as well, and you can always share those with your friends and family. It's a little bit easier to share that stuff instead of just taking screenshots and messaging every single person in your family. Probably easier if you just share it on Facebook, but again, we're posting a lot of these graphics over there. We're going to put our power outage map out there as well, just so you have an idea of what to expect. But yeah, we have most of the graphics I've showed you on the stream, at least on our socials to some extent. Thank you, King, for the super chat. Will Houston be getting ice? Houston could see some ice. I wouldn't say it's going to be much. If you get any ice, it'll be mostly early Sunday morning. And it'll be a very brief transition. I think what's going to probably happen is that you might not even see freezing rain. You might just have a normal cold rain. But the Arctic air behind is going to come in so fast that any liquid on the ground will just freeze into ice. So you could still see black ice and ice in general on the roadways. Hey, E for becoming a member. Houston, we have a problem. I don't think Houston's as bad of a problem. This will not be as bad as 2021 for Houston, luckily. Areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, Texarkana could have a bit worse of impacts than 2021 when it comes to ice. Allen, Texas get ice or freezing rain? Yeah, you'll see freezing rain. Hey, Brandy for becoming a member. Thank you, Teresa, for the $20 super chat. Will this ice storm in Clarksville be anything like the one in 1994? I don't honestly know the one in 1994. Let me look real quick. I don't know how bad that one was. Most damaging ice storm since 1951, apparently. Can't find really much information about it. Riley's basically saying it's mostly mixed precipitation, won't be. If it's all ice, it will be. Which I think Clarksville will start as snow on Saturday, and it'll probably stay snow through about 5, 6 o'clock, then a little bit of freezing rain, and then the freezing rain will kick into gear on Sunday. So I mean, if that's true, then I would say probably not. But I don't think it'll be far from it, at least according to that. I mean, we're talking about a lot of ice accumulation, definitely in western Tennessee, for Clarksville and as well as Memphis. We're talking around a quarter, a half an inch. Some locations, again, as high as 3/4 of an inch. Maybe even an inch of ice accumulation in southwestern Tennessee. Thank you, Halo, for the super chat, and also Rosalind for the super chat. Huge shout out to DJ with the $50 super chat as well. We're ready for in Nashville. Thank you for all your Thank you for doing this. I appreciate your super chat, and glad I can help you out there in Nashville. I know some people in Nashville that are preparing pretty heavily for this ice storm. I mean, again, a couple days ago, it looked like a snowstorm, and now it's turning into a big ice event. So it's very different from just about 24 hours ago. Right, with the super chat, what does the forecast look like in Winston-Salem, North Carolina? Almost all of North Carolina, unless you're over in the Cape Hatteras area, you're going to see freezing rain. Widespread quarter to half an inch of ice is likely for most of the state. Hey, Sam, for the super chat. Northeast Pennsylvania snow totals. Most of Northeast Pennsylvania will probably be around 8 to 12. Our map, I'm pretty sure, is in the 12 to 18 for almost all of Pennsylvania, but that'd be the one exception to be up there. Find our map here. We have it highlighted in the 12 to 18 range, but, I mean, I could see it being a little bit lower. Very far northern side of the state will be right around 8 to 12. Hey, Lud and Tyler for the super chats. Will the storm shift into northern Illinois? I don't think so. I don't think there'll be any big changes to the forecast. Actually graduated from Embry-Riddle? I did. Lexington, Kentucky. It's going to be mostly snow to start, and then it'll be a bit more of a sleet, freezing rain mix by the end. But I think Louisville will probably be in the ballpark of 8 inches still of snow. 8 to 12. You're on Pat McAfee show today? I wasn't on it, but one of my graphics was on it again. It's 2 days in a row. Fake weatherman? Yeah, I have a degree in meteorology and I'm fake. Nice. Thank you, Calvi, for the super chat. Love the stream, man. What do you think Suffolk County in New York will look like for Sunday? I don't know where that is in New York, but again, if you're like near New York City, southeastern New York, that's where the most significant snow is going to be. We could have some spots near 20 inches. If you're in upstate New York, near Buffalo, we're still looking at around 8 to 12. I mean, most of New York will see some pretty big snow on Sunday. How much snow are we talking for Oklahoma? I got it on your map right here. I have the snow graphic on the map right now for Oklahoma, too. Northern Oklahoma will have a jackpot area of around 12 to 15 inches. We could get up to 18, but definitely around 12 to 15, I think, near Enid and as well as back towards Tulsa. Thank you, Marge, for becoming a member, and also Alex for the super chat. $12 to 18 for Wichita. Yeah, I mean, I think most of those areas in that white circle in Oklahoma and Kansas will probably be on the lower side of the 12 to 18 range, but 12 is definitely realistic. Will there be a 6 a.m. video tomorrow? Ask Pran. I think so. I don't know why there wouldn't. We've done one every day, I think, for the last, like, probably 6 weeks. We haven't had very many days where we haven't had a video. There haven't really been any opportunities to have, like, a day break for making videos. The weather's just been active. I mean, this has definitely been the most active stretch that we've had in probably 6 months. This has to be since July. I think the last time we had an active stretch of weather like this was July. That was when we had the Gary tornado and a bunch of other tornadoes. Melissa was a big hurricane, obviously, but that wasn't the United States. So I wouldn't consider that technically active in the United States, but it was active for our channel still. And the last time we really had an extensive live stream for a winter storm was back in... Well, we had one, I think, earlier in the month, maybe? Yeah, I think we had one earlier in the month, but we also had one back in December for the Midwest. Hey, Cosmo, and as well as Indiana for the Super Chat. Keep the pain out of Jennings County, Indiana, Max. A lot of snow coming. Northwest Arkansas near Highway 412. Mostly going to be snow. There will be some freezing rain, though. So, again, a mix of both is going to happen. We'll have some ice accumulation up to a quarter, half an inch maybe, and then definitely a decent amount of snow as well. D-Love, there's a lot of people in this chat. I cannot answer everybody. Got 22,000 people still. Augusta, Georgia's right on the line. Yeah, Atlanta area, I'm still expecting ice accumulation. I don't think that's really changing. Again, if you're in Atlanta, I'd play it safe still. Just be prepared for an ice event. I wouldn't say ice storm, but at least an ice event. Northeastern Georgia, this section here is probably going to see some pretty catastrophic icing, especially in the higher elevations there near the Appalachian Mountains. But that particular area of Georgia is definitely not looking good. If you're back over in Atlanta, it's going to be a bit more 50-50 on there being no ice and then actually seeing some pretty decent ice accumulation. I'm still leaning towards it being a bit more of a significant ice event over there. Hey, James, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And also Taylor for the super chat. No problem, Missy. Will Raleigh lose power? It's possible. Again, I put the map there for a reason. This power outage map at least should give you an idea of who could see power outages. Raleigh is kind of on the edge there of the numerous to widespread category. And so I would be preparing for power outages. They might last a couple of hours. They might last a couple of days. In some rare cases, they can last over a week. That would be primarily here or over here, I think, if we were to see any power outages that last over a week long. Hey, Mint for the $10 super chat and Dave for the super chat. Dallas losing power. Dallas could lose power as well. Mint with the super chat asks about South Austin. I'm guessing you're talking about Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas, we're probably talking around about a 1/10 of an inch of ice or less. I wouldn't expect anything too significant, but obviously enough to close roadways. That's really the biggest thing. Travel impacts are going to be on the table for that area. Good shout out to Scott with the $10 super chat as well. Over in Jamestown, Tennessee, for snowfall, I'm going to kind of just do a broad overview here of Tennessee. The most significant snow that we are going to see will be over here on the northwestern side of the state. It's basically north there of Memphis, west of Clarksville. That is where we're probably going to end up seeing around 4 to 8 inches of snow. Everywhere else is mostly ice accumulation right along the border. So anywhere bordering Kentucky back into Tennessee, almost all of you will probably just see around a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice, and then there will be plenty of locations to get closer to half an inch, but it's mostly going to be freezing rain. We're not expecting a whole lot of sleet in this corridor, because it's going to be a pretty quick transition between snow and freezing rain, so expect mostly freezing rain, which is obviously much more dangerous than sleet. And that, again, does include that border right there of Tennessee and Kentucky. I've had some people asking about Knoxville, too. Knoxville right now, we're looking at more of a rain threat, which I wouldn't really say is a threat, just more of a cold rain. Ice accumulation's not as likely there in the Knoxville area as of right now. Thank you, King, also for the super chat. Kansas City, Missouri, mostly going to be looking at snow, probably around 5 to 7 inches. Maybe 6 to 8. Kind of that range. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. We are going to have extensive live coverage tomorrow. We're going to have extensive live coverage Saturday and Sunday, so I want to make sure that, again, if you are new to the channel, that you are staying tuned, subscribing, and clicking the bell icon is the best way to get notified for all that. Jody with the super chat just said, this is everyday stuff for Michigan winters. It basically is. I'd say the ice is not as common, but... Peachy with the super chat just said, I work overnights at Walmart here in Washington, Missouri. I've never seen our up front cart reserve so low before. Bread is almost out. Every aisle has been hit so hard. Yeah, it's grocery chaos right before a major winter storm. We are, obviously, as you can see, we're 11 hours away from impacts starting. And so, I mean, things are about to get real here in the United States. Southern Maryland is... Pearl asked about Southern Maryland with the super chat. What are the freezing rain risk? Because models are all over. I think you'll have a little bit of freezing rain on Sunday. It'll start as snow and then transition into freezing rain. So probably around a quarter of an inch of ice and then a few inches of snow. Probably around 4 to 8 inches of snow in that area. No problem, Christian. DJ with the $10 super chat. How much ice in McKinney? We're talking a quarter to half an inch for almost all of North Texas. Here's once again your ice map for the southern plains, including the Mississippi River. Hey, Alex with the $5 super chat. Murfreesboro and a bit south in several predictions. Again, most of Tennessee and even Murfreesboro will probably be mostly ice. I don't think it's going to be as bad in Murfreesboro, but anywhere to your west, it's going to be a lot worse, I think, for ice accumulation. There will be enough warm air, I think, to kind of alleviate some of the ice concerns there east of Nashville and south of Nashville. But, I mean, you're going to be right on the line. Again, I would be preparing for a winter storm just in case things do take a turn. Again, as a reminder, if you're wondering about how much snow you're going to see, I have a lot of questions. If you're wondering how much snow you're going to see, use this graphic here. Take a screenshot, send it to your friends and family. This is the easiest way to know how much snow you're going to see. If you're wondering about how much ice you can see, just replace the word snow with ice. I don't think we're going to see 30 inches of ice anywhere, but there's a much easier graphic. It makes it a lot easier for me to not have to talk about every single city. So I'll just say from Dallas to New England, we're talking about 0 to 30 inches of snow. That's your forecast. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Lydia, for the super chat. Appreciate that. This is still our actual forecast as of right now. It'll probably change again at some point tomorrow, but this is, at least for right now, what our forecast is. Such a broad forecast. I think this is a great forecast. This is what makes a meteorologist's job easy. Just give you maps like this. It moves south? Yeah, it moves south right here. The 0 to 30 goes down to Houston. I can't believe Florida wasn't shaded in this. I'm not gonna lie. We should have shaded Florida in it. Just because why not? Thank you, Ed, for the super chat. Anything other than snow for Western Massachusetts? Probably not. Be mostly snow. Cold air, that's coming. You show a map of all the watches and warnings. This is a broad map. This might have updated now, but that was as of a couple hours ago. Florida needs another cold front. I'm pretty sure we're getting one at some point. Thank you, Tyrone, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. This guy is on point. Thank you. I know. I make great forecasts. I should just say every video. We should just show this. And I mean, it would save me a lot of time for making videos and these live streams. We could just show you this at the beginning of the live stream and say, hey, here's the forecast. It would literally save me so much time. I'd be one of the most trusted sources ever if we were posting stuff like this. Steve, a decent amount of ice is coming to Tyler. I mean, I would be expecting, if you're in Tyler, Texas, probably around a quarter, half an inch. So, I mean, that would be the biggest concern. Appreciate the super chat. In Ireland, with the super chat, I'm very worried for my disabled mom in rural Morganton, North Carolina. She's now recovering from Hurricane Helene. Unfortunately, that area is going to probably pick up around a half an inch to an inch of ice. Hopefully it downtrends, but as of right now, it's looking pretty significant again for Western North Carolina and Western Virginia. I'd be fully prepared again for a pretty significant ice event in those areas. Not look great right now for that neck of the woods. Thank you, Britton, for becoming a member, and Richard for the super chat. And Shawnee for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. When will it be safe to travel again in North Carolina? It might not be safe at least until Monday, maybe Tuesday. You know, I'll just wait and see what happens. It's too early to tell, but that's why I'm saying prepare for the worst at this point for these areas, because it could be days, you know, it could be a little while. Just be preparing for whatever the worst case scenario is for your location. High wind during the storm. We're not expecting much wind, and that's the one thing that's interesting about this winter storm. There really won't be much wind. I mean, there will be 10 to 15 mile per hour sustained winds, wind gusts up to 20, 30 miles per hour, but yeah, we're really not talking about major wind out of this storm by any means. It's gonna be more of it's just gonna be straight up snow and freezing rain, very light winds across the board. So a little bit different from most events that we have. But all right, we're gonna wind down the stream. We've been live for like 4.5 hours. I need to rest my voice for tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. We got upwards of 50 hours of coverage ahead. But stay on the stream. I'm gonna redirect you to my 24/7 weather stream. We have a lot of cameras. We have a live weather map, all sorts of cool stuff, alerts, and a lot more. So stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to my second channel, More Max Velocity. That stream, make sure to subscribe to that channel as well. We have a stream up there all the time with lots of weather stuff. It's kind of cool, so check it out. Subscribe to this channel if you've not already. Thank you, Tyler, also for becoming a member. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified with our next video update and our live streams tomorrow. And also, if you want to support the page above and beyond, become a member. That's one of the top links down below. It's also the join button. And also, thank you to Accurite for sponsoring today's stream. If you want an Accurite weather station, they are affordable and cheap. It's the top link in the description below, and use code MAX10 for 10% off at checkout. All right. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. We'll be live at some point. No clue when. Sometime probably later in the afternoon or evening. So I'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your night.